Who band.
The
The HU.
WHO.
Yes,
No,
I know
the
the Who.
WHO, the HU.
Yeah,
Like
I
this.
listened to that song you just played up there.
Yeah. He plays the horse-headed fiddle.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I want you mine. My blushing bride.
Baby, yeah.
My lover, be my lover, yeah. Yeah, I actually like the song If Lions Come, We'll Fight Until the End. If tigers come, we'll fight in battle. If elephants come, we'll fight in rage. If humans come, we'll fight and obliterate. If lions come, we'll fight to the end. If tigers come, we'll fight in battle. If elephants come, we'll fight in rage. If humans come, we'll fight and obliterate. If you come as snakes, we'll become gargantua birds and fly over you. If you come as tigers, we'll face you as lions with blue manes. Ooh, 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 ooh. If you come with evil intentions, we'll give you a flight. 10 of us will strike you as thunder. Hundreds of us will shatter your hearts. Thousands will destroy and obliterate.
They will be riding on mechanical horses.
Yeah, I actually do that. That's pretty tight, man. I added that to my playlist. I actually like that.
Yeah, the wolf totem.
Yeah.
I figured you would. So it's like, hey, watch that.
Let's cut through them at speed of flying falcons. Let's burn within as hearts of wolves. Let's stampede with our horses. Let's defeat them with wisdom of our great crown. Genius. Ooh.
Stuff like that.
Slap it, man. Pop it.
Did Bong pass out?
I think Bong and Healy are in a private hangout. Yeah, I could hear the bass player in you. I knew that you were playing the bass. I was like, yeah,
I'm slapping
that
on a
dude's.
guitar, yeah.
I was like, I knew that guy used to play the bass. He switched over to the guitar.
I did,
Yeah.
yeah. I started with bass.
I know. So you do it really well. That's cool stuff, man.
Oh,
You
it's
do
so
that
fun.
a lot better than most guitar players can do it. Even that I can do. Like,
Yeah, it was fun starting, like learning like Primus and stuff like that.
yeah, exactly.
When I went to guitar, though, I kept breaking strings. That sucked. But now I know I'm like very gentle with it, so I don't break any strings anymore.
No, if you're breaking strings, you need to get slinkies. Slinkies are, yeah, trust me, bro. You can bend the fuck out of them.
Yeah. Well, I learned how to play, so I'm barely touching the strings now. I'm like, I know how it works. But yeah, when I was learning funk on guitar, I broke so many strings using a pick for the first time. You know, I would like hit it so hard it would just break.
I know, right?
But now it's like you barely touch it. It's fine.
Play that fucking music, white boy.
Hey. Once I was a boogie singer, playing in a rock and roll band. I never had no problem burning down in one night stand, and everything around me got to feeling so low. So I decided quickly, just go down and check out that show. Yes, it is.
How's the rest go? Then they were dancing and
Everybody turn around and shout and play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music right. Lay down and boogie and play that funky music till you die. Till you die.
Yeah, bro. Judging by the way that you play, like you got like a bass groove.
I tried to understand this.
Groovy.
Yeah.
Maestros, can you do higher ground?
Out of their mind. What do we got? 3 now?
no.
Yeah, bro. The way that you got that bass groove going on your guitar, man. I bet you're like a hell of a like rhythm guitar player, bro. So you're in a band, right?
I was playing music for a long time. I've been in so many bands, but I'm done. No more band drama. So I'm just learning music. I'm actually learning a lot of style classical
your lead singer
guitar now.
couldn't get along with your drummer, and your drummer was kind of flaky.
Yes, exactly. Yep. 3 times.
Yep.
The last time especially. Yeah. It's always the drummer having problems mainly and flaking. Yeah. And then the singer and him like never work out. I'm the one that's just like, I'm just here to have fun. You guys are ruining it.
Yeah, that's racist.
It's like you guys don't know how to have fun. No, drummers seriously don't know how to have fun sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got tired of this, so I just started learning drums myself.
You know any King Diamond?
King Diamond?
Yeah. Like Welcome Home.
Drop one of the songs so I can see. Ooh, Higher Ground. Oh, I know that one. Well, on the guitar, let me think. Please mix up the bass part and the guitar part.
Welcome home, drama. too long.
Which one is that, man?
King
Dang,
Diamond.
I need some distortion on my guitar to play some of this.
Yeah, it's upbeat.
That's cool.
It is. It's a cool beat. I'm not gonna try to. This motherfucker's got 7 octave levels. I'm not even gonna fuck with his music. You know what I'm saying? Is this a dream? Are we really back? Let me help you.
It's kind of like trying to sing Zeppelin, right?
Go, grandma. Let me touch you. Let me feel. Oh. He goes into
fun to
super
play.
high shit. Grandma, take a look. What do you think of the house of the submarine moon? Yeah, it's got a good rhythm to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
To quote Paris Hilton, that's hot.
Why would you quote her?
Because that's the only thing she said that ever made sense.
That's pretty close, pretty damn quick, dude. It's a fast rhythm, dude. You catch on fast.
That's fun to play.
So King Diamond has a lot of songs that are fun to play. And Yngwie Malmsteen, do you know who Yngwie Malmsteen is?
Yeah, for sure. I was listening to him today. Yeah, I
know,
listen to
right?
a lot of Bach rock.
What is Bach rock? Bach rock? What is that?
It's basically just classical music like Bach or Mozart, but you're playing it on metal, like on guitar.
Oh, Cliff Burton? Can you play that solo, bro? Can you play the solo?
For what?
The Cliff Burton solo? The bass solo?
Oh, I know that song. I guess it depends on which one. The one where he has a wah pedal? I think he uses a wah on that. Oh, it's the intro for that song that I was just playing.
Yeah,
I learned that.
That's what Cliff Burton was doing. He was basically taking like classical music and playing it in a way that makes it metal.
Yeah, and he's the one who wrote Master of Puppets, so that's why that song was badass.
Dude, I used to play Doom and listen to that so much.
Hella
I would
inspired by
turn
that.
the music off. Turn the music off on the video game and just be sitting there with like a 1995 computer running like Windows 3.1, right? Where you have to go into DOS instead of Windows and load it from DOS.
That's right. I remember doing that shit too. Yeah. This is the Avenged Sevenfold song.
Pretty fun stuff. It's like an open jam. Kind of like it.
Witches and the saints to ashes.
'Cause I've been chosen to pay with my life. Witches and saints to ashes, rising masses, marching to find heretic blood.
You know that shimmy song from System of a Down? That's what I was playing earlier.
Yeah.
Does that ever go out of tune?
Hardly ever.
I feel like I'm in some crossroads type of thing right now. Because I don't have my distortion power pedal. I gotta play like Ralph Macchio. It's Macchio! I try to get my big.
Cause I'm going down the crossroads and leave. I went down to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. I went down to the crossroads, fell down on my knees.
1 second, let me mute myself.
I ask the Lord for mercy and take me if you please. Well, I went down to the crossroads, tried to flag it right. I went down to the crossroads, tried to flag it right. No one seemed to know me, but it passed me by. Got carried away. Sorry.
Oh, bro, you were killing it, dude. Murdering them strings.
And that was sick. Play that blues. Play that blues. The earth is flat.
I got my bait.
Improvising. Sorry.
That's sick, man.
That was beautiful.
Can't you see I'm easily unbothered by persistence? One step from lashing out at you. You were there to get on my side.
That's a cool sound. I don't got a whammy on my bass.
Sick.
Damn.
It's a little late. It's after
In the
midnight.
time of chimpanzees, there wasn't a monkey. Taking my guns in the mouth to kick the junkie.
Here's my bass. Oh, loser.
Hell yeah, who don't like loser? In the time of chimpanzees, there was a monkey. Butane in my veins and I'm out to quit the junkie with the plastic eyeballs and the spray paint vegetables. Dog food stalls with the beef bake cameos. Kill the headlights and put it in neutral. Stock car flaming with a loser at the cruise control. Babies in the arena with the vitamin D. Got a couple of couches sleeping on the love seat.
I have to tune down to D.
Or Fools on Parade.
I hear the funniest shit out of this guitar, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Where the hell is that coming from, man? Wow.
Come with it now. The microphone explodes, shattering the molds. Either drop the hits like De La or get the fuck off the commode with the stroll shot. Sure to make the body drop, dropping no copy, don't call it a co-op. Air range, quenching the thirst of the power downs. That five-sided fistagon. Rotten sore on the face of Mother Earth gets bigger. The trigger's cold, empty your purse. Rally on the family. With a pocket full of shells. They rally around the family. With a fucking shell. Weapons, not food, not homes, not shoes, not need. Just feed the war cannibal animal. I walk to the corner, to the rubble. There used to be the library. Line up to the mine cemetery. What we don't know keeps the contracts alive and moving. They don't gotta burn the books, they just remove them. While Arms House fills as quick as it sells. Rally around my family, pocket full of shells. Come with it now.
What it now?
Then I have to tune up on this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back in this with poetry, my flex.
Come with it now.
That's big, man. Not shoes, no need, just feed the war
Cannibal animal. Walk
In the corner
to
the
the
rubble
rubble.
that
There used to be the library. Line up to the mine cemetery.
now.
What we don't know keeps the contracts alive and moving. They don't gotta burn the books, they just remove them. Wow. He's out there. Sonny just riffing it. While Arms Warehouse fills quick as it sells. Rally around the family, pocket full of shells.
Shells. Rally around the family, pocket full of shells. Rally around the family, pocket full of shells.
Hold on, parade!
Come with it now.
Come with it now. Hold on, parade! Sonny done lost us all. What are you on, Sonny?
I don't know. I'm trying to follow the bass player. So I hear him going to like F and then F sharp. So I'm like, I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, man, that guy is a freaking beast.
Everybody's got to learn something.
We're doing freestyle.
What's the bass player again? Name? Tom.
Sounds like metal. It's like metal clanging.
Yeah, what got me into bass was watching Chili Peppers on Saturday Night Live. I was like, what the
Yeah,
hell is
right.
he doing to that bass guitar? He was doing this
I know.
solo. He was like,
I can never do that.
Yo, that's house.
I was like, what am I watching? You can do that on a bass?
Yeah, like you said, the Primus guy. Yeah, he's pretty.
When I saw Tommy the Cat, and that was the first group I saw. Well, it was Les Claypool and the Frog Brigade or something, but he was playing some Primus type song. So, yeah, that's what got me into Primus.
Have you seen the Lennon Claypool idiom or whatever they?
Yeah, the occult stuff with the NASA stuff.
They're strange, man. Like
It's a
what
weird stuff. He's been in weird bands. Yeah, Frog Brigade, the Purple Onion. He's been in a lot of his own projects. That new one's weird, yeah. What's that? Derry was a race car driver. I don't know if this bass works with tap very well. Let me try. The strings are pretty high. That's what I'm saying. Is it like that?
You can just play anywhere on the guitar. Two Discord strings, it'll work just fine.
Jerry,
know
the
the
race
solo
car
chord
driver,
on guitar.
he drives like a damn fast. Dude, Tony Hawk until like 8 in the morning. Time to go to school. Put the Tony Hawk down.
That's
What the
right.
hell?
Nope.
What in the world happened to you? Things have a brain.
Music happened.
In the simplest of things. Try to take a picture, even use my hands. I tried to explain, but you just don't understand. Hey, man, you're really losing it.
He does a lot of stuff like that, sort of, doesn't he? He's like,
Yeah,
weird,
it's
like-
great. It's that DMV song. That's weird.
I like that stuff because I like that sound on the guitar because it's really kind of bizarre, you know.
It's bizarre, yeah, and it's funny because the guitarist, he always thinks he's Van Halen when he's on stage, but he's like no one sounds like him. It's like these weird
I know
notes.
that's true. That's true. These weird notes.
He kind of plays like Monkey from Korn. Like Monkey in the Korn is like the back guy because there's 3 guitarists in Korn, right? And
Sometimes,
I think
well, 2 guitarists, they do dueling sounds, and then the bassist. But they always put a background riff in the real songs, but not live.
Oh,
Right, so-
These weird dual wielding guitars, yeah, doing those weird
track going.
demented metal
Yeah.
sounds.
Strange stuff, man.
Yeah, I play a lot of that too, all that Korn stuff.
They're like
Korn
have
is
7 strings tuned down to like C or something. So it's
I think it was
a
like a B or A. It was really low.
B. Yeah, they
Yeah.
might be tuned on B, right? Yeah.
No, it's
And
A.
if I tune my bass down, like it would just sound like clickety clacks.
A?
Like it'd be like,
I know. You have to have a separate
06,
guitar.
06, 06, 06, 06. Play that. Do you know that?
they probably did that, yeah.
06, 06, 06, 06, 666.
6
Play it,
half
you'll know what
steps
it is.
down.
I better turn mine off. It's 10 to
Wait,
1.
02, 03, 02, 03. Yeah, I remember them old Korn bass lines.
Then he'll have his normal bass riffs and stuff. And then clickety clack click. It's just fucking noise. He's just playing drums on the bass, which is fine.
Yeah, percussion bass. Why not?
It fits so well with the band. Yeah.
That's funny as hell. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Put the Tony Hawk down.
Put the Tony Hawk down.
Oh, put that game shit down. Wow.
Mom comes in. She's like, "Did you finish?
What
Did
are
you go
you
to?
doing?
Did you just wake up? Yeah. You never went to
Yeah,
bed.
exactly. Dude, when I got Metal Gear Solid, it's like the first time I had it, right? Dude, I didn't sleep for like 3 days. It was like, Metal, Metal Gear.
Espionage, you know? That was such a cool ass game. I don't work on Maggie's farm no more. No, I ain't gonna
Under the bridge, man.
Maggie's farm no more. Well, I wake up in the morning, fold my hands, and pray for rain. Got a head full of ideas that are driving me insane. It's a shame the way she makes me scrub the floor. Dude, that's my song right there. Fucking Zach.
I feel like a slave when I listen to that song. I listened to that song in the shower the other day.
Dude, man, I hear that song.
My Bob Dylan voice. Don't interrupt me.
I just want to break free when I hear that song. Let me break them chains.
Yeah, bro, that's a song saying fuck you to the system.
Exactly.
I ain't gonna work on Maggie's farm.
That's why I like that song Smash. Head over heels, I fit in before. Now I don't want to do it no more. I held it all in with blood on my face. Built it up, man, so bad you can taste. I don't slag no one, don't even judge. Don't give me shit, cause I'm not gonna budge. I just wanna be who I wanna be. Guess it's hard for others to see. I'm not a trendy ass, so I do what I want. I do what I feel like. I'm not a trendy ass, so I don't give a fuck if it's good enough for you. Cause I am alive. Smash is the way you feel all alone.
Fuck the
You never heard that? Like an outcast, you're out on your own. Smash is the way you deal with your life.
This is what freedom sounds like.
Like an outcast, you're smashing your stripe. Head over heels, I've been in before. Now I don't give a fuck anymore. I just wanna be who I wanna be. Guess that's hard for others to see. I'm not a trendy ass, so I do what I want. Do what I feel like. I'm not a trendy ass, so don't give a fuck if it's good enough for you. Cause I'm alive. I like some Offspring. They're not that heavy, but
Offspring's good. I like some songs.
They have a very unique sound. You know it's them when you hear a song.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't like Linkin Park for a long time. Now I'm listening to it and I'm like, damn,
right.
that's pretty good.
There's a lot of
when I go driving, I
a lot of
stay in
symbology
my
in there.
lane.
Yeah,
A lot of
exactly.
I think his dad was that, Podesta dude that he looks just like him.
Yeah.
And then you listen to the songs after thinking about that, and you're like, "Damn, he did go." I was like, "Why is he so emo?
Yeah.
What's he yelling about?" Now I'm like, "Oh,
Exactly.
yeah." And those songs are wow.
Like, damn, I should have paid attention more back then.
Yo, back then I was like, "Why is he so emo?" I don't listen to emo music, and it was.
Yeah.
I probably just hated things that were popular. Maybe that was it. But now I'm like, man, that's some good music. I'm kind of late. And I was playing bass at the time, and there's not much bass in there, so I was like, who wants to listen to that? But now I'm all watching the music videos. I'm like, oh man, look at all this symbology. Obviously, everyone on TV is a sellout usually. But good music. Can't play on this bass. This bass only has, what is it, 20 frets, I think. Yeah, my Ibanez has 24. I can hit those high notes.
I know you're playing some song, but I don't know what song it is.
You don't know this song?
I probably do.
It's from Mario Brothers 3.
Oh shit! No wonder I don't.
Never mind.
That mind that design grind all I know is the valuable thing. Watch Wi-Fi with a fingers.
Not as versatile on my acoustic.
Yeah, I can't hear myself,
Bro,
so I was like,
looking
oh,
at-
let me tune it real quick. There we go.
Bro, looking back at like like lyrics like on Rage, it actually has like so much more significance nowadays. It's like
Everything
freaking
does.
crazy.
Doesn't it?
Like yeah, like
Yeah.
this is like this song like for Maggie's Farm is like I'm reading it right now. It says like, well, I try my best to be just like I am, but everybody wants you to be just like them.
Yeah.
It's like, dang, like
To look back
ooh,
at System of a Down. That's crazy.
oh, yeah, System of a Down too, man. It's like there's a lot of fucking. The easiest song on bass is Sugar. I mean, other than AC/DC songs, because all AC/DC songs on bass is usually.
I know, right?
You get $1 million just by doing this shit.
Holy crap!
Are you ready? Oh yeah! But then Sugar from System of a Down goes. Sugar! Forever. I don't know how to do it on bass.
Reels.
Making shit up.
Ariel in the sky.
What's funny, the hardest technique on bass is usually not slap. Slap's like actually really easy. It's the disco double finger, like this stuff.
Oh yeah, that's tough.
I've been doing it for like a decade now, and I'm like, my hands get tired after I think 4 minutes of doing it. But before I could only do it for like 20 seconds, and then my hands were dead.
Bass solo. Okay.
Good.
Wow. That's kind of fun. That's pretty fun to play.
Yeah, drummer now.
I think that's how slap bass was invented. They lost their drummer, and the guy had to make up for it. I think his name was Larry Graham. He's like, I need to do something to make up for that drum set. And he started slapping and popping. Or Aeroplane from
So you guys.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a musical question, both of you? Do you guys know what James Brown means by the one? Give me the one. You guys know what that
James
is?
Brown. What it means?
Yeah.
Brown?
On the one, you know, that one beat. It's funk. It's a funk thing. I just wanted to ask. The bass player should know, you know.
I just watched that Get On Up movie too.
It's that loopiness. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, most James Brown I was learning was usually on guitar. I don't know much on bass.
Baby, please. Baby, please. Please me. Baby. That's hot.
That's it.
It's pain. Take pain from my heart.
Okay.
It means always drop the bass on the one. You know what I mean? To always do whatever you want, but just always give him back that one. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's pretty poppy though. It's a gem. That's it. Yeah. You do it every 8 bars. Usually every 4. I mean every 8 count.
Hey.
What's that background noise?
I don't know. I was trying to beatbox to the music.
Someone fell asleep with an audiobook on?
Wow.
Is that
What about I
Jordan?
just beatbox and
Oh
you
no,
guys follow me?
this is Hannibal Lecter in the background on TV.
Oh. How bizarre.
That's a bit staticky, man. Like, shh.
Yeah.
Whose sound is that?
I don't know. Is it Jordan?
Yeah, that's probably mine.
Jordan.
My bad.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Static, bro. Taking up all the bandwidth, man.
Gorillas feel good.
That's some lame
That's a
shit.
happy song.
It's kind of a weird little thing though. Like once you learn it, it's like pretty trippy.
Sounds like someone sightseeing.
Oh, Dr. One Up, what up, dude?
What's up, man?
What's your real name?
What?
Yeah, it was Dr. One Up, yeah.
Oh. What's on your birth certificate?
Yeah, when was the last time we talked? That was like, oh, that was last year.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Should make you know how they have a two-headed bass or a two-headed guitar, you know, two necked. They should have a bass and guitar so I can have it all right here.
Yeah.
I don't have to keep unplugging and plugging back in. Because when you play that kind of music right there, I want to jam with that on guitar.
My guitar's kind of buzzing. I have some electronics and it's starting to make some noise. So. Battery pack.
Yeah, that flea bass I got. They were selling it back then for like $350. They went up over $1,000 now, so I'm glad I got it. Flea stopped selling them because it had some electrical issue. But yeah, I got new pickups in here, and now it's worth a lot of money. I won't sell it though, but it's pretty cool. Got a pig right here.
F major 7. What a weird freaking key.
Beautiful.
I like it though. Then you can go.
Those birds are awesome.
I kind of like stuff like you can do major stuff, like major. Like that.
Breaking Bad.
Oh, that's weird.
Do you know any flamenco?
I know something like similar to it, yeah. So a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a weird one.
See.
Oh, man.
That's beautiful. Oh, the lewe.
I mean, okay. It's been a while.
Yes. Good morning, Get Big Get.
Oh, screwed up.
That's cool, man. Nice. See.
Cha. That's fun.
Órale.
You guys are the night crew. I'm not used to hearing you. I'm not usually up this late.
I usually never talk in here, so I'm always like, well, I come here at like super late. But I'm usually listening during the day while I'm at work.
Thank you, Geppy Get. Awesome.
Were you here when they were talking to that Charlie guy?
Yeah.
I was like on and off during the day while I was at work. I was like, it was like an hour later, 2 hours later, 3 hours later. I'm like, dang, he's still talking. And then I turned on ladies' night, and then he was still talking. I'm like, dang, this guy's here forever.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed pretty soon. It's really fun.
Yeah, me too.
Playing though.
Yeah, that was fun, man. We'll listen to Charlie later in the day, I guess.
I love this kind of scale. Like I figured out it's like a John Coltrane, who's a really famous jazz guitar player, jazz in like a wind instrument player, right? Like clarinet, saxophone, like really good. So I learned this one scale and I learned how to move it everywhere, and it's so cool because you can start with something like this. Let's see.
I wish you could show me somehow.
I know, like, okay, let's say you're in like B minor and you're going like. And then you have.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. Wish you could
Then
give me
what?
a song that I can find like
And
sheet
you can go
music
up a
or
half a
tab.
step. Then you can go up. Listen, you can go up with a minor, like a minor 7, like that, and then go up a half a step.
I wish you could just show me like visually. That'd be cool.
So you learn how to like intermingle the chords and the that pattern all the way
Yeah.
up and down, and it's like super duper fun. So you can do
Oh,
stuff
that's
like
cool.
and then you have. So I started
Wow.
doing like, it almost sounds like it sounds like big band to me, but it's like see how it sounds like that?
Yeah. That's cool. I gotta send you a video you can watch later. It's Victor Wooten. You heard of him, right?
Of who?
Victor Wooten.
It sounds familiar.
He's like a famous bass player. I don't know if you heard of him. He's up there with Claypool and Flea and all those other, like.
Oh yeah, I probably have. I like those.
Okay, I want to send you this one. It's just the way he teaches. It's like, whoa, he's amazing. Yeah, I'll send it to you. It's about off notes, how using off notes and making it work. You probably have the idea already, but it's the way he explains it. It's like, dude, that's awesome. So you can watch it. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
It's like embellishment. Yeah, you can hit these wrong notes. That's what I've discovered, because like I started thinking of it like as a warbling sound, where if I were like if I were doing my whammy bar on the acoustic and could do it, but I have to do it manually. So I started thinking you can make almost any mistake you want to make.
Yes.
You could just about go anywhere. If you think of it, as long as you stay in that structure, you could be out a half a step, because when you're going like this, you're out a half a step. Right? So I know I'm a little out of tune, but like you wouldn't think of going that half a step down and creating something. And you can do these little embellishments like on that, like
like, he said, he was explaining like it's the context of how you're doing it, and it's like the way you speak. It's like, whoa, the way he does it. I'll send it to you so you can watch it later. He's like, when you hit that wrong note on accident, hit it a couple more times, and then slowly bend it back to where it was, but then go back to it. And they get used to it, and they're like, oh, okay. Like, I first heard it from Jimi Hendrix had a quote on that. It's like, you never hit a wrong note on a guitar. If you hit that wrong note, you just slowly bend it to the right note. That's
why I do that, because like my Stratocaster, the fretboard is scalloped. I scalloped it myself.
Oh, for real? That's so cool.
So I have all these different bending options.
Scallop, that's awesome, man. been watching Paul Gilbert videos and stuff. I'm like, oh man, that's sick. I think he was playing on one because he was talking about Malmsteen, and then because he usually plays on one, right? A scalloped Fender or something. Yeah. But I was like watching some Paul Gilbert videos. He had one too, and he was playing on. I'm like, man, I don't know how that would feel playing on one. Does it feel the same or?
No, because if you press too hard, then you'll bend the string, so it does.
You'll bend the.
Yeah, if you push down too hard, so it makes it actually. Supposedly, it makes it easier because you have not as much surface, so it's easier to slide your fingers.
Whoa! Okay.
And it makes a really slinky feeling, like super slinky feeling. Yeah, it's a trip. This is my Yamaha acoustic. It's making a little rattling noise, so. See, stuff like that. Like it's like chromatic playing. I kinda like that. I started doing that sliding. Like it just sounds so good.
Hey, Sonny, you ever see those MIDI guitars?
Which ones?
A MIDI guitar?
Yes.
I do have one. It's one of those cheaper ones. They're not cheap though, but like
is that what like the Steinbecks were like that, right?
I got this weird one where it's like you can use it on a video game, but it has strings though at the bottom, but the fretboard they're not real strings. They're almost like string buttons, but you press down, you can play saxophone. Yeah, I should hook that up next time to show you. Like it's weird. It's
like the Guitar Hero thing, almost like. Right?
Almost, except it's a guitar though, so it's not just buttons, but they're you know what I'm talking about. Actually, I'll take a picture of it right now. There, it's on the right side. Next to my Ibanez.
Whoa, that's a trip, man.
Yeah, so you can turn off, so you don't have to pluck. You can turn the strings off at the bottom, and you can just press down, and it'll play the notes instantly.
Oh, I see.
So I don't have to I don't have to learn piano because I could just play this.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, you can hold a note, and you have the full orchestra playing. So it's like, oh yeah.
Wow. So
they're cheap too if you're interested.
You can just do movements in music because you have the whole orchestra behind it.
Yeah, you can put violins, cello. Yeah.
You could be like.
But there's better versions now. But this is I don't know how much I paid. I think it was like $100 or $80.
What is that song? That song, "The Charge of the Light Brigade." Dun, 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 dun. I don't even. I better stop. It's really late for me.
Yeah, we should pass out.
I feel like
I gotta
crap.
wake up in like 6 hours and move some wood because they chopped down some trees yesterday.
Well, at least you got something to do. That's good.
Yeah.
Not as young as I act.
Yeah, you guys were killing it, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My fingers are sore. It's good.
Y'all play some video games?
I don't know. I don't know. I used to. I'm like too old for that shit.
I usually watch stuff or play stuff, usually to find programming, just for fun. Then I can expose it.
Yeah, I
Get everyone online angry.
With the shows I watch, that's what I do. Like I started watching the old series and stuff. Like I started watching Under the Dome. Think about it. It's really a trip because they're talking about things like we talk about, in the series.
Yeah,
they're going like, well, is the dome here to help us? Like, can we get out of it? Like maybe there's a place in the center. Is there a place in the center we can go to?
They do that shit, man. That programming. And I was watching the show called Atypical, and it's all about this autistic kid. He was really intrigued of going to Antarctica, and they're acting like it's easy. Like, oh yeah, you could just go there. You could just go there. You just book a flight. You just go there. But it was like I watched 4 seasons of it. He's all hyping it up. Then he finds out he can't go with the school, like a program. So, but he's like, wait, I'll just go myself then. I'm like, since you were little, you've been learning about Antarctica. You don't know about the Antarctic Treaty?
Oh my god!
Oh, in the second last episode, they bring up that Antarctica is cold and flat. It's funny.
The only show that I'm into right now actually is have you guys seen Attack on Titan? It's
everyone talks about that. I have not watched that, but it's on my list.
Bro,
I think I did. I think I started watching it. I don't know if I finished.
Yeah, I had mentioned it the other day too. It's straight up like exactly what we just ponder about, like what flat Earth is.
Attack on Titan.
We're just yeah.
Is that the anime one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the anime
with the giant.
one.
Yeah, I started watching that. Yeah.
And the way to turn into Titans, it's like they have to get a vaccine,
I was
so
like,
trippy, man.
I call that. It's like, oh, it's another Bible anime, story.
Yeah, exactly. I go on like channels that promote that show, and I'm just there like, oh, this is such a cool flat Earth story, and like the comments I get is fucking hilarious.
Good job. That's what we need. I like that. You're planting the seeds. I do that too on a lot of programming. I just mention stuff and rabble.
Yeah.
Think about it by now. I think flat Earth is everywhere now, man. It's
pretty much.
Like everybody, most people are gonna know about it.
Yeah, in Sunny, someone came into my work. This new girl, she just asked someone because they were talking about ghosts or something, and then she brought, "Do you know about flat Earth?" And she's like, "Oh, I know someone." They asked me about it, and it's funny because I could take it different ways if they're going in there to get someone fire them or something. I always deter what that word is, and I start talking about biblical cosmology or Masonic cosmology. I never use the word flat Earth in real life, but I can seed people to that. Or if they already bring it up, I'm like, oh yeah, I know all about that. Yeah, good technique.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, wow, finally someone in real life where I didn't bring it up first, right?
Yeah, it's always fun when someone else brings it up,
Yeah.
Because if you bring it up yourself, it's like you're planting yourself for I mean, especially at the workplace,
Sure.
You don't want that. You don't want that type of attention. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. But
you get so many people like, I've seen the curve on an airplane. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I know, right? But right there, I'd be like, wait a minute, Neil deGrasse Tyson says
I do
you
that
can't.
too. It's like when people talk about, I know we can't talk about it in here, but the CDC stuff from the news, I bring up the CDC website and use it against itself. Just like we use Neil deGrasse Tyson all the time. It's hilarious.
Yeah, bro.
It's like you guys aren't paying attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too good. I mean, you can use any of them. We start talking about Newton, and then people are like, they just fall for it. You know, they think that's gravity, right? Newtonian.
Yeah.
It's great. I don't know. It's funny. It's a big
What,
chess game, and it's fun to play.
bro? It's like I feel it's easier than a chess game. You know, I feel like as if it's like they're like, what do you call those animals? Totally forgot. Those animals that they're like they look like gerbils or like hamsters or something, and like they run over or they go over like a cliff, and they're all too stupid to realize, and they just follow each other and they just die. Forgot what they're called, bro. Anyways, that's the way I see it. You know, like
Lemmings.
you just
Toby
let them
dog got it.
you just let them open their mouths and they just end up dying. You know, like killing themselves.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's more of a like why we keep coming in here. It's the psychological stuff we like to hear. Like, wow, how does this person not get it after all these points? How do they not get it? Yeah,
Especially after all these years. You know, like
that too.
dude,
Me,
and
it
they
took like
still
I already knew like the moon landing stuff was fake because I learned about Freemasonry first, and I found out the astronauts were Freemasons, and I was like, what? Yeah, and then
yeah.
I watched. I was like, let's watch this stupid flat Earth video, ODD TV, and not even the first minute, I already got it. I already like understood it. It's like,
It,
wait, what?
yeah, there are a lot of people, you know, that like suddenly get it, but like there's some that don't. But
That's what those are called,
but
globers for sure. Those are globers, yeah.
yeah, yeah,
That
but
they label
they come
themselves
to
that. So
yeah, they come to it. I believe I've heard like a few people on here, and like on other like let's say like YouTube channels and stuff. They say that you know that they were fighting against flat Earth. They would debate against it, and then their own side would make them look like make them realize how ridiculous it is. You know, and they'd wake up, you know, and now they're
yeah,
flat earthers, you know. But like for those that just can't see it, like
yeah.
it's amazing, bro. Like
Yeah. Mine was I was writing notes down for everything, and it was all blue pilled stuff. I was writing everything. I was like, I want to know what's on the moon. Like I was starting to write everything down about even the the psyop stuff, all the moon bases, the secret government stuff up there, or the dark side of the moon. I wrote everything down, but then I started writing down everything astronauts said, and nothing worked together. I'm like, either one of them is lying, or they're all lying, or and then you find out that it doesn't. No one's ever been there. And then you're like, okay,
kind of
this is all
you're
messed
like,
up.
oh, I get it. Okay, no one went.
Everyone's lying and making money. I get it now, because if you can't go any higher than 130 or 230,000 feet up, then you can make anything you want. You could just say it, and it's reality, because you can't. You're never gonna go there until you're dead.
Nah, yeah, man. I remember I was the first person that turned me onto conspiracy theories was like I don't know, like freaking 12 years ago. It was my brother-in-law. He pointed me to this conspiracy where they were um eh, they were gonna like like make a wall, you know, around the US and lock
Oh
people
shit!
in, you know, like they were gonna lock people in and that people should leave to the UK, something like that. And
What the
then
heck?
I'm like, what the fuck? Like he's like, yeah, there's I'm just seeing this, you know, but I don't really believe it. I'm like, okay, let me watch it, you know. And then I was like, what the heck? And then since then, bro, like I just kept on looking at other things, little by little, and then once, like probably like 6 years ago,
Yeah,
no, I'm sorry, a little bit more than that, like probably like 8 years ago, I started looking into
yeah.
conspiracy, like other like aliens and like like advanced technology and stuff
Were you
like
all
that,
into
like
that too? I was
government,
all into that
you,
too, man.
you know,
That was before all
and
this.
yeah, exactly. And then once this hit, I was like, whoa, it really flipped my whole damn freaking like world upside down. You know, I was like, what the heck? Like,
I had to talk
what?
to God for the first time. I
What?
had to look up in the sky and talk. And then he showed me a sign like immediately. And I said, what do I do? I looked to the side. There was a big giant trailer that said Genesis. I'm like, I think I need a Bible. It was like, what is happening?
Oh, that's crazy, man. Nah, when I looked at this, I was like, it makes sense, you know. It
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
it makes sense. All right, I'll keep looking at it, and then later on, it was like, whoa, it was very like, how do you say, like it was in view, you know, that like the whole idea of like flat Earth, like how they're lying and stuff. Like I was
Yeah.
like, whoa, like oh shit, okay, so that's one way that it could be true. And then I started getting
Yeah.
into like the science and the proofs and stuff, and I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah, yeah.
okay, there
That's
you
when you
go.
know
You
instead
know,
of just
it,
believe. Yeah.
exactly, yeah. That's that's when
My,
reality
mine
starts to
was
sink in.
I was into the ancient civilizations first because I watched this
Oh
documentary on
yeah,
Netflix like
that
a
too.
long time ago. I don't know when that was. It was called Pyramid Code, and they kept like I don't know. I got to the point where like, man, these ancients like were ahead of its time or something happened. Like, and then they kept referencing stuff about like the Bible, like the flood and stuff. I'm like, the flood.
They always do,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, they
Yeah, and then
always do.
people kind of bypass it, like, oh yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But it kept guiding me, like, oh, that's another thing. I haven't really looked at that thing yet. So, but I was like, okay, well, I'm intrigued now. But yeah, when I found out about flat Earth, and then from that ODD video, I was like, listening, and then he showed up like ancient cosmology. I was like, wait a minute, the ancients knew it was flat. Okay, I'm gonna look at this some more. Yeah,
I feel people like are more connected to like ancient civilization, like history. You get me?
yeah,
Like the like um I don't know how to explain it, but probably like the like I don't know, civilizations back then, like it
hmm,
intrigues some, like me, especially me, like it intrigues me, like whoa, like how did they live back then, you know, like what did they think,
yeah,
what did they do, stuff like that. And that really like coincides with me, like I really want to like know exactly what they did, you know.
yeah, yeah. I was
um
all into that too, like every little
yeah,
thing.
yeah. And then you find out that they were into like, they thought the earth was flat, you know, like that's how it presented itself, and that's how it presents itself right now, right? Like it's
Yeah.
leveled, flat, non-rotating. But yeah, bro. Yeah. Like, bro, I can still remember when I was like, dang, like imagine aliens come down and like, like we would have to fight and
Yeah,
survive. And
same
now
here.
it's like, okay, yeah, it's all fake, and I honestly don't believe in like, extraterrestrial, like space aliens.
Were you learning about the different aliens too? Like the freaking reptilians and
Oh,
the
yeah,
bluebirds
yeah,
and the
and the
avians or
freaking
whatever?
tall whites and stuff
Yeah, I
like
was learning
that.
about all of that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. Anunnaki, stuff like that,
Yep.
like honestly, I I got into that, what is that called? That new age type of thinking,
Sure. Yeah,
belief.
yeah, yeah,
Like
same here. I
I
did
looked
too.
I look I looked into that because of the quantum, oh, what is that called? Damn. The double slit experiment, and like they say that just by observing it, you can, observing light, you can manipulate it and blah blah blah. And
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, oh, okay, I'm gonna look into that. And then I started seeing like other, like, experiments and stuff like that, like,
Mhm.
so I started kind of believing it. I was like, whoa, like okay, maybe they do have something here, right? And then I kept looking into it, but once I found out that this flat earth thing like was like, around that, it totally blew that out of the water, like I didn't even look at it anymore. I
Yeah.
went straight to like, to what's that called, like scripture, I
Yeah.
went straight to scripture. It led me straight to scripture again, you know
Yeah.
so so I was just like, okay, yeah, everything what the new age is saying has been said before. And
Yeah.
if I am going to choose them or, what's been said before, I would choose what's been said before.
Yeah.
I'm not
And I
gonna
still can't
listen
believe when I was looking at
to that
New
kind of
Age,
stuff.
like I didn't know it was founded by 3 Freemasons. I was like,
Dude,
what?
yeah, man. And it's pretty much like Scientology, isn't it? Like it has like a lot
Oh,
of it.
it's like all the big weird sub-religions, they're all
Yeah,
connected the same way. And that's
right.
the first thing I figured out. It's like, what's up with this 72 number? It's like 72 fallen angels or 72
Oh,
you get
that's right.
celestial virgins or
Yeah.
whatever. Or 72 yeah, it was like versions in Islam. It was like the 72, 72. And I'm like, what is this shit? And it's
That's
and then I
true.
found out all these sub-religions are just repackaged. It's like that's kind of thing, and it connects with NASA too
Yeah.
as a religion because there's 72 space agencies, and I was like, what the heck?
Oh shit. Oh yeah. Dang. Honestly, I didn't really get into I didn't right now this is news to me. You know?
Yeah, and most people don't talk about that. I when I found that, I was like, wait a minute. Then I started researching all religions. I wanted to like learn all of it just to see what they learn. And then I was like, you know how someone could be in a religion their whole entire life? And I'm like, I learned like 30 different sub-religions and 4 occults, and I was like learning all this stuff. I'm like, damn, almost all this is the same, and they're by the same people, the same cults
Yeah.
or secret societies. Yeah.
Hmm.
That's what tripped
Yeah,
me out. I
it's
want to know. I
trippy,
was like,
bro.
then which religion's right? And then you find out it's really none, but they're good tools. Some of them. Yeah, they're good tools.
It's all mystery school. The whole thing is mystery school.
Yeah.
It is mystery battle.
Babylonian mystery
Confusion.
schools repackaged.
The confusion is the mystery confusion. That's exactly what it is, yeah.
Yeah. So all you need is
Yeah,
that
bro.
Bible and understand like what's going on. What's the
Yeah.
Well,
church?
remember, there will come a time where sound doctrine will not be found anywhere, and the law will be written on it. Do we not know what is right and what is right?
Yeah.
I mean, a person can know, hey, morally I shouldn't do this. And then that's the question, where do morals come from? And that is where atheists melt down.
Yeah.
Damn, that atheist religion is crazy.
I know, right?
I mean, just writing all the Jesuit, priests that made every little theory up. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah, right. They freaking come down on people who are religious, but yet, what they
Their
believe
religion.
comes from a religion. Like
Assumptions and theories. Yeah.
they don't even know it, bro. Like it's
And we
so
have to
funny.
teach it to them. That's the weirdest part about the server.
Yeah.
Teaching them their religion just to break it down.
Yeah, bro. It's a clown world.
A clown world. Yeah, when I unlocked, we both unlocked, all of us, we unlocked Clown World, and we're like, wait, what's happening now? You unlocked that too? Oh, I unlocked Clown World, man. I see it. Honk honk.
Huh?
It's just, like a lot of people can't even see it. A lot of people are even afraid to look into it. But the fact that everything we know is a lie. Everything has been constructed and orchestrated throughout ever since writing was given to man in Genesis. Back in Genesis 6:6, when the sons of Elohim came down onto the daughters of Adam and created the Giborim, the tyrants of old.
Have you read that book, Genesis 6 Conspiracy?
No.
That was a really good one if you want to look that up sometime.
What is it? What?
Genesis 6
Michael
Conspiracy.
Was it Heisler?
Oh, let's see. It's by Gary Wayne. It's a really good book. It's how secret societies and descendants of giants plan to enslave humankind. But it's interesting of the giants cover up. They talk about all that.
Yep. And then when you start talking about it, people look at you like you're growing horns out of your head or something.
While they're talking about dinosaurs and shit, and you're like, what? I can't wait to go to the dinosaur museum.
Those dinosaurs? You mean Bohemian? Even the Vikings.
I mean that large iguana they found back then, and they decided to call these things dinosaurs.
Yeah, iguanodon after iguana tooth. You know.
Remember that iguana? I think it was the iguanodon. The cartoon they show us. He has like thumbs, but they're spikes. I used to, when I was a kid, I thought that was cool.
Yeah, that's yeah.
It's like thumbs up, cool, man. Who made this shit? But I started when I was like looking at all the maps and stuff, like the flat Earth maps and just maps in general, even the globe ones, which are flat maps on a ball. But you started noticing all these land masses. If you connect them together, you guys probably saw the South America and Africa one, and it creates a perfect T-Rex head. Then I started noticing all these little states and cities. You can combine them, and it makes little dinosaurs.
Really?
Yeah, I'll post one in the chat if you guys haven't seen that shit yet. One second.
Right.
And then even Hawaii, it looks just like what's Ducky called from Land Before Time? What's that little dinosaur called?
Petrie? Duck-billed dinosaur?
Ducky?
Yeah,
whatever the hell it's called. Yeah. Sorry.
The duck-billed platypus or dinosaur or I mean the paradox of Duck.
Whatever fake thing that is.
Oh man, not to derail the convo, but
sure.
y'all have when y'all came to this topic, right? Flat Earth, like did y'all do you all remember the day, like, and like the teacher, or like how you felt when, or what you thought about when your teacher said back then the Earth was flat, like people thought it was flat, but Christopher Columbus figured out that it was a sphere.
While everyone hated Christopher Columbus. That's the funniest part.
I said, but it is flat. Everybody started laughing at me, so I started laughing too.
Really?
I mean, I remember kindergarten when they told us about the globe. I was like, what do you mean? Like, there's no, that's not right. And I had to go through kindergarten twice.
Oh, dang.
How the fuck do you flunk kindergarten? Maybe the programming didn't stick.
Saying the Earth is flat, huh?
Maybe the programming didn't work on me. And then, like, slowly but surely, I'm just like, I don't have any opinion either way because I haven't been there where the people that supposedly went up there said. So let's investigate those people that supposedly went up there. Okay, well, the organization comes from Germany, right? World War II Nazis, war criminals that were able to be paper clipped out of there and not have to be tried for war crimes. And then we have the Freemasons, right? The first two eggheads that went into space supposedly were both Freemasons. Yuri Gagarin and Buzz Aldrin. He was the one that landed on the moon. I mean, those are the two most famous Freemasons out of all of the space travel, right? The Masons in space and the two pillars and all that. It's all a duality, false dichotomy.
I like the when they it's like, yeah, these Masons went to space. They're like, yeah, so what? What's Masonic cosmology? They don't even believe in your heliocentric model. Yeah, they learn that it's flat. It's in all their books.
And they go, well, I'm a Mason and I don't know that. And I go, because you're not as high as I am.
Yeah, you have to learn it later on anyways.
And they're like, well, what do you mean? Are you a brother? And I go, I'm a brother of those that are in the brother of Christ, in the body of Christ. I don't talk to Masons anymore. But I've infiltrated
the government in heaven.
Infiltrated their cult. I was raised into a Freemasonic family. It's sickening. So I saw what was going on, and I know the shakes and the codes and the passwords, all that stuff.
Decode.
They kept saying, "Oh, what lodge? Dionysus."
I remember. I remember when they had mentioned it to my class, like the Earth is a sphere, like back in before 1500s, they thought it was flat. Ancient civilizations, and in my head it just kept. I remember this very, very how do you say, I don't know. It's like it's just stuck in my head, you know. I can remember it like as if it was yesterday. I kept asking myself like, why did they think it was flat? Like, why? And I kept asking that to myself, like, why,
Wow.
why?
They even said
Yeah.
that. Well, my teacher said, the Greeks even imagined that the sky was rotating, was moving, and that the stars were punched into the sky, and that's actually
Mm,
what would rotate around us, and the sun and the moon are inside of this little thing. And I'll go,
mm.
like a snow globe. So I've always pictured something like a huge colander or something for the firmament.
Hmm. Crazy. Yeah, bro. But I don't know, man. Childhood is crazy.
Especially if you have a very powerful imagination.
Yeah, that's true. Like back in like elementary school, that I remember, like that's when all these anime started coming out, you know, freaking Pokemon, Dragon Ball, freaking, that was my childhood, like all that stuff. It literally like kind of stopped me from asking the question, like, why did they think it's flat? You know,
Mine was
like,
He-Man, right? And that was
man,
steeped in global center in like global mentality, right? Like ball mentality. And Thundercats, right? Anybody remember
uh,
Thundercats?
Oh yeah.
yeah, heck
Yep.
yeah,
They would travel to different planets and all that. And it's just like what, and then
yeah,
like even the anime, like back in the day, like all the Voltron and stuff. It's just everywhere, everywhere.
yeah, Voltron too,
Cartoon Transformers.
Yeah, Transformers even.
Transformers.
Oh,
You
they're
guys watch
aliens,
Freaking,
Beast
but they're
Wars?
not.
freaking Beast Wars, yeah.
That one has a lot of like, the stuff we find in programming. All of it.
Oh yeah.
So
They love
Joshua,
showing that baller.
So if it's programming, that means they know when to go a certain way, so they better plan for that to go a certain way and to get the people to go with it a certain way on a certain timeline that they have drawn up that is written in the stars.
Yeah, like it's all planned. Like they have they have an agenda, It's all written.
You guys want to see that? I took pictures like when was this? This was back in 2019. I was taking pictures. I'll just post them in here.
Oh,
Check this
I
out.
saw
Look at this. The big giant head programming like the demiurge, right?
Yeah.
And this flat plane, and then he's looking right at It's all in like the first episode, I think. Yeah, I was going through all my childhood stuff. I even went back to Nicktoons, and all the Nicktoons had it too. The Cartoon Network. It's like, what the heck?
Dude.
Hey Arnold. Gerald was wearing a 33 shirt the whole time. Arnold's head is a freaking Illuminati eye. Like, Arnold's room is a flat Earth room with the dome over it, and then Gerald's room is has dinosaurs and the heliocentric model all over it. And then almost every cartoon on TV has the same exact thing in opposite rooms, like Tommy's room and then Chucky's room from Rugrats. Same thing. They do the same repeating programming.
Right.
While Chucky has Saturn on his T-shirt. See, it's like you can't escape it. It's on everything.
I feel like as if like the creators either knew or subliminally just, created those types of things, like I don't know, like subconsciously. There you go.
I know what you mean. There's
Subconsciously.
synchronicity. My friend did it. He's an animator. I told him, he's like, dude, did you not see your cartoon from back then? We watched it together. I'm like, what's that? What's that? He's like, well, I thought that was art style. I was like, no. And that's from, that's all Masonic. He's like, well, I didn't know. I was like, look at it, dude. Like, you just did all that. You didn't even know that you did it. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
So no,
Yes.
that is a thing. But I also
It
heard stories where a storyboard artist would add them, and no one knows like why they would add them. So there's people, that's what they, the networking, I guess.
I
They
mean,
don't know what it
I
means, but
mean,
they do it.
yeah, like we find it nowadays, like in
Oh yeah.
shows, we were just talking about shows earlier, like we
Yeah.
find things and like sometimes for me like when I see it, I'm just like it blows my mind, sometimes
Hmm.
like I just can't get over the fact that we find things in shows like nowadays still like or even back then that like has some type of relation to this topic, and
Hmm.
it just blows my mind, bro.
That
Like,
it's in everything. Like you can't. And when someone
yeah,
says, "Well, it's not in everything," I'm like, "Give me a show. Give me a music artist or a sellout. Give me one, and I'll find the flat Earth, and I find it in like a
like
minute. I can find it.
like like in Corn, coming undone,
Yeah,
like
did it. Yep.
yeah, and the sky is falling and all that stuff.
Yeah, the
Like, damn,
sky
like that
breaks
right
and it
there.
gets to the celestial realm at the white
Yup,
part of the matrix, and then that
yup,
breaks, and then yeah, it's like what?
yeah.
What's happening?
Exactly. Like I showed that to a friend, when this flat Earth started coming up, and I got into it. I'm like, look, and he's like, it's just a coincidence. I'm like, oh my goodness,
It's
you're
in
one of those.
everything. And you're not a
Oh man.
coincidence theorist. You're
Exactly.
There's another Corn song I was wondering if you've seen. It's a newer one.
Which one?
Can I post these in the chat? I think I can. They've been posting music.
I'm not sure.
Let me see. I actually like their newer album. I was like, oh, it's actually pretty good. They've been making crap for like a decade, so. Okay. Oh, this one, You'll Never Find Me. Yeah, check this one out when you have time. How do I share this? Oh, here it is. Yeah, this one. This one's interesting because it connects with like the Lost Book of Solomon and some other book. Yeah, I think it was just the Lost Book of Solomon. I'm trying to think what else. I always mix the books of demonology and all these other things I was reading. But yeah, it's like this guy's trying to keep like, so his soul transferring. So he's like basically summoning from space another capsule of another body, so he can just soul transfer into the next body. Because if they die, then they go to hell. So they have to keep soul
Right.
transferring, and it's like what space is in symbology. It's the dragon. I like bringing up programming because it makes it easier to remember. You've seen Dragon Ball GT? You ever watched that show?
Yeah.
The final dragon that Goku fights is Super
Oh,
Saiyan
that's
4.
right.
Shenron, I think. It's a dragon with stars in his belly, which that's what the serpent is, and those the Masonic drawings and stuff. They have a
Right.
snake biting its tail. I forgot, Ouroboros or something.
Ouroboros.
So it's and so they make a wish upon the dragon, which is space. Yeah, the celestial realm, but that's occult science, right? We can't prove that in here. But it's in their books. It's in the Lost Book of Solomon. But his demon, what was his demon's name? It was like Barak or something, right?
What?
I don't know if you read any of that stuff, but he explains about
No.
like how they ride on the firmament, the fallen or the demons and stuff. That's why you heard of the
No.
term surfing with the alien. I don't know if you heard any of that stuff, but
No, honestly, this is all new to me right now.
okay. Have you read any of the Apocrypha from the Bible? Yeah, it's a weird, like the Book of Enoch and all that.
Enoch. I mean, I've heard things, just can't remember everything, bro. Like I've seen videos and stuff, but I can't remember everything.
I'm not making any statements of like which Bibles are correct, but I was looking at that Ethiopian Orthodox Bible, the one with the 88 books, and then the Catholic Bible has 73. The King James has 66, and not the 1611. That one has more than 66. But the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible has 88 books, and I was like looking at all of them. I'm like, what is all this? I've never heard any of this. So that's when I started researching them. But anyways, I would always go back to the King James no matter what. That's just me though.
Yeah.
But I still wanted to know what these other books were, and or what's the Lost Book of Solomon, and but yeah, it was explaining like what craters are on the Earth, and it's when a demon loses its star power and falls back to Earth because they ride the firmament, and once they lose star power, they drop. And again, this is occult science. We can't prove any of it. The demon falls like a feather dropping from the sky, but then it lands, and that's where you see those craters on the ground. You never find an object. It's always just an empty crater, and no one knows what that is. It's because something happened in the spirit realm. Yeah, it's all interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. It kind of you know what? Like I think, well, I mean, this is just me, right? I think
Sure.
those craters are like part of like the flood that happened, you know? Like
That too, yeah.
I mean, it could possibly be
I mean, the only reason why I brought that
those
up is in that
demons
corn
or
video I just linked. That's why I was talking about it.
right.
But yeah, I know what
Okay.
you're talking about. Yeah, that would make sense too.
You know, like it
Dinosaurs.
could always mean what's up? Dinosaurs what?
I was gonna say dinosaurs are cool, but giant people are cooler.
Yeah, that's right. You know what's weird in programming in Hollywood? They always show pterodactyls and some dinosaurs in hell every time.
What?
Like if you guys seen the new Bill and Ted movie?
Oh nah.
No.
Or that played the Doom games? Yeah, they always have like pterodactyls in hell.
I've played Doom games. I don't remember hell. Like I mean,
the new ones. Did you play the new ones?
Oh, new ones? No, I
Hellcats.
played like the 98.
Oh yeah, it's not in those.
No, okay.
Yeah, it's in the newer ones. And they always like
Nah.
program it with oh, this is Mars. Why does Mars look like hell?
I've seen the movie Doom. That was a pretty good movie. I like that movie.
The which one? That corny
With the
one?
Rock. With the Rock.
Yeah, The Rock. I actually liked it when I was in theaters, but I noticed I didn't like the whole thing until the end. I was like, whoa, it's just like the video game.
And yeah, I remember thinking that too. I'm
There's
like,
a little bit more
man.
agendas. Yeah. With some agendas thrown in.
That's right.
Yeah.
I thought they only remake these movies and video games just to, throw agendas in there, right? Like,
Oh,
get
every
all
time, especially
excited.
Mario Brothers. You guys seen that?
Right.
They put the 9/11 shit. They put Trump in there, which was King Koopa.
Yeah. Yeah.
And King Koopa, that's based off of Trump, right? Which is connected with Rothschilds. And what's Rothschild's original name? It was Bauer. You just put an S, that's Bowser.
Bowser.
Yeah.
They do it on purpose.
Bowser.
And Bowser comes from like the lineage of reptile people.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Like the reptilian.
Crazy, bro. Like like dinosaurs, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's hilarious. But that 9/11 shit, that was weird. Yeah, that was, and there was also the flat Earth part near the end, where they show like this little thing in the center of this. They were still underground, but it looks like you gotta I don't know what you can type to find it, but it was just near the end, and the lady, the bad lady, she just gets zapped by the rock, I think. Right, and then she gets splattered against the wall, and then she just turned into like a skeleton. But it's just like a fallen angel getting trapped in the firmament, because I don't know if you heard of that. It's like the demon's final prison, but they just repeated that in that movie. She just smacked right into the wall and just stayed there. I was like, what the heck?
No, I never thought of that.
Did you watch that whole movie?
Yeah. I saw it all, but I never thought of that.
Yeah, watch it again, because the whole thing's full. And remember, the original script was really good, but when they changed it and gave it to the actors, the Mario and Luigi guy, I forgot the real names. They hated it when Hollywood got a hold of it and changed the whole script. It's because they put all that coding in there and ruined it. But they hated it so much they were drunk that whole set. I don't know if you knew about that.
Wait, Mario and Luigi?
Yeah, during that movie, what you can watch the new interviews. They said, yeah, they had to be drunk to make that movie. They were like, you know what? Let's just have fun. This is stupid. We already signed the contract, but they changed the script. They just were drunk that whole movie.
That's crazy.
Yeah, crazy movie. I'm actually looking it up right now. I wanted to find that that scene.
I'm trying to look it up too.
Yeah, what was it? 1993. That's it.
Yeah. Did they ever come up with another movie? Nah, huh?
So the original people, they actually created a manga, like a legit one based off the real script. So that's actually real. And they did have a part 2 ready, because we're at the end. There was like a Daisy, and she was ready to kick some butt or something.
Yeah.
it actually continued. There's actually a manga that was created for it, like a comic book, but it's digital.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta find that. Let's see. But yeah, you can find whatever the actor's name that does Luigi. He talks about like the behind the scenes, and it's hilarious. He's like, "Fuck it, let's just do it. Let's just get drunk and make the movie." So when you watch the movie again, knowing they're drunk, like look at them, you can tell they're drunk. Let's see.
Hey, yeah, Bowser in that movie really looks like a lot like Trump, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Or a Biff from Back to the Future, or that shit.
Yeah.
And he looked just like Trump too. And
Yeah.
he had a Trump tower and all that. And who was the first what was it again? Oh, sorry, I forgot the guy's name. Who's Aram Abiff? Do you remember who that is? Hiram? Oh, here it is. Hiram. I don't know how to say his name. Abiff. Let's see. He was the candidate during the third degree in Freemasonry. I'm trying to remember what he did in Freemasonry. Or he was the he was the architect for King Solomon's temple. See how it all connects? But anyways, yeah, his Biff in Back to the Future. It's like a Biff. It's like almost spelled the same without the A. They do all that shit on purpose. It's so fucking weird. There you go. Bam. I'm talking about some Biff and Trump.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
Back to the Future. Yeah, this you've probably seen this. They just replaced Biff with Trump.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. I think.
And if you play the new Mario game, Mario 3D World, it's like the same shit.
Really?
3D. Yeah.
I feel like, well, like I told you before, right? Like,
yeah,
I feel like either these guys are, giving it to us, like the information subliminally, or if they have no idea, it's subconsciously that they're putting it in the movies,
Yeah, I think it's both. I'm pretty sure it's both.
Yeah. Nowadays, yeah.
Even let's say like they swore an oath not to say anything about it, but they can express it through art. Might be another one. Because it comes to like a lot of people blame other people. A lot of people blame Freemasonry or blame Jesuits. But blaming that's actually part of it too. They want you to blame someone, but it always goes back to Lucifer. So you shouldn't blame man. That's the biggest trick. And a lot of people blame me. Oh, these Freemasons. It's like most Freemasons don't even know what they're doing. And most of the ones that reach the 33rd degree, most of them they know they're stuck and they can't talk about it. But they wanted that knowledge. That goat Lucy knowledge. Yeah.
When you came to this topic, bro, did you ever think about, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you did, or everyone did, think about like what's like past the 60th parallel, towards Antarctica?
I did for a while, and I looked at that Buddhist map, and it was just all speculation and all that, right? It could be just the ice shelf, and then it reaches the firmament. But mostly, I think what's really intriguing to me now, other than that, because the first time I was into it, that's all I cared about, what was beyond Antarctica, especially reading all the Admiral Byrd stuff. But I feel like a lot of the stuff is a psyop for what's actually at the North Pole, and what's actually in the underworld. That's where I'm at.
Oh, you mean like that Admiral Byrd encounter with like some, I don't know, with some like advanced
Yeah, there's
beings.
that. There's this in quote secret diary or whatever. But there's also old documentaries you can watch on YouTube about Admiral Byrd, and they talk about more land and it gets warmer down there, and you're like, wait, why are these in old documentaries on YouTube? Yeah, they're like old
Really?
ones. Yeah, just start looking up Admiral Byrd documentaries.
Yeah.
They look like official, American type stuff, and it's like right after all that. What happened? I don't know the order again, but it's like he dies, Antarctica treaties formed, NASA's created, we're on a ball.
Right.
The end.
Right.
Masonic
Right.
television starts, everyone's brainwashed. MTV.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, right. It's like as if they like said, okay, you're all gonna be hypnotized and just stay put. It's all been taken care of.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Like when I came to this topic, flat Earth, probably like 6 months, a good 6 months that I was looking into this, and I kept going back to like to see what they would say about the heliocentric model. And I mean, I knew everything, but I just kept going back to it to reaffirm of what they say, in contrast to what flat Earth was saying.
Sure.
And well, I kept thinking like, okay, so what the heck is past Antarctica? Like what's past that crowd? If there isn't an edge, what's past it? So there was a time, bro, where like I guess reality kind of like sunk into me, because like there was a time where I just thought like it doesn't matter how famous or how rich or or how I don't know, like your status in this life is, like we're not going anywhere. We're stuck here. Well, I mean physically, physically we're stuck here.
Physically,
And
yeah.
yeah, and then like like probably like a day, 2 days later, I'm going through some videos at night, right? Like around this time, and I start knocking out, and then all of a sudden, bro, like I just I I don't know why, but this is gonna be probably gonna sound kind of weird, but like I saw ice, right? Like kind of like what they show what Antarctica is, right? Like a bunch of snow, and then something said it's only 10,000 miles, and I was just like, and I woke up, I was like, what the fuck, 10,000 miles? And I went back to sleep. I didn't think much of it, right? But like the next day, I kept like like saying like, why the hell did I have that? Why the hell did I have that? And then I come on like this server, or no, not this server, but like like I guess like other channels of flat earthers, and they're talking about what supposedly is out there. They're just speculating, and like there's a lot of videos coming up about Antarctica. I'm like, why the hell are there a lot of videos about Antarctica like on my phone? I'm like, what the heck? Like, and then that's when I remembered. I'm like, oh shit, like 10,000 miles. I'm like, what the hell? What is that? That's trippy. But I didn't really pay attention to it until like probably like a few days ago. That's why I'm asking right now if you ever like started looking into like Antarctica, like what's past that.
Yeah. That's really what got me into all that too. I really want to know what's beyond Antarctica. But it's funny you said that about the dream, because I started having those too when I first started waking up to everything. I had a dream. It is gonna be weird. Did you watch Tiny Toons back then?
When I was a kid, yeah.
Yeah. So like I don't know the names of these characters. It's that one little weird thing with the little umbrella on his head. You remember that fool?
Oh, it's like the baby dodo.
Yeah, him, and then like another character. Anyways, they were in a cart, and I'm watching this cartoon in my dream. Like that's all I see is the cartoon, right? And before this, I was actually researching this, like who are these people back then in this secret society? I can't figure it out. They all have these weird things happen to their eyes. Like couldn't figure it out. Then I had a dream about those things I was just saying, like, and then they drove by and they looked at me, like first person view of them looking at me, and then they both said Oculus Eye, and then I woke up. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I look at my phone. I'm like, what? Start typing it in my notepad, and I was like, Oculus Eye. That's weird. And then I go back to sleep, and then I wake up. I'm like, well, did I have a dream or something? And I looked at my phone. Oh yeah, I did write that down. So I started typing it in. I'm like, I typed, I don't know, secret society. And then, yeah, there's a secret society of Oculus enlightened pioneers or something. And I was like, what? That was weird. It gave it to me. And then it happened again the next day. I was trying to figure out what this certain thing meant in Freemasonry, some like beehive symbology. And then it just showed up again like that. Like it just, things were just given to me. And I'm like, what? Or someone talks about something that I was just thinking about, or synchronicities with my roommate. Like, I don't know. I just bring something up and like, oh yeah, that is the day. Actually, that's today. It's been 10 years exactly. I'm like, wait, I just brought that up randomly. How's it exactly today? Weird shit.
Yeah, man. Dreams are weird, bro. Like, I remember probably like a few days after I had that dream. I think, no, I'm sorry. Like probably like a couple of months, honestly, because that's when I started hearing about Benjamin, Owen Benjamin.
Yeah.
He started coming out saying like, oh, the Earth is not flat. He didn't want to believe it at first, and then he came to the realization that it's flat. And then he said, oh, I'm watch. He said, I know there's something going on in Antarctica, but I can't prove it, of course. But I've been having some dreams, and that's when it hit me again. I'm like, what the hell? Like, is everyone gonna have dreams, like trippy ass dreams about Antarctica or something?
Yeah, something to do with what they're trying to find. Yeah,
bro.
It's weird shit. I don't know, man. I had so many. I had to start making a dream journal, basically a notepad on my phone where I just write my dreams. I'm like, what's happening?
Oh,
then I started learning about dreams, but everyone has their own interpretation. I think it's because I heard this before, and I started looking into more of it, like testimonials, that it's like a spiritual representation of yourself, your consciousness, and your subconscious, and they're randomized, but God can control it, or Lucifer can take control. That's how you can have like nightmares, but God will let it happen, because it's in your dream. And then you have to, every time you have a dream, you are supposed to decode it. There's reasons why you had that dream.
Right. Yeah, of course. I remember I started getting into before Flat Earth. I would lucid dream. I would have lucid dreams, and I would be able to, just be like, okay, I want to have a lucid dream right now, and I'd knock out, and I would have a lucid dream. But for me to be like you said, right? Like just have like a random nightmare or something like that, or like because God allows it or not.
Sure.
I'm not really sure, bro, because it is true that what you said, that your conscious and your subconscious are like connected, in your dreams, like it's like a representation of you, but I don't know. I didn't really get too much deep into that. When I was smaller, I could already kind of lucid dream a little, but like
I had a couple of those too. I know what you mean.
Yeah, and then like later on, like I just said, oh, I could just fall asleep and be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna lucid dream right now. But it's trippy because when I'm in my dream and I'm about to have a lucid dream, like I realize something's, like, let's say I look at my hand, I look away, and I look at my hand again, and my hand changes. Like that's a sign, that I'm dreaming. So I'm like, oh, I'm dreaming. And every time I realize that, right? Every time I realize that, like I feel this vibration, like do 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 do. And
Yeah.
then once that vibration is done, like there, like I can walk around, like I'm looking, I'm like doing flips, I'm trying to fly, I'm running fast, I'm
Yeah.
like probably like 10 years ago, I was actually trying to like um lucid dream because back then I used to go to dance competitions. I used to be a break dancer. Like I used to break dance like 10 years ago. I stopped then though, but I can't really do it anymore. But anyways, um like in my lucid dreaming, I would practice dancing, you know? Like that's how deep I got into that. you
Damn,
know?
no way.
Yeah,
You're in
yeah, bro.
dreamland doing some breakdancing?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's how
Wow.
deep I got into that. Yeah. And um where was I going? Where was I going? Anyways, turns out that like I I figured out a way how to, but it's been a while now that I haven't done it, and there's a reason why. Because um like probably like after a few try, like not few tries, but like a lot of tries actually, like I started to realize that like something was pulling me into my dreams. It's a weird feeling.
Mhm.
In my dreams, I remember I was lucid dreaming, and then all of a sudden, like I just felt something like pulling me. Like it was a weird feeling, and and when I realized that I was being pulled, like that's when I thought of God. I was like, oh shit,
Yeah.
because I couldn't wake up. You know, like right there, I was like, oh damn, like, what's gonna happen? And that's when I said, like, like, oh, like, I just called out to God, like, oh, like, help me out, and then that's when the pulling stopped, you know, and then
Wow, that's
like,
great. Wow.
yeah, yeah, bro, like the pulling stopped, and then like I tried waking up, I couldn't wake up, and then something else happened, and then I woke up. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's time to stop doing that. Like I kind of
Yeah, I was gonna tell you, I
lost
was like,
my
no one should be lucid dreaming. I did a lot of that back then too, but then I
yeah,
started cross-examining testimonials, what people go through, and that yeah,
exactly.
we're not supposed to be doing that or astral traveling or all these other things. And I'm like,
Oh, bro,
wow, I did.
that astral, I had an involuntarily astral projection.
Did you have an
Um,
out of body? Yeah.
experience. Yeah, bro,
Yeah.
I doubt
because
it.
be, okay.
Oh
Um,
no, that happened
well,
to my roommate
I
after we
I
we
got
uh
I
exercised a something that was in my wife, and the very night it happened to my roommate who didn't believe in any of that shit. He was like, I was staring at my body in my bed, and then it was like a couple seconds later he woke up and he didn't believe in any of that shit. Now he's all like, "What the hell was that?" It's like, oh, maybe we did something on accident. I don't know.
I like the reason why I said I had
Yeah,
like an involuntary astral projection was because
sure.
some fake friends, right?
Yeah.
They freaking roofied my drink with hallucinogens. So,
What the
uh,
heck? What kind of friends is
it,
that?
fake friends, bro, fake friends.
Fake friends.
So, yeah, exactly. And so,
What the fuck?
so
I'd be
yeah,
so
bro.
pissed.
So, hell yeah, man. I was pissed. Hell yeah, bro. Like, well, I'll tell you what happened later, but like, after like, I felt like the effects, like I came home out like that when I got home, I felt the effects, and
Yeah.
it only had been like probably like 5-10 minutes since I drank um whatever I was drinking, and I fell asleep, and those things started kicking in my sleep, so I felt like the force again. Remember I told you that like
Yeah,
something was
yeah, yeah.
pulling me? I felt that thing again. I had a dream. I was driving my car, and my car was driving itself, and I felt that same force. Like, I was like, what the heck's going on? And I woke up, and the weirdest part, bro, it was that it was morning. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, right? I was paralyzed. I look at my door, right? This was like 10 years ago again, like probably like 9. And I guess like my roommate was getting ready for work or whatever, you know, but my door was opened and I was trying to scream, but I couldn't, you know, I was
no.
paralyzed. Yeah, bro. And then my roommate, to make things worse, he closes my door, bro. And I'm like, no. In my mind, I'm like, no, please, no. You know, I couldn't move. And then I felt this vibration inside my head. Like it was a vibrate, like it was kind of like a static.
I know what you
Um,
mean. Yeah.
kind okay, that like it just started vibrating more and more and more and more, and then I couldn't take it anymore. So like I don't know what I did, but when I realized I was looking I was looking down at my body, you know, and I was
Yeah.
asleep. I was
Yeah.
asleep. I was like, what the heck? And I look outside, I look around, and like everything seems like crystallized. You know, everything just seems so damn crystallized.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I can't handle this right now. Like, you know, I can't do this. You know, and then
Yeah.
again I call out to God, you know, and then I slowly but like weirdly start going into my body again, you know, like and then I call out, you know, like Yeshua's name and stuff, and like um and, and all of a sudden I'm back in. I get up, bro, and I'm cold, like as if I was dead, you know, I'm cold as
What
hell.
the heck?
Yeah, man, like I'm cold. I'm like, what the heck is going on? So I get up, you know, I still feel like that weird force thing. I'm like, whoa, 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 this isn't normal. So I get out, you know, and it's summer, in the middle of summer, and I see my friend outside still, and I'm like, why haven't you gone to work? He's like, oh, I came back for something. What's up? And we shake hands. He's like, what the hell? You're cold as hell, man. And I'm like, oh yeah, bro, I just took a shower, like cold shower. You know, I'm going out. I'm going to my car. You know, I'm trying to think like what's going on with me. Should I go to the hospital? You know, because I did take, you know, stupid hallucinogens that, you know, my stupid fake friends
Dang.
roofing me
Yeah.
with. Yeah. So I go to the hospital. They tell me everything is fine. Don't worry. You know, they didn't. Honestly, bro, they didn't find anything in me. I don't know why. Like maybe they might have used probably, I don't know, DMT. You know, not really sure what they used,
Or
but
God
they
cleaned it
didn't
for you,
find.
man.
Bro, like I have, I'm guessing, you know, but honestly, I don't know what the hell it was like, but I know they did because one of my other friends heard from them that, you know, that they did that, and basically I ended up beating the shit out of them, you know, but
Yeah.
other than that, like, yeah, bro, that's not cool. Like, I would never do that. And but anyways, yeah, bro, that's like one of my experiences that
That's a
it
trip because that was like one of
it
mine almost. It was last year. That's when I like knew, you know, it's like I already knew Jesus, but like why so I don't know, it was like during the 3 o'clock witching hour or whatever. I could not sleep and I was just like full of anger. I never get mad. So I was like really mad at every little sound, every little thing. And it was really bothering me. I had to like, I told my wife, I can't be in here. And I was just, it was really annoying. We have some animals too, and some of them were making noises. Like I have a little bunny, I have a dog, I have a cat, and it's just, I don't know, just every little noise was pissing me off. And I just took all my stuff and went downstairs, and I was just laying there, and I've never slept really downstairs much. You know, I've done it when I first moved in, but that was it. But I was like sleeping on the couch, and I started hearing these weird noise. I heard this Jabba the Hutt sounding motherfucker. Like he was just like, "Ita bonita konnichiwa." Here I got voice changes. He was like, "Ita bonita," and I was like, "What the hell is that?" And it just kept getting louder and louder. And I was like, I was sure. I stood up on the couch, and I was like, "What is that?" And it was getting louder and louder. And I don't know. I was horrified just how it felt. And suddenly I was not in my body anymore. And I was like out of it. And I was like, oh no, what is like I was so scared. And I just kept calling for Yeshua. And that's what I called him a lot back then. I just say Jesus Christ now, but back then I kept calling that name, kept calling him, and I just felt this horrible big presence around me. Like it's this other realm. It's like I couldn't see it, but it was all feeling. It was horrible. It was almost like when I had sleep paralysis. I've only had that like twice in my life, so I understand what the hell that is. I hate it.
Yeah.
And it was like that, but tenfold. It was this scary thing while it's happening, while you're paralyzed and you can't move, and you're not even in your body, but you're out of your body's there on the couch. But I that noise was, I still hear it, and it's just like, what is that? But when I called for Yeshua, he came and just took it away, and I felt that Holy Spirit. That's that feeling. I couldn't. It was amazing. Like that, it was that pure love. I never had anything like that before, and it just took whatever that was, and it was gone. And I got back up, and I was like back in my body. I was just like looking around, and I was like, I kept thinking God. I kept thinking Him, and then I was like, I'm gonna go back upstairs, never sleeping down here again, even if it's gone. But that's when I knew.
You didn't feel cold after?
I had a cold sweat. I don't know if I was cold though. Like you were saying, that sounded really bad.
Yeah, bro. It felt bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, mine was forced. Well, not forced, but
that's weird. Yeah, that they did that to you.
Yeah, bro. I never fucking talked to him again. Fuck them.
Yeah.
I beat the shit out of him first, and then I fucking didn't stop. I didn't talk to him again. Screw that, man.
Yeah. Fake friends. Yeah, I lost a lot of friends waking up to a lot of this stuff, years ago. But yeah. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, bro. About like losing like friends and especially family, like to this topic, like flat Earth. It's just funny how
any
things
red pill conversation, just losing people, any conversation about truth.
Yeah.
Especially flat Earth.
Yeah, bro. This I think flat Earth is like the line, where they say, no, this guy's crazy, or yeah, I'm gonna listen to him,
Yeah, but I know how to go around it now without, again, saying flat Earth. And it's funny, these same people say the word plane of existence over and over and over again, but they still think they're on a ball. It's so weird, and they observe that it's flat, but it's not flat. It's a ball.
Yeah, and
they don't even like listen to themselves.
Yeah, they don't. Like I have smart, like very smart friends, bro. Like they when they talk, and I hear them now, I'm like, what are you talking about? When they're trying to talk like like science or
ego
like,
trip, man.
Yeah, like I'm just like, what? Like, no, dude. Like, you're wrong. Like you're wrong, and they get mad, but like, of course, I don't tell them like directly, like, you're wrong, dude. Like, nah, like I try to tell them little by little, right? Like, go step by step, but in the end, it's like they just don't want to hear it,
Yeah, they don't. But I figured out how to talk to anyone about any topic by playing that chess game, like finding out what they're intrigued by, what they're interested by. Then you can start going down if they bring something up, without saying any trigger words, which are the controlled opposition words, or whatever they're called. These just trigger words.
Yeah.
You can't say that. Oh, you're one of those people. I speak without labels. If someone can do that, then I have respect for them. If they use labels like all the time, I'm like, I can't talk to you. Are you a Republican or Democrat? It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, bro, and especially now, right?
Especially now, labels.
Yeah, and
I'm not participating in any of those labels. Hey, Callum, I'm reading your stuff. I forgot to respond to you.
Oh, you're looking at the chat?
Yeah, but yeah, that's what I mainly do now. I've listened to so many like testimonials from people who who visited heaven, and these are people around the whole world, like everywhere you can think of, and it's translated to English. And I just like listen and I cross-examine them, and it's interesting when they reach the same thing, like or they see the same thing in heaven or see the same thing in hell. And that's what I start writing down. I write their names and just making sure it's like, okay, you saw this. Wow, this guy over here said the same thing. Oh, this person over here said the same thing. That really intrigues me. So yeah, usually hell or the spirit realm or the abode of the dead, I think, which is the spirit realm, and heaven. Yeah, it's really intriguing to me. Oh, let's see. It says, quick question about dreams. I keep having the same nightmare where people jump from the shadows. It keeps going and going. The meaning I do not know. I have no idea, man. Like you might have to figure that one out.
I remember I had a dream like that. It was kind of trippy. I was driving. I parked. I went into a building, and then the lights turned off. I opened up the door. A door, freaking light came out. Right, so there's like the light that just comes out of the door, and like on the like light comes into the hallway from the door, and there's light on the shadows on the right and shadows on the left. I was in between the light and the shadows, right? And I looked to my left, I didn't see anyone. I looked to my right, I just see like a bunch of people looking at me, and I didn't really think about much about it, right? And I just turned around, and then something hit me like, who the hell are they? And I turn around, I turn around, and they're gone. I'm just like, what the heck?
I don't know.
So, and then I forgot what else, but I don't know about people jumping out of shadows and stuff like that. I don't know what that means.
My roommate just had like more paranormal stuff like a couple days ago.
Wait a minute, neither one of y'all know what that means. Okay, guys,
what was that?
Help me out. Both of you guys know how to lucid dream, right?
No, and I did that on accident when I was like little. I don't know how to do it.
So to the person having trouble with their dreams, they need to learn how to trigger a lucid dream and take control of their dreams and make them happy, because you can fly.
I was saying like you shouldn't lucid dream at all. That's what we were talking about before. You should not lucid dream.
I disagree. Take your dreams back, whoever's having the shadow creature come out. When that happens, you know you're dreaming, and at that point you can levitate and fly.
Yeah.
Well,
just cross-examining testimonials. I don't recommend it, but you can try, I guess. Let me know what happens.
I'm not. So I could. I think I still can. I just wouldn't want to anymore.
Make it like a video game.
Like I don't know. It's not good or bad for me. I just
sure
don't do it anymore.
Yeah, I listen to these ex-occultists and stuff, and when they're saved by Jesus, and then when Jesus tells them like don't practice any of these occultic things, that's where I'm like, wow, and I hear that over and over and over.
Yeah, again, because only the occult dreams, right?
That were saved. What was that?
Only the occult dreams, right? Because the occult, they're the ones that invented dreams. I mean, come on, bro. The dreams came from the creator. The dreams aren't bad. Came from the creator. Like, it's a gift.
You can take over dreamland if you want.
Yeah.
Usually when you're in trouble, you should be calling on God, not thinking that you can take over. But you can if you want, but should always call on. From my point of view, you should call on Jesus no matter what, because you should be doing like what you should be doing in real life. Call on God. But if you think you can fight yourself, then go ahead.
You can lucid dream and call on God.
There you go. There you go. Lucid dream and call on God. Yeah. Like, I know I'm not dreaming, but this is a dream, so I know it's a dream. God save me. Try it out. I don't know. Let me get your testimonial when you're done with that.
He says he's not a believer in Jesus.
I mean, the creator, if you don't believe in anything, then I guess you'll have to, find out yourself.
Oh, I'm a
do what Hank said.
Guys.
Do what Hank said.
What?
If you don't believe
Yeah,
in
I'm a believer, but I realized that you were talking about the guy in the chat.
Oh yeah, Callum, yeah.
Yeah, Callum.
Yeah, you don't believe in a creator, Callum, or anything like that? Or a higher being or anything?
Nah.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. To each his own.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We're all there.
I believe in a very sharp knife or machete.
Yeah, so when you dream, make sure to pull that knife out. What was that?
Just have it next to your bed,
Oh,
Get a machete. Get it ready.
Sharpening my yard.
Pull out that rocket launcher in your dream.
Get out and do some
Bro,
lawn work tomorrow.
I remember the lucid dreams though. It was pretty cool, bro. Like, there was a lucid dream where, I guess in my lucid dreaming, I can't really control it, even though I'm lucid. Like,
that's what I was just about to say too. I feel because I wanted to do something and I couldn't do it. I knew it was a dream. It's like, okay, well, I'm falling. I'm just gonna do this and fly, and I couldn't. And then I woke up before I almost hit the ground.
Yeah, like
I was just watching something.
Every time I would try to, like control my dream, I would wake up. And then I realized, like, if you just let your dream continue, like, you start doing the things that you want. Like that's how I realized that I'm like, oh, okay, I can. This is how you lucid dream, For me, there was this one time where I was just walking in like the field, and I realized I was dreaming. The vibrating started, and then it ended, and then I couldn't control my dream, but I just let it happen, and I started flying into the clouds. It was like very stormy, I guess, like with lightning and stuff, and I was going through the clouds, bro. I felt like the wind in my face and how cold it was, and I got to the top, above the clouds, and it was just like a flat freaking horizon, like with white clouds, and the sun beaming on top, like towards me, and at this time I didn't even know like about flat earth. This was probably like 2010 2012, and then like I started just going back down, like it was kind of like a ride for me, and I went back down, but I knew if I were to like be like, oh, I want to go over there or do something over here, like I would wake up, like that's my experience with lucid dreaming. Yeah.
I was just watching something about the Montauk Project, Stranger Things, and they explained that. Yeah, they explained the helmet they wore as it was like dreaming, like what you guys were talking about, but it's like you're in a dream, but you can't really control anything. It's like you're just watching it.
Yeah, like you just let it. Yeah, you just let it unfold, I guess. Like it's something that well, I couldn't control it because I would hear other testimonials, where people would be like I can control this or I can do whatever. I'm like, nah, I'd wake up like real quick.
Yeah.
I was in a dream. I knew I was in a dream, and I knew that if I just kissed this girl that I really liked in the dream, that it would be okay because it was just a dream, right? But then I ended up not doing it, and I woke up like, stupid, you were in a dream.
Like, yeah, I've done that so many times. It was a dream. It was a dream.
I can't do it in the real world, and I can't do it in a dream. What's wrong with you, man? You know what I mean? You're just
It's
thinking
spiritual
yourself like,
representation of yourself. That's funny.
yeah, you're like, maybe that's just the way. You can't break the law in your dreams, man. Just because you know you're in a dream doesn't mean you can just throw yourself onto any chick you want, man. Yeah, I always go through that in my dreams when I wake up. Like, you know, you could have. It's like, yeah, but you didn't. So move on.
You know what's trippy? Like I've heard like I guess like psychologists and people who like study dreams and stuff. Like they say that every dream, any person or any face that you see in a dream, you've seen them in the real world. You know, like whether it's like let's say you enter in a restaurant. You know, you enter in a restaurant, like you see subconsciously, right? Your subconscious picks up everything, but your conscious, you won't remember them, right? But once you go to sleep, your subconscious throws all that information to your consciousness in your dream. So you're seeing faces that you've seen before, you just didn't realize.
I think something's happening where the brain is organizing like stuff it doesn't need to remember, you know, immediately versus priorities, you know, and somehow dreams, you know, start appearing as it's doing its thing.
So randomized.
Yeah.
Because everything's recorded in the
can say that.
stars. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have
you can
our
say that.
and then we have our what would you call it? Macrocosm.
Yeah.
And then it connects with the macrocosmos. I don't know if you guys know much about that. The 7 layers of your aura or whatever, and then it connects with the 7 layers of the firmaments or the heavens. You guys ever look into that?
Sort of. I mean, alchemy, right? Yeah, like alchemy stuff.
This is it's a weird occult science, so stuff you can't really. unless you're slain in the spirit, then you can see all that. But I don't recommend that either.
There's some truth there, but yeah. But
yeah, that would kind of line up with like your chakras, right? I mean,
no, I mean it depends what you're reading. Yeah, I have this book. Do you know Manly P. Hall? His books.
Oh no.
Yeah, look into the book called "Man: The Grand Symbol of the Mysteries." That's all in there. It shows the microcosm, the macrocosm, and the macrocosmos.
You know,
and it shows how the small version. Yeah, you know all that.
I always listen to his audio stuff on YouTube, and I always like compare it to what Jesus or Yeshua or the Bible.
Me
says, you know,
too. Yeah.
Because the interpretations are so like they're so clever with their twisting. Yeah, this is like I'm always listening for the twist. You know, like there it is. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I listen to it to try to expose it, you know, and try to help the people that are in, you know, Freemasonry.
Usually in Masonic stuff, you'll usually run into dualism, not just straight up disinformation or whatever, or misinformation. It's usually dualism. If they're controlled op or they're actually just expressing themselves. Because again, in Masonry, there's a lot of truth in there, but a lot of these people sell out for knowledge, but then they learn a lot of horrible stuff later on, depending what circle of the cult after the 33rd degree.
That's why it's cool if you read the Bible first, right? So it's easy to understand the Masonic stuff. Yeah, you can see the the twisting.
Yeah,
I like the word twisting because the serpent likes to twist.
Yeah. Let me see if I could just pull up a picture. I know they usually in this server we usually stick to science we can actually do. So I know they don't talk too much about the occult science, but I got this picture. One sec.
But chemistry is the physical side of it, where the alchemy is the spiritual side of it. You know how the message of the cross is you becoming reborn. Behold the new creation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To the alchemists, that's what they're trying to get. To get to to solve the problems of the world and all this. Elevate mankind and become that without the creator. It's subtle, but you read the Bible, it's obvious.
Yeah.
Sorry, kind of sidetracked. My bad. Yeah.
No, that's all good. Yeah.
Oh, good.
You're talking about dreams. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say dream. I think dreams is a way for the creator to, or visions, because I
Yep.
think those are visions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I just let it usually unfold. I did lucid dream on accident a couple times, but then I learned later to not do it. This is me though. I don't know if anyone else ran into that. But I was learning all about dreams.
Yeah, I found that too. That lucid dreaming shouldn't really be done or practiced, but if it happens, it's for a reason.
Yeah, if it happens, it's for a reason. If you're
like-
forcing it, yeah, I probably shouldn't do that.
I don't get enough sleep, so I just want any kind of deep sleep, just for 4 hours at least.
Yeah, I
It's
rarely get sleep.
so hard to sleep.
I should be sleeping now, but I'm not. I'm not tired.
Yeah. Do you have to be in a deep REM state to lucid dream, or is it something else?
What was that?
No, I mean, does lucid dreaming require REM state, like to be in a deep sleep? Yeah.
Like, okay, so I guess when you get in a REM state, when you're sleeping, right? There's like cycles. Like your first 4 hours is like you can't lucid dream. After those 4 hours, there's like a chance for you to lucid dream, because the like you said, REM is like at a faster pace, I guess, where it's what is that chemical called? It's being thrown into more melatonin, I think. That's what it's called. Well, that's what
chemical.
so that's what makes you dream, and it's a lot easier for you to lucid dream, become lucid in your dream. But it's only in between, like, let's say after the 4 hours, but before like the 6 or 7 hour. If you don't, then you lose it. You don't.
6 hours seems to be the maximum sleep I get now, but I don't think I get too much deep sleep. Maybe the coffee.
Yeah, because you're supposed to. I mean, I don't know if you're supposed to, right? But you're supposed to have like a good sleep. You're not supposed to be drained or stressed.
Thinking about stuff all night.
You could think you could think about stuff, but I mean, it'll be harder, I guess.
Yeah. I think it's called getting older. Like, as you get older. Things start to slow down, I guess. Oh, well, that could be one thing. Yeah. Oh, wow. Has anybody ever been able to control their dreams, like in lucid dreaming? Or is it you're just along for the ride?
Yeah, I couldn't really control it, but I'd be able to just know that I'm, dreaming, and probably like walk around and stuff. But if I were to like, jump or run or do something like that, no. Or try to fly.
There's always like this weird, like I was just telling him, like a weird failure where you're dreaming. That's when you can control it. I was like, oh, I know this is a dream. I'm just gonna walk into this house. It's just a dream. Who cares, right? But then you think you're gonna I'm gonna pull out this like this machine gun, and nothing happens, and you're like, wait a minute, oh shit, and like you just start running, someone's chasing you. That kept happening to me. It's like, what happened to I could fly before? Okay, I'm gonna fly out of here. See you guys later, and then it's not working anymore.
Like you're just
supposed to happen.
You wake up. You just wake up. Yeah. Like I remember this one dream. I became lucid, and like everything was so vivid. Like everything had so much detail. I was walking on the sidewalk, and I heard a car coming through, right? And I look at the car, right? And I'm looking at the ground, the wheel, each how would I say, like the linings that the wheels have, like
Yeah.
like touch the ground, like the gravel or the street, the concrete, like each one of them, I'd hear it, and I would see it almost, like I don't know, it just became so like
Yeah.
clear. I don't know, it was such a trip. I was like, in my dream, I'm like, whoa, what the heck? Like, I've never done this before,
I felt normal, eh? Yeah.
I,
But you understood what was happening, type of thing, in your dream.
yeah, like I became lucid, and I'm like, okay, a car's passing by, but then I noticed it like very, very loud, and like as if my senses became heightened, in my dream or something. And like I like every single detail, like when the car was passing by, driving on the street, like it just became very, very, like, I don't know, my senses just became hype. And yeah, that's about it. And then I woke up.
Dang.
Yeah, there's some weird as lucid dreams that I've
There's
forgotten.
something weird about this world, this real world versus our dream worlds. Like, something's weird
Yeah.
about this one, about this waking world.
It's just weird knowing about the dream world, the spirit realm, or heaven or hell. Yeah, it's really weird to me how they can all connect.
Yeah, where do we go when we're asleep, right? That's why we say sleep is the cousin of death, because you may
I
as well
know,
be dead. You're
according
not
to
here.
occult
Yeah.
science, and it's really weird to explain. Have you heard of maybe I'm saying it wrong, the Armillary sphere? Have you heard of that?
No.
That's kind of like this. There's another name for it. This art piece I like to look at. That's what I subscribe to in cosmology. Like, I love looking at that. It's beautiful. I think that's how it works, and how it has the 7 layers. And in occult science, they show that there's 7 layers on us too, and
How do you spell it?
Oh,
R
there
A R.
you go.
M?
I typed it in the chat.
Okay, thanks.
This is what I subscribe to, so I'm really into this. But this is after understanding Masonic cosmology, where when they laugh, they're like, it's not flat, but it's a ball. The answer is both, because once you're past the firmament, and this is people who even had testimonials, like they were brought up over the firmament in the other realm, right? Your spirit body or astral traveling or whatever, but only when it was allowed by God. These are the testimonials I listen to. So when you're above the firmament, you're looking down, it looks like a lens. So the earth starts looking like a ball, like observed, right? Not measured. The ground's still flat. But when you look down from it, because they say dome, right? In Masonic cosmology, it's not a dome; it's a celestial sphere. When you're above it, but again, that's all occult science.
So it's flat, right? So it's a model.
So the ground is flat no matter what. It's a plane of existence. But when you're past the firmament, that's usually after you die, or you're shown it like a vision or whatever, astral traveling, whatever. Then you look down from the firmament, you're looking down at it, then you're looking down at a lens. Because here's one interesting testimonial. This girl who was pulled up, or they call it raptured up, Jesus was showing the girl like how you can look at Earth from the top of it. I saved that video. It's actually interesting. She didn't know anything about what firmament was. She's not a flat earther or anything like that. She said she was brought up. She could just stand in one spot, move her head, barely see anywhere on the Earth, just by barely moving her head. And she can zoom in barely just by looking down a little bit. It's like, wow, that makes sense if it's a lens, right?
But this is a geocentric globe, though. This model.
And again, once you're past the firmament, you're past the celestial sphere. So dome was actually the first time I heard of dome. And looking through all the books, it's usually just in the Catholic book. Usually they just call it firmament. For some reason, in the Catholic Bible, I have one. It does say dome in it, which is interesting. But what they learn is different. They learn about the firmament's a ball. But again, I have to state it again. In this server, we stick to the science we can prove. So usually we just stick to it be just a dome. No one's going to dig underground and see if there's a firmament down there too, right? So yeah, there you go. Here, I'll show you the one that I check out. 1 second. And that's the part that people don't like to talk about in here. Like, once you pass firm, I never been back, past there, but there's tons of testimonials and stuff where people did go past. Obviously you can't do it in the physical realm. That's impossible. No material object can pass the firmament. Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like a tool they use to.
Yep, you can check. Yeah, everything. It is a tool for sure.
Yeah.
I got this interesting one I wanted to show you. 1 sec. There's a name for it. I just don't know what it is. Here, I'll just look at my other server. Let's see.
Have any of you have had visions?
Like what?
Do you mean? Like dreams?
Like what they you know how like some churches say, "Oh, I had a vision," or God gave me a vision, or just in general, like, "Oh, I had a vision," like something happened.
I have visions during the day. Sometimes I would just call them daydreams, but I know what you mean though. Like these legit, like Jesus showed you this or something. No, I don't think I had any of that, but I listened to a lot of those. I'm like, dang, you had that? You had that vision? That's crazy. I don't ever want to see hell, by the way. I don't need to see. I listened to so many of those. I was like, I don't want to feel it. Oh man.
Nah, heck no. I mean, it doesn't have to be so descriptive as like seeing hell,
Yeah. Here, because remember the Earth, you can't draw Earth, right? Like you can't. It's impossible, right? So this is what they learned later, that every time you see a picture or video of the Earth, the ball Earth, it's just a symbol. Like they know it's not real. And they already knew you can't have a graven image, but people accepted it as a real, picture. And we already know that in this server, that's the messed up part too. Is like, we know that NASA tells us it's a composite or Photoshop, or they say an image. They don't say photograph. So yeah, it's all weird. But anyways, this picture. So each halo represents another firmament. Again, this is what they show us. Yeah. So again, the Earth, that's just a symbol.
Yeah. How many?
Doesn't make the ground.
7,
doesn't
right?
make the ground a ball, right?
Yes. John D. Right? Dr. Sir John
007?
D. Yeah, 007.
Yeah, I know about him. Yeah.
Yeah, he received these diagrams and tables, and from the spirits he was communing with, and one of them was this. So it looked like the path of the sun and the moon, right? And it looked like this at 7. Interesting though.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so this is the one I subscribe to. Then you can find the the what would you call it? This is the macrocosmos, and then there's the microcosm, or the macrocosm too, of you. So you have your own 7 layers as well. This is how everything's recorded of what you do and everything. This is all the stuff they learn. Again, I can't tell that if that's true. I can't see. I don't want to see all that. So once you can start seeing stuff, you're labeled as a schizo, right? But then, if you can see demons, they can see you. That they know that you can, you can see them. That's when they start messing with you.
I feel like this has a lot of connection to what I had said earlier, like pineal gland,
sure,
like chakras, stuff like that. Because I mean, if you're saying there's like 7 layers, right? There's like, I guess, like 7 glands in our body,
Yeah. No, I get. Oh yeah, there's 7, everything. Yeah.
So I'm not saying like chakras and all that other spiritual stuff. It's
all real, and it's all not good. The space is not good either. There's none of this is good. So I don't practice like the zodiac stuff. I'm away from that stuff. I heard way too many testimonials on that too. You make a covenant with Lucifer when you practice that stuff. Not saying that anyone actually does that on purpose, but that's what's happening, because you're having these human traits that you're following. It's like, oh yeah, I'm a Virgo, I'm connected with these people and I do that. It's like more of this
Right.
ego trip that you're sticking with these things, and you just made a covenant with some old Babylonian stuff that was written a long time ago, and
That's
it has a principality if you're following it exactly what they say.
like like the picture you just showed. You said we have like 7 layers or something like that. Like
Yeah, I
I
can show you the Masonic picture. It's a comic, because I can't find the real one right now. It's in one of my books here, but I can't remember which one it was. One second.
I forgot where I saw this or where I heard this, but like as newborns, right,
It's
babies, like we come with a clean slate, but as
Yeah.
like
Yep.
we start getting programmed and we
You
start
got
hearing
it.
stuff, start
Yeah,
believing stuff,
yeah,
we start getting these circles or like kind of like onion peels, like like layers. So we would like it like it's not us. You get me?
you
It's
got it.
it's what
You exactly. You got it. It
and
is not
and we have
us.
to like kind of like dig through all that stuff to find ourselves or God.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
you know. Uh, I forgot where I heard that though, but
You heard that. Since you were talking about the pineal gland, did you get into the sacred secretion stuff?
sacred secretion. You mean like sacred geometry or something?
No.
that's
Have you heard
guys.
of it, Long?
That's
What?
yes, and I think it's all antichrist. I think it's all Masonic, and the whole all of this.
Just
Yeah,
You know what I
dualism.
mean?
It's
Because
dual.
yeah.
It's all dualism. So it could be good and bad. It depends on the
Well,
if
I
if the
think
person actually
I
doing
think
something
that
bad, right?
I think that I think that whole dualism thing is just like,
And
leading
dualism
us
is satanic, by the
well,
way.
away.
it's the
Exactly.
Kabbalah, right? It's the Kabbalah. It's also the Talmud. It's also
It's all bad. You
the
got it.
chakras. It's the snake that goes up your back, and you become enlightened.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all
It's yeah. You got it.
Freemasons. Yeah, so I'd stay away
It's
from
all
it
bad
because
juju. You got it.
it's
Everything
false
about
light.
space, everything about our, all these things how things work. That's like the main thing. It's like, well, how come I have this attachment? Why is this happening? It's like you look at these charts, like, well, you made a covenant without knowing, or you have this hatred for someone, and this anger attaches to you now, and then suddenly you get anxiety, and it's like, why are all these things happening? Instead of this like
Uh,
neurological type stuff, it's spiritual too. And how does that
well,
happen,
it's
right?
because like the Masons, you have to work for it. You have to pay blood, money, all these things. Your life is ruined just to
Yeah.
have this called light, right, or truth, where God is offering a gift, and more than a gift, He's like done all these things. So it's it's like it's obvious that we should pick the gift and not the enslaved deal
Yeah, exactly.
covenant. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people make
I mean,
covenants without knowing. That's like the weirdest thing. Staring. I mean, we're doing it. One thing we don't talk about, that a lot of people who are, truthers and stuff, we're looking at black mirrors all day. Like that's like,
I know, right?
but we're
Like
using it for
Sears.
good. So you see the dualism in that, right?
Right, right. Well, yeah, when God says man of war,
Yeah.
or when David said, train fingers for battle and his hands for war. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
angels created, weapons, so it's like, well, it's obviously more than just social justice
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
going on. Obviously, there's an objective, like boom, and what is versus what I mean, like so. And that's why I think people I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven. It's like, but that's not even the right way of looking at it. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
you're gonna
Man.
serve somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, being in the military, you're not ever really not gonna serve, right? There's always somebody above you.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. But yeah, if you guys have time, listen to Ex-Occultists Finding Jesus. There's a lot of those. And yeah, they give up all this shit. They give the Kabbalah, all this stuff, all the understanding the zodiac, all the New Age movements. They explain why though. That's the intriguing part. It's like they're not just like they don't just say like, oh, I just quit that. It's like they explain what it did, why it happens, and then they find Jesus, and the Bible is all that matters.
Yeah. Beautiful, eh?
But
like
that's just me. I like
out...
to know what they know and then be like, yeah, that's why you stay away from it.
well, they found out, right? They found out what you know, that your God, or the God of Abraham, is the Almighty God. You know, that's what they found out. And that everything you was like worthless, because compared to this God, it's like, nah. You know, like, nah. I'm not, nah. That's, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's always awesome to see those guys like find it. And...
yeah. Yeah, I gotta go to bed soon, but I'll give you guys this. Do you guys know the meaning of life? Like if someone just like asked you that, do you know the answer?
Jesus.
Yeah. And do you know what Jesus says when people ask him that? What's the meaning of life? Do you know the answer?
I honestly forgot.
Hey, well, he said this in a testimonial, like this person that was talking to Jesus. He said, it's so simple that a lot of people wouldn't even take it. But when they start thinking about it, it all makes sense. He just said it's love. And when he said that, like that, yeah, that person it just made sense to them so much. And there's a verse in the Bible, right, that says, what is God? It says God is love, because he is love. That's where love comes from. It's like, whoa, okay, that all makes sense. So yeah, it's Jesus. But love, yeah, it's like, why do you wake up in the morning? Why do you go to work? Why do you do these things? Every little thing is all about love, and you know, a lot of people don't think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, amen to that, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. All right, y'all. I gotta go to bed. Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, good chat.
Yeah.
Reality.
Nice chat, guys. Yeah. God bless you guys.
God bless.
God bless. Stay
Talk
safe.
again. Yes.
Good night.
Good night. Night, guys.
Night. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh my god, I'm really fucking drunk. I drank a lot tonight.
Yeah.
When we went to dinner, they gave us free drinks on the house.
Mic check, mic check. Check, please. Hello. Mic check, mic check. Anyone here? Everybody sleeping?
Morning.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave?
It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet.
What makes you think that?
I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they?
Well, I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof, even if many, many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were.
Thank you, Mrs. Buck.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical.
Really?
Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is the best way to find cloaked scout ships in an asteroid field.
I don't know. I always thought that pattern Sierra 1 was better.
No. Finding cloaked ships in asteroid fields is essential if you're defending supply convoys. Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is where you set the tetryon threshold at level 4 and the anti-lepton permissivity level at maximum. Then dial up the former as you dial down the latter.
Okay.
Defending convoys is very important when cloaked ships may be around, so it's best to use sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 to detect any cloaked ships in asteroid fields.
Oh, I see.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ignoratio elenchi, also known as the irrelevant conclusion.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Mr. Sulu's argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion that is not pertinent and quite different from the intended or required conclusion. A valid argument is one in which a number of premise statements are presented that support the acceptance of a conclusion statement. Helmsman, your argument was invalid because your premises were irrelevant to your conclusion.
Thank you, Mrs. Buck.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ignoratio elenchi, the irrelevant conclusion. It's only logical. What an escape! Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command to the Federation's flagship. He's great, all right, but I don't know that he's the best. They gave him command of the flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. Captain Kirk is the Enterprise's commander, and the Enterprise is the Federation's flagship, isn't it? Well, yeah, I guess so. Well, that proves it. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command to the Federation's flagship. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of petitio principii, also known as circular reasoning or begging the question. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy all assume a premise statement which has the same meaning as the conclusion. You essentially were saying that Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet, and assigned to Starfleet's flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. You employed circular reasoning because the phrase "no other captain was as good as he is" is the same as saying he is the best starship captain in the fleet. Oh, indeed. That is not to say that Captain Kirk is not the best captain in the fleet, Lieutenant. I believe he is. It's just that your argument does nothing to prove it.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That's best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as petitio principii, or begging the question. It's only logical.
Have you heard that the landing tractor beam in the shuttlecraft hangar deck is malfunctioning again? No, I hadn't. It takes quite a while to repair it each time. Yes. I wish we would stop landing the heavy shuttles on patrol first, before the scout ships. Why? Because every time we land the heavy shuttles before the scout ships, the landing tractor beam soon breaks down.
I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of cum hoc, ergo propter hoc. In other words, false cause, or correlation is not causality.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid.
An argument committing this fallacy attempts to establish a causal connection between one event and another event that just happens to occur before it. Just because one event follows another on a number of occasions does not mean that the first event caused the second. Your argument commits this fallacy and is therefore not valid. Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as cum hoc, ergo propter hoc, or false cause. It's only logical.
Lieutenant Clayton said we should begin the calibration of the transporter system by confirming the alignment of some of the Heisenberg compensators. That won't work. If we realign all the Heisenberg compensators, we won't finish the calibration during our shift. With all due respect to Lieutenant Clayton, we'll have to do it a different way, because his idea is all wrong. Is that right? Is that what Clayton meant? Realign all the compensators. That would take all day. Lieutenant Clayton is wrong then. The whole cal shouldn't take but 3 hours.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the straw man fallacy. In other words, misrepresenting the opposing argument.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid.
Arguments employing this fallacy attack a position via a misrepresentation of the opponent's viewpoint. The straw man argument restates and often oversimplifies an opponent's position, and then attacks that hollow argument. Lieutenant Kyle, you stated that Lieutenant Clayton was wrong because he suggested realigning all of the Heisenberg compensators. In fact, Mr. Clayton's contention was that the alignment of some of the compensators should be checked. Some of them checked, not all of them realigned. The straw man argument is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question. That makes sense. Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the straw man argument, or
misrepresenting the opposing argument. It's only logical. You don't believe in the theory that protostars come from dark matter nebula explosions, do you?
I believe there's evidence to support.
I heard that all the top Klingon cosmologists believe in that theory. You don't agree with the Klingons, do you? They killed Lieutenant Stevens back on Grignor 7.
Pause this for a
I
second.
guess I shouldn't agree with him. Stevens was a friend of mine.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ad hominem. In other words, attack the man. Or in this case, the Klingon.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy attacks the character of individuals who advance a statement, instead of trying to disprove the truth of that statement. The fact that Klingon cosmologists believe in a theory does not make that theory false. Recall that Klingon engineers believe in warp propulsion theory, just as we do. That is not to say that your conclusion is not correct. It is just that your argument does nothing to prove it.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best.
Pause it.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ad hominem or attacking the person advocating a particular idea. It's only logical.
Yeah, you pausing it? Pause it.
Get ready to take down the communication system. I'm getting ready to run the periodic calibration of the subspace translator array. Remember, the 100% frequency scan takes 6 hours.
But I thought the update to the comm system calibration procedure now only requires a bracketed duty cycle burn-in, with the system still online and functional. It's more efficient and faster. Only takes 2 hours.
No, the old way to run
Earth to Helio. Could you pause it for a second?
Okay, I guess you're right.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Austin, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad antiquitum, also known as appeal to tradition.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Just because something has always been done a certain way does not mean that that way is or will always be the right way. A method is not a good method just because it is an old method. Similarly, a method is not a better method just because it is a new method. Rather, a method is good only because it is sufficiently effective for the task. Over time, outdated methodologies must give way to improved techniques. Otherwise, there could be no progress.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. I need some help. Who's there? Hello, who's there?
Hello, Elijah. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I'm trying to identify what fallacy this is, right? So, someone said that what I posted ignored their example.
Oh.
I will try and do it again very simply in small words for you here. Now, what they've sent is a repetition of something that I actually did reply to directly, thoroughly, and in depth. So when someone tells you that you didn't address their argument when you actually did, what argument, what fallacy is that?
Sorry, can you repeat again the question? I was fully focused.
Yeah, when someone says that you didn't address their argument when you
Yeah,
actually did address their argument, what
yeah.
fallacy is that?
I wouldn't know to say it by name, but I understand the question. Like, yeah, it's very simple.
Hey, sorry,
I
Elijah. I
would call
thought you
it
had.
like lying.
I just wanted to say real quick. Sorry about that, Elijah. I thought
Is
you had
this
DJ
straw
Raw.
man?
Yeah. Can you help me, Halil?
Oh, you're talking about when they claim they've addressed your argument, but they haven't. Which fallacy is that?
No, I've addressed their argument. They claim I haven't. Like, what fallacy is it would be easier if they claim they addressed mine and then they didn't. Then I know what fallacy that is, but
Yeah,
it's the opposite. They claim that I haven't addressed their argument when I actually did. I may as
Not
well
sure.
post. I may as well post the argument too, since we're talking about it. Tell me if I'm like wrong. I think that I correctly responded to him. It's posting now. I don't know if you guys can actually read that without it being like
Pretty small type.
distorted. Is it distorted when you blow it up?
It's just too small.
When you blow it
it's
up,
more
like
for
when you
me.
click
I'm
on it?
on PC and I still can't see it. I clicked on it. Filter's too
I'm
small.
on the bike.
I wonder
You
why
look at
that
it on
is
my
like
phone.
this phone. Yeah, this phone has like this kind of function that you can like
Capture
screenshot
more than
things.
the screen.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let me check it
It
out on
looks
my
like a
phone.
big ass receipt.
Yeah.
It is a receipt. I got receipts for you.
I can blow it up on the phone. I can't on the PC.
So I'll read it out.
All right.
So he says objects in the universe are moving apart from one another. The Doppler shift accounts for the speed of those objects and the direction of travel relative to the observer. Those speeds and directions can be correlated to a point in time where those masses occupied small, dense, hot areas. The effect of this would be that as that area expanded and cooled, electrons would be able to interact with protons and neutrons, combining to form any early elements. This would be approximately 380,000 years after projected first instant. If this were the case, a signature of microwave radiation would be visible in all directions observed and would be anisotropic in nature. This is the hypothesis and the novel prediction it makes, which would confirm it. This predicted radiation is named the cosmic microwave background radiation. It was discovered on May 20th, 1964 by Robert Wilson and Amo Penzias. It was being searched for by a rival university to confirm the hypothesis. It was discovered by accident in radio static. It has been imaged and confirmed with ever greater detail for the last 57 years. I said, your response has a presuppositions where in a hypothesis you have supposition and then experiment validates or invalidates what you suppose the cause of the effect is. That said, the observed natural phenomena is objects moving farther apart. Okay, if you're doing science, you're attempting to determine the cause of this effect by way of experiment. But prior to that, the hypothesis is a prediction that the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. So what's the independent variable? So he replies with, and pay attention here. So the CMBR is not a test of the motion of observed objects. Now, first of all, the observed phenomena is supposed to be the motion of objects. And so you're supposed to be determining the cause. So he right now in
Just
his
contradicted himself.
Right. His first statement is basically saying he's not even dealing with that, but that's what it would have to be, right? So anyway, the motion of said objects is an observation regardless of the cause this is observed to happen. Now, that's like what is he responding to? Because it's not like I said you're not observing this. Like it's all convoluted. You know what I mean? So it's like, what is he even? Anyway, the hypothesis is that those objects once occupied a shared location and no longer due to their observed motions. The prediction is that under such conditions, right, which is the presupposition that I keep trying to point out to him, hot, dense, high energy density, the electrons would be unable to combine with the nuclei until they had moved far enough apart that the energy density, heat, and density had reduced sufficiently to allow this. The evidence for this would be microwave signature from recombination. A falsification for this would be finding no such signature, thus rendering the hypothesis incorrect. Please point to the presupposition as opposed to the supposition. So my last response before this morning was, I put to you earlier that a hypothesis is a prediction of the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. If what's observed is the motion of objects, then your hypothesis is a prediction of what's causing the objects to move. When you said, regardless of the cause, this is observed to happen. The point of a hypothesis is to make a prediction of the cause of the phenomena observed. You've already concluded what the conditions are and how it would or is predicted to affect said motions. Textbook presupposition. Was I right or wrong?
Because, I mean, no, he made. There are so many presuppositions about what the microwave background radiation is, and he just doesn't like that you don't believe that nonsense, basically.
Yeah.
And
he's basically using that to tell me this is a valid hypothesis
to
deal with Hubble, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about Hubble or any other heliocentric priest you have. My rebuttal to you, to Hubble, which I already know,
is Sophia,
is this right here. What I'm saying. This is my rebuttal. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, they can't. There was no. I mean, it's not. They didn't use the scientific method. They just.
They just said
they noticed a difference in they noticed a difference in measurements over time, which is time the independent variable, which it can't be because it's it's a concept they manipulate time. So yeah,
I don't understand how people like where they get in their education. Like look,
from these crazy astrophysicists, man, that just make stuff up,
but they don't go to school. Like, do they? They don't go to school to and get taught by astrophysicists, right? Like everyone gets taught under the same system. I mean, we've learned what science and the scientific method is in fucking elementary school, right? So if that's the case, why is he telling me this?
He probably watches a lot of Star Trek and Star Wars and stuff, and maybe watches Neil deGrasse Tyson's shows, whatever, all his different TV shows and stuff, or even not even that, or maybe even watches speech, watches some TED Talks by people that little girls that think they found a black hole.
I guess Ma. So I told with what was I saying?
I don't know. Were you distracted? Somebody in the background?
Yeah. What was I saying?
Oh, we were talking about education, how they come up with these ideas. These.
Oh, right.
It's just
So
So who
this
were you
is
arguing
the
with?
point
Some
of
random guy on the internet? Was it on Facebook or something?
yeah, random Facebook guy. But this is what I don't understand. It's like I don't think I'm smarter than anyone, and I don't think that people are smarter than me. I think we just have different levels of what we care about. Like, so if you care about something, you pay a lot of attention to it. You know the ins and outs and the details of said thing. Like that's pretty much all it is. Like if half of us cared anything about half the shit Quantum Eraser spent hours researching that we would have researched it too, we would know it too. Let's keep it a buck. We don't know what we don't know because that's how much we want to know.
Right. I mean, that's why I said
Maybe that's not the right thing
immediately.
to say, but
Well, immediately I could tell right away from his response to you that he just doesn't like that you don't buy the
but it's
the
not
red
about
shift, blue
buying the
shift, and
story. If he
outer
knows,
space
if
and everything.
he could have been told the story, he could believe
But
the
he thinks
story.
it's science,
But if
though.
he's rooted, that's what I'm saying. Like, if
Yeah.
he's rooted in the same education that I'm rooted in, the same education that everyone else is rooted in, it's fine for him to believe that initially. But if
Yeah.
I logically point out, hey, that isn't a hypothesis, that's a presupposition, or there's tons of
No.
presuppositions, and
Well,
why
you can
can't
tell him
people
that. He's
go,
not going to
oh my
believe you
God,
because you're
you're
a flat
right?
earther, bro.
But why can't rational thinking human beings go, oh my God, you're right. This is a glaring issue,
I
instead
don't
of
know.
trying to avoid it altogether. Like, how you gonna tell me I didn't respond to you and then repeat what you said? Because that's basically what he did.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
That was like the
they think that
initial.
I think they think that since you're a flat earther, they can pretty much say whatever they want to, and everybody's going to be on their side because most people think the Earth is a globe, and they're mostly ignorant about the stuff we talk about. So they really feel like they're on the high horse, and you're on the ground, without a sword. But we actually have a sword, and we're actually in a F-16 dropping bombs. But they just can't see it's coming. But that's what I mean. I just feel like they're a different mindset. It's like the blue pillars, right? They're pretty much they'll probably watch the news and believe everything they see on the news and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there's almost nothing we can do to reach them. So trying to understand, you're going to have to go to, I guess, if you want to be a psychologist, you can try to understand it that way. Because I'm done trying to figure out why they can't see it. Not necessarily done. I mean, I'm still going to keep doing what I'm doing, but I just don't. I get so frustrated sometimes trying to. I won't argue, type out freaking paragraph after paragraph with someone. That's why I like. If I'm going to argue with them, I want to argue with them on voice, not in text. I just can't. I can't stand it. I don't want to type that much. But as far as the logical fallacy, I don't know if there's. I think that's just a disagreement, really. The way that you went back and forth with him, it's really just a different point of view. Really, just have different beliefs. I don't know if there's any logic necessarily involved, but we don't. But I don't think you're believing anything. You're just pointing out his logical fallacies, and he doesn't like it. Because that first statement he made. Are you still there, Elijah?
No, yeah, I'm here.
All
And
right.
I'm like, God,
Yeah,
I'm
that
trying to
first
drop back. Here I am. No university education, and these people are
well,
fucking
that first statement he made was
like
full
the
of
world.
all kinds of presuppositions, and then you pointed that out, and he just like, well, they figured this out in 1968. Well, did they?
What's the point? Like,
I know.
you go to college to become a slave. If you can't even, well, what the hell is the point? If you can't use your brain to sift through information and determine what is empirical versus what is just hearsay versus what is belief.
It's a very sort of imperial, royal court model where, the king is like your employer. And if you say something that, they don't like, you're out of a job or you're out of society. They get these school, degrees to learn how to be polite, to have the right views, and to ascend through society, but not necessarily how to critically think. You're out of the court if you say something that is a little too inconvenient or a little too out there for the king or the employer or whoever you're working for. So it's not necessarily going to school to learn, it's going to school to learn how to climb the social ladder in some cases.
Yeah, that's true. Ooh, excuse me.
In general now it's globalism, a lot of relativism, all ideas are okay, try.
Did Lemon cut out?
Oh yeah, my thumb slipped. But it just symbolizes stuff that they don't like. Anti-scientism, distrust of the scientists, and their 500-year-old wrong theory. They just don't like it. It symbolizes distrust of the very institutions that give them power.
And it feels like it's coming to a head as well. It's like people are. I mean, just from what I see on like Facebook and different social media and on what little I watch of the news, it's like coming to a head when where they're talking more about anti-vaxxers.
I mean, you're messing with people's
yeah, you're messing with their religion basically, and they think that they have facts, just like the guy that. Were you listening when Elijah read that out, Lemon?
Oh no, I didn't hear it.
He was basically talking about red shift, blue shift, the microwave background radiation, and that being evidence for for expansion of the universe and all this kind of stuff. And then Elijah was telling me, well, you can't predict, use that as, you can't do science with that. Just because something happened in the sky, and then you predicted something to happen, and then you observe it again, and then what you predicted happened doesn't necessarily mean that the universe is expanding.
Isn't it also like a form
interpreted wrong? Say that. What?
Isn't it also a form of circular reasoning?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it'd be like, well, I predicted this would happen.
Which is circular reasoning. Because he's saying, well, instead of having a supposition and then testing it, what he's saying is these are the conditions for what we're looking at. Then he just basically states we're looking at this because of must have been these conditions.
Yeah, so I'm going to predict this is going to happen because this is what I think is going to happen. Then it happens, and so since it happened, that means what I predicted was correct, or the conditions that I predicted that would make this happen is correct. When could have been something else. You may be interpreting the data wrong. Because you get, something that you're observing through radar telescopes, you can interpret all that data wrong.
Well, science does have a fair amount of begging the question. You know, we go from a set of causes that we're used to and a bunch of observations that we used to, and beg the question about what could later be the cause in this hypothesis or this experiment. So, you know, at that point, things can get a little complicated. Sometimes we're begging the question so much we're missing something else. Sometimes we're kind of right, sometimes we're kind of wrong. Sometimes they try to come up with their own new causes and beg the question some more with a new set of causes and effects that are outside of what they've seen before. But science as an endeavor does have a bit of begging the question to it that's kind of very highly theoretical and philosophical.
Yeah, but there are some things that they use in quote unquote, modern science, or which is pseudoscience, most of it, that they'll hold on to ideas to support their beliefs about the origin of the universe, or well, I'll just say Earth, because they don't know anything really, pretty much nothing about anything outside of Earth. Everything that they know, what they think they know outside of Earth, is they just made up, basically made up stories about it.
That's a lot of cosmology and claims. You know, you can't go back to the Big Bang and check the causes and effects. A lot of it is just stated and kind of assumed, and they kind of run with it, hoping to power experiments that will hopefully prove them right and vindicate them or not.
Yeah,
So
see,
there's a lot of
that's what
elements.
I'm saying. They'll go on assumptions made by other people, these brilliant astrophysicists, and they're not really scientists. I mean, just like Michio Kaku said, we've heard him talk about how they're wrong. They're off by 10 to the 20, however many, 125th power or some shit. And but they'll run with their stories so they can prove their Big Bang, but they're already down the wrong freaking trail. They're never going to find any truth in that when they're already starting from the wrong foundation. In my opinion.
Well, ideally, you'd be able to vary your cause and effect like a substance,
Well, you
or
won't be able to do that with the sky, though. So,
well, or do the same actions that you think whatever you're talking about did, like, make, nothing bang into something, or, some pre-existing substance bang into the Big Bang to,
well, of course,
duplicate
we're never going to be able to do that.
experiment and show that that's the case, but science can't do that. So it's making a lot of pronouncements that are not necessarily duplicatable or verifiable based off of what they generally believe to be the case.
Kind of a sad state for humanity today that they've taken us away from Earth. They've just created this whole scenario where.
Well, the stage was already set when they said gravity is what causes everything to form into a ball, including the Earth. They made a cosmological argument and set forth what they thought was this cosmological principle as to how all the bodies in the universe form. And so now the stage is set to be making these increasingly cosmological claims.
And they made that claim about gravity, and they haven't proven that one yet. They haven't proven that the Earth is a ball. I mean, in some people's minds they have, because satellites and television and everything. What they claim are satellites, and they're throwing satellites around the Earth.
Because of deception, mostly. Then.
Yeah, it's a story. Yeah, it's a deceptive story. It's like a children's story, but adults believe it. It's like, when you're telling your little kid Santa Claus is real, and it's like he's coming down the chimney. Like, but Mom, we don't have a chimney. Well, he has his ways.
And to make adults go, oh, wow, you have to imagine giant spinning balls and nothing.
Well, if it's a story, we need to say why we're going with the story. You know, I like Harry Potter because of this. I like this Big Bang cosmology because of this. I like this, religious cosmology because of this. Because before it used to be in the realm kind of religion. I guess this was before they considered it a religion. They just told themselves other stories, based off of what they trusted as handed down to them. But if they're trying to make these pronouncements, they really have to be like the creator with a bird's eye view to see that and then pass that down to people. Otherwise, we're just kind of inferring and guessing based off of uniformitarianism,
Well,
assuming
with
that conditions now are the same as they were in the past to go backward and make guesses, uniformitarian guesses.
with the advent of television and other like radio and other media platforms, it's a lot easier for them to convince people of their nonsense.
That's why it helps to tell ourselves several stories, just in case we're missing something with the ones we're being told.
Hey, I still watch space shows and space movies sometimes, and listen
Yeah,
to.
it's fun cartoon.
Yeah, I mean, the stories are great. I mean, just like I love any other fiction book. Book or movie. I watch it, but anyway.
Yeah, there's lessons to be learned, even if they aren't about like our reality. It could just be about more immaterial like concepts and ideas, but there's still lessons to be learned.
Yeah, make it. A really good author, a good writer will really make it more about the personal relationships between the characters instead of the fantastic ideas about space. But a good author will do both. But for the most part, when I'm listening or reading a book, I'm more interested in characters, and I like the thrillers and suspense kind of stuff.
I'm a comedy guy myself.
What's that?
I'm more of a comedy guy myself. Have you ever heard of Robert Aspirin?
Robert who?
Aspirin.
Yeah, I'm a huge comedy fan too.
And he does a series called Another Fine Myth. And it's about a dimensional traveler who gets caught and tricked by a friend of his in another dimension and can't go back because his magic powers have been taken away. But it is one of the funniest books I've ever read in my life.
I just started a 30-day trial to, I don't know if you call it scribd or scribed. Get the books and audiobooks. I think he's on there. Let me check it.
Yeah, I mean, you can find it on YouTube. Just
you can just listen to it on YouTube.
Yeah, I try to keep most of the things I listen to free, if nothing, as I can, because it's just better that way.
Well, it's like, I saw that. I had a ad pop up on Facebook for Scribed, which I'd had Audible before, and I just it just wasn't good enough. I can find a lot of free audiobooks on YouTube, but so I'm trying Scribed out for 30 days. I mean, but it's $10 a month, even if But there's a brand new Stephen King book that I'm listening to now, which you're not going to find on YouTube. So,
right, yeah, there's some stuff you won't find.
Yeah, well, like James Patterson has some good stuff on YouTube. What was the guy's name again?
Robert Aspirin.
Aspirin, like the pill.
Yep.
Aspirin Myth Series. The Myth Series?
Mm-hmm. Another Fine Myth. Myth Exceptions.
Find a playlist. Let's see. What's it? Yeah, another Fine Myth Part 1, Part 2. Cool. I'll check it out, man.
Yeah. He's fun.
The library. Cool. I'll check it out.
You know what's the worst is when you realize after you've been hot micing for a while that you've been hot micing and nobody said anything.
When did that happen?
Yesterday or something. I was like doing yard work or whatever, but it was somewhat loud. I didn't want to bother people, but I guess it didn't because no one said anything. I was just freaking out whenever I realized.
Usually, especially if there's a moderator or Gold Plus that can mute somebody, if you're hot micing, they'll say something a couple times and then they'll just mute you. So I'm sure it wasn't anything embarrassing. But...
Oh, you know, just the social and the bank account password, you know, the 9.
Or it's like you and your wife fighting.
Exactly.
Yeah, usually if it's something personal like that, we try to mute right away. And if we can tell it's just like a personal conversation, we try to mute it. You know.
Yeah. So I guess I got down to the bottom of this interaction that I'm having.
Are you still talking to him?
Yeah. Because if I was wrong, he wouldn't be saying what he's saying. So he says, basically, he says, I've repeatedly, because I told him I thoroughly addressed, because he said, what you posted ignored my example. I will try and do it again very simply in small words for you here. And then he just repeated what he said that I read out earlier. And I said, yes, I've thoroughly addressed these small words twice. If you're a man of logic and science, you have to consider what I've already responded. Instead of telling me I ignored your example, I directly dealt with it. So he said, I repeatedly stated that his proposed hypothesis, the cause of the cosmic microwave background radiation, should be changed to what is causing the motion of the observed matter in the universe. Essentially, you are moving the whole thrust of the point down a layer. I point to the hypothesis that the expansion should lead to the effect of recombination leaving the CMBR. You say I should instead ask, what is causing the expansion? That is a different hypothesis. And that's where I'll stop, because my response to him is, I'm not telling you what your question should be. I'm telling you that what you've offered isn't a valid hypothesis, and I've detailed why. If this is the point of contention, we may have to cite what a hypothesis is, and I'm totally down to share sources to support my response.
Yeah, there was. I mean, when he was talking about the recombination, he's talking about neutrons and protons. You can't tell any of that from radio waves. From space. He's all over the place, bro.
He's just saying, I'm seeing what I'm seeing if the conditions that I supposed are the conditions. Like, no, that's a presupposition. Because you're just saying it, and then you're saying that that's the proof that of it. Yo, it's so convoluted, it's crazy. And listen, I don't have that many years in indoctrination camp. My mom got me hooked on phonics at an early age, and I know how to read, and I know what people are trying to tell me. That's the only thing I need to know.
That's why I don't freaking mess with them, man. Once you get, it's like you answer one question they have, and then they just jump on you and just throw a bunch of shit out there, and then you're supposed to make sense out of their shit that I mean, when half of it's wrong, and then if you try to answer what their wrong stuff is, and they're going to throw some more shit at you, it's just like, dude, all right, go ahead and believe it. That's on you.
He said,
And they want to feel like intellectuals,
about
but they're not making good arguments. Go ahead. Sorry, Leslie.
He's like, you're talking about another hypothesis. I'm talking about the hypothesis that I brought up. And I said,
He just switched it twice.
I didn't bring up a hypothesis and tell you what it should. Well, I did. I kind of told him because I told him what a hypothesis is. And I gave him an example by saying, if this was a valid hypothesis, then you would be trying to determine the cause of the moving objects. That's what a hypothesis would be, but it's not testable because you're talking about celestial bodies. Like that's just the truth. There's nothing else. What else is there to be unpacked?
You can't science the celestial bodies.
Like what the fuck?
You can just observe them, and yeah, you can make predictions. Path of the celestial body. Now, the MBR.
And this is the kind of shit that people get confused by, caught up with, like thinking people are smart. Because he said a lot of words there that sound, cool.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what the purpose was, to baffle you with bullshit. But you didn't buy into it, and so that's why he doesn't like what you said.
I don't get it. Like, I can see how I would have gotten. This is why this is important to bring up, because I could see how I would have not known how to reply. And I don't even have to. I don't really have to know everything. I don't have to know anything. I just have to know what the person's argument is and what the support for it is, because I know what support is, and I know what empirical evidence is. Like,
well, and we're smart enough. We're smart enough to know when someone's making a claim, right?
Exactly.
So if you have a claim, back it up with evidence, because you didn't make a claim.
So basically, we're becoming more literate, or we're becoming more like we understand what people are saying when they're talking to us. And that's what's wrong with the heliocentric model, because it makes you unable to understand what someone is saying.
What was that guy's name? Charlie, the guy's been past couple days. He was on Thursday, and I think he was on yesterday on Ladies' Night too. Did you listen to that dude?
I'm not sure.
He was all over the place.
Really busy the last couple of days.
Oh, okay.
And I'm in Baltimore right now, actually, for the Crab Fest.
For the what fest?
For the Crab Fest. So I'm in a hotel right now.
Crab Fest?
Yeah.
You eating some crab? Holy shit.
Yeah.
I like crab, but there's
was an open bar.
Oh. Is your girl there with you?
No, she didn't come. I wish she did, but my family is here.
Oh, okay. So are you from Baltimore?
No. I mean, my family came with me.
Oh, your family came. So you went down there with family, but your girl didn't come.
Yeah, she got a new job last month, so it's hard to get out of it for the weekend. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, cool, man. Sounds like you're having fun.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'm waiting for the opportunity to reveal myself as the resident conspiracy theorist. Because, when you have people like conspiracy people, it prior 2015, when a person had interesting knowledge that no one else had time to pay attention to, there are times where people gather around and listen because they know otherwise they never care. But here's a person
who's saying all these interesting conspiratorial things that everybody can just sit there and listen to for hours. Like we all remember that kind of person, right?
Yeah, I mean, they say, well, when you have a family gathering, just avoid politics and religion. It's like, no. I mean, of course, I mean, with certain people you should, but just kind of feel out who is talking about.
But there's always that like when you get together, it's like, oh yeah, no, you know what? Uncle Jim, he could tell you about the lizard people. Like that shit sounds crazy, but he'll make it sound like he'll give you the real information. That's I really, you know what I mean? Shit
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, exactly.
I'm waiting for somebody to be like, oh, he's the flat earther, and somebody
Yeah,
to
I'm
say,
already like
for
that in my
real,
family.
for real. All right. Well, I never really actually met one. I seen him on TV. So why don't you tell me what the fuck this is all about? I can't wait for that to happen because I am ready.
Cool, man.
You know?
So how many people from your family are there with you? And just is it a small group?
Oh, no wonder I can still smell my weed. I didn't close the container correctly.
I ain't trying to get your business, but anyway. So you're there with a group.
Yeah,
at the
basically.
crab festival.
Yeah, basically a group. We came in on a bus. Yep.
Did you go down there because you love crab?
Well, I mean, this is my first time. You know, my sister invited me. She said she was going, so I said sure. I do like crab.
Sweet.
I like crab a lot. Who wouldn't want?
Do you like Baltimore? How often you been to Baltimore?
This might be my second time. Baltimore.
I've never been there.
Is it Dartmouth College here? Because if Dartmouth College is here in Baltimore, then that's when I've been.
So you really kind of haven't been there, except for probably a long time ago.
Yeah, about 10 years ago. Yeah.
Pretty. What I've heard is pretty wild city, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm about 40 minutes away from the downtown area, but I heard that it's really jumping over there. But everybody says downtown is jumping wherever they. So
yeah, it is. But it always is though. if you go downtown, it's always freaking jumping. Man. Even I mean, I'm from Little Rock area. When you go to Little Rock, it's not as jumping as some of the bigger cities, but it's always jumping.
I'm gonna start driving up some. Check you guys. Get my affairs in order. Start driving around the country just to. What else am I gonna do? You know, like how people go fishing once or twice a year as a thing. You know, with their. I want to go
different parts of the country.
Yeah, I want to just travel, once or twice a year, just to connect with people. Like,
dude, I think you'd like Arkansas, man.
Yeah, I think so too. I haven't been out of the city for as long an extended time as the time that I lived in Pennsylvania for a year. And just coming back, just being out here in this hotel after Flat Earth. Not to say that I haven't really gone anywhere, but when I really decided, okay, I'm gonna go travel and see what this thing is really about. I'm gonna go to universities across the country. That's when COVID hit. So
yeah.
And it's
so you're
like
gonna have
now
to
I'm
drive,
out.
and you can't fly anymore because more than
so now
likely
that I'm
within the next year they're gonna have to see like show me your COVID cards or you can't get on the airplane.
It's just now that I'm out, just looking at the sky, looking at all of the land, especially when they tell us we're overpopulated, and I'm like,
yeah, right.
I seen
drive
bums
across the
naked.
Midwest and tell us that bullshit.
I've seen the homeless people, huddled up at 42nd Street. They can pick a corner. That imagine all of the homeless people. They don't even have to feel claustrophobic. They can just pick a spot. There's so much space on this earth. It's unbelievable what they got people thinking. Like it's a crime. It straight up is a crime.
Yeah, it is criminal, man. What they're doing to, I mean, the absolute mind control of everyone has caused this. And they're trying to convince you that they're benevolent when they're just sucking up all the resources and using their influence as mind control. You know, and that's politics, right? And it's just it's a disgusting situation for most people. You know, considering all the wars too, if you understand the wars and history and domination, they want to present, you know, through Hollywood, tribal factions. We're just bloodthirsty warriors, and so that we need to have large governments to influence, you know, population. So it's all fucking mind control, man. Yeah, it's disgusting, man. What they've done to humanity.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey Jackson, how you doing?
I'm great, man. Hey, I'm looking for this video. I think maybe it's deleted. I'm not sure. I was hoping you could maybe help me out. It's like a 3 or 4 hour video. I believe it's Jeranisms, and it was a guy presenting
Of
about
course, I can help
perspective.
you.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was all about perspective, and I feel like it
Are you
was called
talking about
Angle of
the
Attack.
personal atmospheric dome?
Mm,
No, go ahead. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
no,
Jackson.
that was it. It was basically just like it was talking about perspective, and I feel like it was called Angle of Attack, but that was I think that's Nathan Oakley's.
No, well, angle of attack. Yeah. I think you're talking about Jaren's personal atmospheric dome video. Which you know what's funny is before I heard Jaren make that video, I always thought that it was like you see as far as you can see all the way around you, and that's 360 degrees, right?
Right.
Say you were in free space, which you wouldn't. If there was nothing to see, you would see nothing, right?
Imagine you're in free space.
Imagine. All right. Now imagine you're on a stationary plane, you know, a virtual stationary plane, and you're looking across it straight ahead. You'll see a horizon. Right now, you know, as far as you can see toward the horizon on your virtual stationary plane, that's how far you can see when you look straight above your head. That's your personal atmospheric dome.
Yeah. No, I'm very familiar. I'm trying to get it to a buddy.
Yeah, let me find it. I don't know if Jaren said it that way, but that's the way I've seen it.
This guy was talking about how, like, you know, essentially we're looking through a 2D pane, basically a window pane, and the center is our eye level, right? And the further away that you are from where you're standing, it kind of like contracts. Like,
well, and to be honest, like on Earth, if you're near, like if you're on the on the ocean shore, you'll be able to see further when you look up. You'll be able to resolve things further away when you look up because the atmosphere is not so condensed,
right,
as it is toward the horizon. So I mean, yeah, there's a lot of factors involved, of course. Let's see if I can find Jeranism video. I mean, are we talking about the same thing? Is this what you're looking for, or what I was talking about?
I think that has to do with it a bit.
Well, what aspect of what I said is not have something to do with it?
1 sec, I'm looking.
Well, you said you're wanting to share, some of this information with a friend.
Yeah.
We want to give you good information, so you might have to give us a little more detail about what you're trying to share. I'm not
So it's basically, you know how like there's those experiments where there's like a football field and somebody like walks really far away and you can see his ankles
football fields
disappearing and
football fields do have.
Well, this
they're
was
built
a
so the water
presentation.
will fall off the sides. You know, they do have a hump in the middle on football fields. That's the way they build them, so the water will drain off, so they don't get sloppy. I mean, they do get sloppy, but but they do try to give a little hump. Just
Right,
like they
but it's
build
basically
roadways. I mean, roads aren't built flat. They're actually slightly sloped so that the water goes off into the gutters and stuff.
Yeah, but
But
for most,
for the most part, I mean, it's not sloped enough. Yeah, I know what you're saying. If somebody walks away and their legs disappear first, and that shit happens with ships over the horizon, then you zoom back in, boom. Then you can
there was a presentation several years ago, and I believe it was on Jeranism, where the guy had a really great slideshow about all of the different examples of this and exactly what was going on. But I mean,
wait, what's that guy's? Is it P Brain that has the perspective videos?
That sounds right.
I think P Brain. Hold on, let me look up P Brain.
Well, the thing is, they're kind of basically saying that no object is effectively straight because, if we can't have straight lines from laser light, then we really can't have straight lines from anything. We can't machine straight. We can't build straight. Effectively, there would be no flat, straight surface at all. So that's just a moot point. These things appear to be, for most intensive purposes, more or less flat. And that person walking away over that football field is definitely not being hidden by a 6-foot hump that is obstructing their height. They're basically merging with the surface, whether it's perfectly flat or not. And the counter assumption that there's a 6-foot hump hiding that person as they go away is absurd. It's obvious that you're just too close to the flattish surface, whether it's perfectly machined, flat, and level or not.
Yes, I agree 100%. The issue is I know people who disagree, and this video that I'm looking for, I think outlines it very well. I found this video from P-Brain though. I think this will work.
Dude, P Brain has a lot of good videos, man. So.
The sun sets just fine on a flat Earth.
Well, they're basically saying that their line of sight is a perfectly straight line that goes out into space and hits the object when not obstructed and gives you some sort of 2D image readout of the object. But that's the lie itself because there's bacteria in front of our eyes right now that we can't see. There's a thing called a diffraction limit. And the diffraction limit makes things like bacteria, creepy crawlies that are right in front of our eyes unprocessed by the eye. And things that are just too far away and have merged too much into the surface unresolvable. They're making contradictory claims because they say that basically the line of sight is a perfectly straight line, but then they say laser light, which is the same light, curves too much to be used for a flat Earth proof. That's, kind of contradictory in a way.
Yeah, fair. Healer Skeptic, I think this P-Brain video will do just fine. So thanks for your help.
Yeah, no problem. I'm about to post another one. I don't know if it's the same one, but I'm gonna post this one.
Would Dave Weiss's video suffice, where he has the light moving over the clothing line, but with the angle of the camera below the clothing line, it looks like the light is setting just like the sun would.
Ooh, that's a good one. Anything by P Brain is just solid gold.
Who is sorry. Who is P Brain?
Oh shit! Eli took a little too big a hit. Wake and bake, motherfucker. What's going on?
What up? What up? I miss you on COD, man. It's a whole new season. Zombies is out. It's the preliminary to the real zombies that will be dropping soon.
Yeah. Dude, even if I still had my account, I've been, I don't know, pretty busy lately. I wouldn't be on much right now. Had one of those, I don't know, dude, kids, I don't know if maybe my daughter is something special. She like made my heart like just I don't even know the right way to say it. Uh Last night she was so sweet. She came in as she was supposed to be sleeping. She came into the room here and just gave me a big hug and says, thank you. And I was like, oh, well, you're welcome, but what are you thanking me for? She said, just for being my dad. Like, oh, come here. Like, it's so sweet.
My son the other day said, "Dad, I love you a lot. You know, I'll love you even when you're really."
Yeah, yeah, no, the kids are great. quiet Saturday morning.
I was curious what happened to the bot for the 24/7 radio.
Oh, I just started it back up again. Once it looks like the Groovy bot itself had a hiccup. They had to reset or something. It happens. You know, when try to keep a bot connected to a live stream 24/7 for weeks at a time. If I have to restart it once a week or so, it's not like a big issue.
I had no idea that it went off. It was just always on when I came in before.
Yeah, I would usually check it when I got home from work to make sure it was still playing. Sometimes somebody would stop it, or it would stop on its own once in a while. I would check, but I've gotten lazy with that, and I've been checking like once a week.
Well, I'm gonna go listen. Peace out, y'all.
Later.
Hey man, I was just out smoking outside. I have this hummingbird feeder, right? And there's like at least a dozen hummingbirds that just come and hit it all the time. Sometime last week, there was this red wasp. You know, those big ass mean red wasps come around, and it was on the feeder, and every time one of the hummingbirds would come close, that wasp freaking dart at him and chase him off. So I was like, I'm gonna get this son of a bitch. And I did. I got my fly swatter. I was walking out there and he was looking at me, man. It's like he was watching me. And so a couple times I missed him, but I finally got him. He was chasing off all the hummingbirds, man. He was like, this is my feeder now. Because, all the sugar in there and stuff. And he was just like eating on it. And I killed him. I'm good at killing wasps. You guys see my hummingbird video I made? Let me put it up.
No, I haven't seen their hummingbird video.
Yeah, it's cool, man. They're freaking awesome.
They are.
They're crazy as hell, man.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I mean, I don't have a feeder or anything. You'll see them a lot more with a feeder. They're pretty elusive without one. But I think it's especially neat just when you see one kind of in the wild. Like I think maybe a week ago, I had one while I was working. Just all of a sudden, come and like start hovering, probably like 5 feet away from me. I got a couple seconds, a good look at it, and all of a sudden it took off. But
well, I put this feeder out. Didn't know if they were gonna come or not, and then, bro, they're used to like, I can walk on the porch and they'll run off for a little bit, but I can stand like 5 feet away from the feeder and they'll just jump on there as long as I'm not moving too much. They'll just sit there and feed on it. And, let me put this video for you. Hold on. I think I got it. And so I took my phone. I have a tripod for my phone, so I set it up when they were coming around, and so I caught this video of them. They freaking love this feeder, man.
yeah, now that I bought this phone that has that 100 times moon zoom, I also recently bought a tripod for it. Trying to zoom in far on stuff, it's really hard to hold it still. So I did it mostly for if I want to take, moon pictures or something like that. But it's just nice to have a tripod anyway.
Yeah.
All the old people around here, they're all about Orioles. I don't know what are so special about Orioles. They put out their Oriole feeders, and it's all like they get all excited if they see one. I know they're kind of a rare bird too, especially like in this area. I think they're rare anywhere. this is one of the areas where they actually are.
These hummingbirds are so aggressive. It's like I'm not sure which. I think the females are a little bit bigger. Once that video, man, they just zip around and then they just like zoom in at each other and get off the. No, it's mine. It's mine. It's mine. Sometimes you'll get 3 of them at the same time, feeding. But they're nuts, man. They're so cute.
And dude, oh, so I'm a little bit pissed off right now. I had to send a text message to my daughter's mother just a few minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. My daughter started saying that her mom and her mom's boyfriend or fiance, whatever, were saying that her and her sister might have to get tested for ADHD. I'm like, what the fuck would you do that for? She's 7 years old. She reads like an adult. She's taught herself cursive. She's top in her class. They have her like tutoring like the other kids to catch them up and stuff. She clearly has no problem focusing or learning. So why would you have her tested for ADHD unless you just want to have her medicated because keeping up with a energetic kid is difficult?
Yeah, that's fucked up, man. Dude.
Waiting for a fucking response from her mom.
They want to put your... Yeah, don't get me started on that shit. Put a little kid on meth. That's just not cool.
like literally, you've got your kid is the best in school and like in class and doing like super well learning, and then you want to fuck with that by possibly medicating, like, dude, gonna be an issue if she's serious about that. The thing with her sister's 17 years old. Like, what are you gonna go and test her for now? Like.
You watching my hummingbird video? It's freaking crazy. They're insane, man.
Not as crazy as you, Helio.
No, yes, I know I'm crazy. So that means I'm not crazy because I know I'm crazy.
What's going on in here?
Nothing. We're just talking. Well,
You guys behaving?
this guy's got this hummingbird train. I like that one, Miguel. Like got him inside. See, I think these hummingbirds outside, like I can just stand right next to the feeder. The hummingbirds will still come there. They won't, of course, they won't let me touch them. I mean, they're not as close as this guy's got them, but they're not scared of me. They're actually when I put the food out, you can call them and they'll know they're getting new food. And like at least a dozen of them come around all the time.
I'm touching your link. It doesn't work, Helio. Come on.
What are you talking about? The video I posted? It's
probably
called Hummingbirds.
Probably
That's
my
on
phone.
my
It's probably
channel.
my phone. It's probably my phone.
I'm gonna close the app and open it. Let's see.
It's on YouTube, man. It's on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, my phone is being sensitive today. Or not sensitive enough. It's not working. Copy paste.
Yeah, I think they really trust me now since I killed that wasp that was chasing them off last week. They're like, oh yeah, he's cool. So I killed that wasp.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
How do wasps work on a spinning globe? When you're saying wasp, you're talking about a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, right?
Well, most of those think that the Earth is a globe, so I guess it works for them.
Good morning, everybody. Anybody new on here? No. We're talking about Helio's hummingbirds, right?
We were for a minute. Well, Lou was talking about some situation with his daughter, which that's kind of messed
unrelated
up.
to hummingbirds.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's something that I'm not sure if we should give our complete opinion because that could be a controversial thing leading into.
Oh, fuck that.
I'm pretty sure hummingbirds defy so-called gravity, don't they? Sorry,
Oh,
Lou,
yeah.
go ahead.
Well, you're worried about people speaking up about kids being over medicated for shit because
No, go ahead and freaking say it. Let's do it.
No, there's been plenty of conversations in the public forums about that. It's not like it's a controversial. I mean,
Hey, you're gonna give it. Well, I said it earlier. I mean, you're gonna give a 7-year-old meth,
Yeah.
to control him. Give me a break.
No, it's lazy,
Wait,
lazy
who's
teachers
getting
and
that?
lazy parents who have energetic kids that they just want their kid to zombify and so that they leave them alone. That's why they fucking do it.
Yep, they put a screen in their face and medicine in their stream, and they don't have to worry about them, right?
Yep.
Don't give your child.
I'm sure there might be some kids out there who really do need it, to level them off or whatever. But for the most part, your kid's fine. Most kids don't need that shit, and they're
Just
giving
give him cannabis oils instead of meth. Indica.
The main problem with all this medicine shit is not enough people trust the creator and his immune system. I'll shut up.
Just do a quick Google search of people on meth and compare that to people on cannabis oils.
Well, how about you share a link comparing the two?
No kidding.
Most people trust the doctors, so.
And either way, Jemsy, I'm talking about kids that don't need any medication. They don't need cannabis oil or fucking meth.
Nothing wrong with them.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with them.
Yeah.
You
No,
know,
if nothing is wrong,
don't give them anything.
Just feed them well, let them have some exercise, go outside, get some fresh air, some sunlight. Mom or dad, just normal stuff. No need of nothing else.
Believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the
That
way.
just pisses me off. These fucking elementary school teachers and
they feel like they have power.
They think they're doctors. They think that they get to diagnose kids and fucking have them fucking medicated.
Dude, yeah, I mean, the elementary school is the worst, man. When it comes to that, all these teachers have pseudo forces, but they have this like fake authority. It's like, I have power over your children. No, you fucking don't. It's insane.
Oh yeah, wait until you drop your child in school. Can't do nothing about it.
Yeah,
Anybody's still sending their kids to the government schools, please get them out of there.
Yeah,
Hell to the no.
or at least pay attention to the teachers, because they I'm not saying there's all teachers are bad. It's like all cops are not bad, right? All this kind of thing. But teachers kind of are like cops, It's like, hey, the child is bad, but if you're taking your child to be diagnosed with something from a doctor, and they want to put your little kid on drugs, oh man, my kid's okay. I mean, why are you going to give psychological drugs to my little freaking 7-year-old? That's fucking insane.
I mean,
I've seen it happen, and that's why I'm saying I'm not going to get in too much detail about it, but
The
I never
entire
had to take any
population,
drugs when I was growing up, even though
the
I
entire
was.
population in general is over medicated. That's how the pharmaceutical companies make their money, right? But kids, especially, I
Oh
agree.
yeah, that's the story of my life.
Dude,
Every
shit, the
drug dealer
teachers
knows.
are.
Every drug dealer knows you got to get the kids hooked early, right?
Yep, that's what I was saying. The teachers are the mind control products. It's like, I have a problem with this student. I'm not a teacher or whatever, but it's just like, I just don't understand how parents could let their little kids like take your medicine today so that you can behave in school. I just don't see how that is something that is real today, but it is. I know it happens because I've seen it happen to a lot of people that I know, and it's just not. I don't think it's cool at all.
I also, growing up, there were some kids that were on like Ritalin or whatever, right? And I think we all probably knew a handful of those kids. I can't think of a single one who I was like, yeah, that medicine's really helping them, or like, yeah, they need that, or like the kids on those drugs were more fucked up than the kids that aren't. Now, is it because they need drugs, or is it because they're on drugs?
Well, and more than likely, when they were teenagers and later, they needed drugs, other drugs. Afterwards,
I don't see how like somebody who you see. I've never seen like Ritalin or anything like that actually
helping someone.
And so, like, why would you all of a sudden be like, well, but it might make life easier for me, so let's just give it to this kid.
Hey,
to my kid.
have you guys ever read the Huckleberry Finn books?
It's
Remember
been a long
Huckleberry
time.
Finn?
We had to read them back.
Huckleberry Finn would have been put on Ritalin by his mother, probably, if we were in modern times. Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry, man, they would have been like, those kids are undisciplined. They need to be put on drugs. They won't even freaking stay in school all the time. They're just like,
nah. Because kids back then would stay out of your hair. They'd go out into the woods and whatever.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The teachers would just say, "Oh, these parents aren't good. Their kids aren't coming to school. We need to get them. They're going to call the police because their kids aren't going to school." We think different than most people do. It's like, well, what is school for? School is for education.
Clearly, when it comes to like flat Earth, we think different than most people. But I think when it comes to everything else, I think probably the majority agree with us. They're just not as outspoken. There's a lot of this is a pretty conservative-minded forum, and I think conservatives just typically aren't as loud. They don't speak out.
I wouldn't actually don't think people agree with us. Even aside from flat Earth, I even think that with even we're more, I guess, more libertarian attitude or like a freedom attitude. They actually want their kids to go to school and to be educated / indoctrinated.
I'm just saying,
whether
like,
or not
on
conservative.
most topics, like for the example, the one that we're using right now, I think most people would agree with us. Like the kids are
Medicated before educated.
All right, cool. So you here's what happens with people that have insurance and whatever, insurance for the children or whatever. They take their children to get checkups. If there's any recommended things from the teachers or the counselor at school, they might see a psychologist or a psychiatrist and say, well,
no,
there are hundreds of thousands of children that are drugged up before they're 10 years old. They're taking freaking methamphetamine basically in a pill before they go to school.
There's some parents who will just take every suggestion from the teacher and then to the doctor and so on, and they'll just go with it. But most parents will fight about that. They'll be like, "You think my kid needs this? Well, I think you're wrong," and they're not gonna. And too bad. You can think whatever you want. You're not putting my kid on any fucking drugs.
I hope so. I hope you're right about
parents
that.
that are like that.
I know there are a
Look,
lot.
Helio, look what happened. Look what happens if you're on meth.
You become Steve Buscemi.
What's going on? What's happening?
Don't do it, bro.
I don't know
Call
if
me
it's accurate.
paranoid, but yeah. No,
I don't know if it's accurate, but I saw a stat that the average, like by 12 years old, a kid has 70 jabs these days. When we were growing up, it was like maybe 3 or 4, maybe.
Actually,
that
70
Helio?
is not enough. You need more than that.
That's the average. There's some people putting more than that in them.
Oh
So,
yeah.
and
Say
that's
good
just
morning. Hope everybody has a good weekend and all that shit.
what's up, Rick?
You as well.
What,
Hello.
Riggs? Are you about to leave? I hope everyone.
No, man, I just woke up.
Oh, it sounds like I was like either you just woke up or you're about to leave. Like you're like that. You
No,
said,
just
"I
woke
hope
up.
everyone has a good weekend." It sounded like you were about to leave. That's all.
Well, I mean, I don't have much flat smacking to do. I don't see very many.
Hey, we're not
people
talking about flat Earth right now. We're talking about giving babies
Talking about meth.
How about
drugs.
we talk about real stuff?
We're talking about meth.
Well,
No, dude, you guys. We're talking about medicating children that don't need it. Okay.
can I like
talking
take
about
a
meth.
shower and just listen?
Talking about medicating. That's what I said.
Methicating children, right? Giving them Ritalin and what was the other? Well, Adderall.
But how
I
about we
guess.
defecate all the doctors who are doing this? How about that?
How are we going to do that, Neil?
We'll defecate all over them. Forget about this medicate.
Say
and methicate.
defecate or desiccate?
Defecate all over them.
You're going to shit on them.
all over them.
All over them in their office.
Guys, good morning, Helio.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hear we're talking about that whole
Neil said
that whole
shit on them.
Ritalin and everything like that, man. I was one of those kids that grew up with that shit.
Time to wake up and just shit on them.
I would never have guessed that.
Hey, was that a lot? Enoch that was just talking.
This Master Chief just came in. Said hello.
Well, it sounded like Enoch.
Yeah, Helio. It's
You
me.
changed
It's
your
me,
name to
Enoch.
Master Chief. So you were given these drugs when you were a child?
Yeah.
All
I
right.
told my dad.
I don't want my children to end up like that.
No.
I told my dad.
My
when I was
kids
8.
are on nothing.
Hold on, guys. Let Enoch tell a story if he's going to.
He's
When I
going to
was-
tell us
when
he's
I was,
been on drugs since he was about 8. This could take 4 hours, this story. I'm only kidding. Go ahead.
Hey, listen,
Nah.
yeah, Enoch's been here for a while. I mean, he does have he does have some experience in this.
So I was one of those kids that grew up taking it, and I was in elementary school. I remember I was about 8 and 9 years old, maybe 10, because I remember my feet was about to be 7, 7 foot, like my feet were growing, right? And
You talk about your shoe size?
yeah, my shoe size. I was
Nice.
like,
All right.
The shoe size is 7 at that age. You're pretty good.
yeah, I was 10 years old and my feet
You got
size
big
were at
feet.
7, bro. My
Wait,
dad was so
10
like,
years old
what
with a
the fuck?
7
My
incher?
son's feet are almost as big as mine.
Anyway, no, come on.
Oh yeah.
Hang
Come
it
on,
low.
Enoch.
Hang it low.
Okay.
Anyway, so
we're
I
jokers, but
was
go ahead. Yeah, continue, bro.
I was diagnosed with ADHD. So I was
At
diagnosed
what
with
age? At what age were you diagnosed with this?
like around 7, 8 years old, 6,
Okay.
around that age. And I
Okay.
was taking the medication for 2 years.
What, Ritalin?
Yeah, Ritalin.
One quick question. Did you have tics and stuff before you started taking that?
Yes. I was biting the inside of my cheeks. I was rubbing my eyebrows and I was shaking my legs. These were all motor tics. And I was diagnosed with ADHD.
But that was before you were diagnosed with Tourette's?
Yes, that was before Tourette syndrome.
All right, go ahead.
So, as I got older, certain things tended to bother me. It wasn't so much, and my family just ignored my condition. They didn't really pay attention to it. But as I got older, the more that they ignored it, the worse my condition was worsening.
So let me ask you this: was the
Yeah.
Ritalin helping you with, with the biting your cheeks and the ticks and stuff?
Absolutely. I mean, I wasn't ticking, and the way that I was, dude, it felt like everything. It was just scary to me as a child when I was taking it. Things were either fast or slow. People would either they were talking too slow, and I was talking too fast.
I've taken Ritalin before, so I kind of know what's wrong. But
Yeah.
It's
So, yeah, and so it's like this being on this constant head high, like everything is fast motion, and then you just don't have this time to slow down. But then when the medication starts to subside, then everything seems like everything is slowing. Like, dude, it's like things will start to irritate you so quickly. Like, oh man, I would get mad in an instant. But besides knowing that factor, see, that's when I started having rage tic attacks, and I didn't know this growing up. I didn't even know this. I just thought, oh, I'm angry because someone had made me angry, and this had made me angry. I was trying to find excuses for what was going on when there really wasn't a problem, and I was just
So
trying
were
to
you?
make
Let me ask you
solutions.
this: I mean, if we're being honest, and if you want to be honest, you don't have to tell me anything about this. So you were taking Ritalin from about 6 or 7 years old, and were there any other medications you were on? You don't have to tell me at all.
I stopped around 12 years old.
So
My
it was
dad had
only
asked
Ritalin.
me,
It was only Ritalin until you were 12.
yeah, my dad had
Okay.
asked me like, son, like I need you to make the choice whether to take this or not. And I said, Dad, I've been telling you I don't want to take it. He finally got me off of stopping me to take the medication, bro. And this is when kids started getting addicted. This is when kids started getting addicted and kids started committing suicide. And my dad, this is when he asked me, do you still want to continue taking this? And I said no. But yeah, man, like,
All right. So then after that, you didn't take any other medication
no, nope.
related
I was
to.
drinking coffee. I was
Well,
I avoid
caffeine, I'm sure, doesn't help.
cigarette.
Doesn't help Tourette's.
No, not at all. Coffee helps me go to sleep. Actually,
Coffee's
like
better than Ritalin. As far as that goes. Yeah, drinking.
oh yeah, no, like coffee helps me go to sleep. Like I drink coffee at night just to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm not in your shoes. Coffee makes me jittery, man. I used to like a lot of caffeine, but I just can't drink it anymore. But so
I'm actually sort of the same way. Like a lot of caffeine sort of has like the opposite effect on me. Like or it doesn't really like if I'm tired, I'm trying to get energy by having a coffee or a Red Bull or something. It doesn't really work. I just become I crash even more, become more tired.
I totally understand. That's why
I've had it happen once or twice where I was being kept up from caffeine, but usually it's not that way.
So are you taking any medications now, Master Chief, for your
I stopped taking drugs, like pharmaceutical drugs.
Yeah.
That they were prescribing me because I was doing it. I was taking their drugs. I was doing it, and then I was taking it, and I was following their directions all the way up until I was 30, and now, like it's been 3 years, and I've decided.
Can you name some that? Can you name some that they were prescribing to you that was supposed to help you?
Yeah, actually, you know what? Here, hold up. Let me go into my bathroom.
Give us a list, man. Tell us what they were supposed to help you with your Tourette's. Because do you feel like you were misdiagnosed when you were younger?
Definitely.
He's running around trying to get his pill.
I definitely think I was misdiagnosed when I was at a young age. Devilprex. Devilprex.
Hey, wait, you still have the pill bottles?
Yeah,
I taking them?
still have them.
But you're not taking them?
These are antibiotics. No, I'm not taking them. Olanzapine, Devilprex, yeah. Olanzapine, Devilprex. Help me with my moods and my tics. They don't do anything besides make me depressed and lazy. Like I don't. I feel like a zombie. Like I can't do anything.
So you're still going to the doctor. They're giving you prescriptions, but you're not taking them. Is this what's happening?
Yes, I go see a therapist and a psychiatrist.
Have you tried weed?
What's that?
And you're supplementing with marijuana.
I do. Yeah, I do use cannabis. I told them that I use cannabis as my drug of choice to help me with my bipolar, my Tourette's, and my ADHD.
What do they say about that when you tell them?
Well, they don't really say much to me about it. They know
But
that
you're not telling them that you're not taking their prescriptions, right?
No, I do tell them.
Okay.
I'm not gonna sit there and lie to them. No, I fucking tell them straight up. Like I'm not taking.
They can't tell anybody else anything, but now you're telling us. But anyway, the reason I'm asking, and you don't have to tell us shit either, But I'm just. Have you tried some of the prescriptions that they've given you? Does it actually work to help you, or self-medication? Does that work better?
See, so the medications that they were giving me, I found out that they weren't doing anything because they were taking away my dopamine. They were taking away my estrogen. They were taking away my energy.
They give you SSRIs, right?
Like, yeah.
No, they give you something to try to combat some obscure thing, and then it makes you feel worse in 10 other ways. Like
it's SSRI. It's a serotonin, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. That's what an SSRI is.
What ends up happening is that I end up getting very lazy and depressed, and my thoughts of wanting to commit suicide get worse. It gets to a point where I don't even want to leave my room. And I keep telling them that the thoughts don't go away, and I can't get like they don't. There will be days where I don't want to leave my room.
Hey, I have those days too, and I don't take shit except for alcohol, which is not a good thing. But...
No. I stopped drinking alcohol too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I occasionally drink here and there, but I try to avoid it sometimes. But I mean, alcohol was used for narcotics to numb pain, physical pain. So, I mean, I
it works
understand
for
on
that.
the usage of alcohol, but I don't condone in alcoholism.
No, I don't either. I actually, I mean, everybody knows that
You
I'm.
know what,
You know,
Helio, you
this
might want to take that back. I don't know, man.
No,
I'm
no. I
calling
mean,
you an alcoholic. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
no. I am an alcoholic. I'm not denying that.
My dad was an alcoholic. I mean, it's none. I know it's none of anybody's business.
No,
But
sure, but I'm really just for the sake of this conversation, I was just curious, and I'm glad you opened up about that, because we were just talking about how these pharmaceuticals affect children as they're growing up, and so I appreciate you sharing your experience with it. That's all I was saying.
yeah, I totally understand. I just think the doctors should more listen to the patient on how they're feeling and not more of the situation at hand of what had happened when they were telling them the situation. Because I had recently told my psychiatrist that I'm deciding not to see anymore. Like, I had told him a situation that had happened and about my condition, and I had told him that my family don't believe that I have Tourette syndrome. So that's my debate with my family. Like, that's my fight here.
They
living
don't
in this
think you
house.
have Tourette's?
Yeah, like I seen a neurologist and a psychiatrist and a therapist, and my neurologist diagnosed me with Tourette syndrome. And my family, because my mom she wasn't in the office with me. I'm an adult. I don't think I need my mother in the doctor's office with me. So my neurologist tells me, yeah, you're diagnosed with you have Tourette syndrome. I said, oh wow, and they said like, yeah, this is not curable. There's nothing that can. I say like, I started crying. Like, this is a big thing for me. Because I knew what it was. I just didn't think that what was happening to me was actually happening. You know, when you're in denial about it, and like no, that's not me. That's not me. I swear to God, that's not me. And then when someone tells you that that's you, that's happening, and it breaks your heart. You know, like when
it's like I said, I'm an alcoholic. I just said that, but I don't believe I'm an alcoholic, that way. I've stopped before, and I can stop again. But that's not something neurological like Tourette's is. So it's more
right. Just
more
my
of a
problem is living with
behavioral
the.
kind of thing,
Yeah, no, just my problem is living with a family who do not believe that I have a medical condition that has developed and got worse through years.
That's messed up. They don't believe that your doctor diagnosed you
Yeah,
with
bro.
Tourette's, and they don't believe that you have Tourette's. That's pretty messed up.
Like, I just had an argument with my little brother. My little brother, he's 14 years old, and he was like, "You're a fucking liar." He's like, "You don't have Tourette's." Like,
Hey man,
it's crushed my
just
heart,
just
bro.
be patient. Just be patient, man, because they will realize eventually. I mean,
I know it's hard.
Just be
It's hard.
patient, man. Yeah, especially
it's
with
hard.
family, it's hard. It is hard. I'll get you, bro. It's all good. Hey, I appreciate you.
And
Really, I appreciate you sharing your story with us, man. This is yeah, it can be hard, especially with family. Yeah, of course. Oh wow, man. They don't believe you. They don't believe the
yeah,
doctors and you. Oh my goodness, that's insane.
and like
Yeah, but
I'm a
they do
gamer.
believe the Earth is a globe, right?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, no,
let's
they
get
totally
back to
believe
flat
the
Earth. Let's get back to flat Earth. I
bro. They
appreciate you
totally
sharing your
believe the
story,
Earth is a
brother.
globe. I already broke it down to them and told them, yeah, the Earth is not a globe; it's flat. They were yelling at me, telling me that I'm
Oh,
retarded, that I believe the Earth is flat, bro.
and that's
Oh
definitely
my
going to help
god.
you with the Tourette's idea.
They're saying now. They're saying now you definitely have it, Tourette.
No, man. I go
Oh
around saying
man,
I'm
this is
Lucifer.
insane.
Like they think I want to go around saying this shit, bro.
No.
I even yell out sometimes that the earth is flat because
Nice.
I believe in my head, like I know it's gonna piss him off. So then I have this
Yeah.
feeling to say the fucking earth is flat.
It's
Sorry.
like that chick
Very
on
good, very good.
Witsit's video. She's like, he's like, the Earth is flat. She's like, what? He said the
That
Earth is flat,
lady.
and she's like,
Oh yeah.
oh shit, the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. She starts running down the street. Hell yeah, bro. Yeah, the Earth is flat. We know it. You know it. Know it, Master Chief. Everybody here knows it. So yeah, I mean, do what you do, man. You have our support here, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you know. Don't be afraid to have yourself heard. Let them hear it. Shout it.
But don't let it. As far as family relationships go, don't let it destroy your relationship with your family.
Yes.
They can think whatever they want to think, just like you can. Just convince them that it's like, hey, we're on a different page. Page 1 is Earth is flat. Page 2 is this. Now, you can also find a common divide between the two. Just like I won't talk about flat Earth if you don't, and then we can talk about other stuff. That's kind of a relationship that I have with my family. They all know what I do, so
It was
Yeah.
difficult. It was difficult. Like I still love my family. Don't get me wrong. And I'm gonna open my arms up to them all the time. And it's just hard because I get message, bro. Okay. Here, I'm gonna put in voice text. Like I get messages. This was last night. I get messages like this, and I struggle with this. And it's like, bro, you don't say this to people that you don't know is struggling with something. This is online, mind you, man. And I struggle with having to fight with my family, letting them know about my condition. And you're going to say this to me. You're going to send this message to me like this. This is the difficult part on receiving a message like this and not going through with it, especially a person such as myself that deals with constant suicidal thoughts and suicidal tendencies and bipolar. Like you just don't send something like this.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's fucked up that anybody would do that, but I think you're smart enough to know that these trolls online, you shouldn't even pay any attention to it. You can't let them get to you. They're
and even your family, you can't let them get to you either. Now, if you're having these, are you seeing a therapist?
Yeah, I talk to a therapist. I'm okay, guys. I'm okay.
No, I mean, because this is not the first time you brought up suicide. So
yeah, I know. Actually, this it's always a constant thing, and I feel like it never leaves me, and especially like living with my family, it's constant. And then I'm talking to a therapist.
You feel like they don't believe you, but
yeah.
but your therapist can't say anything to your family, and you can say anything you want to us, but we're always live when we do this, so kind of pay attention to what you might say. I wasn't asking you these questions to kind of expose you. I actually want to we want to help you, so that you can feel like you're part of something that you're seeing that other people aren't seeing, and so that's the only
Well,
reason
I don't promote the suicide stuff, but the idea of death wish is not actually considered a syndrome. It is very well explained in the Bible. Many good people had this death wish, and it wasn't anything wrong having this death wish, because what it means is actually that these people are like more empathic and more sensitive to the world, the medium. And yeah, this is the whole truth, we don't live in a good world because
yeah, but at the same
yeah,
time, I still want to live. I mean,
yeah,
like
of course,
me and have talked about this before.
yeah,
I mean, there are times that I was just like don't want to be here anymore, but for
yeah.
the most part, I still want to live. So yeah, I mean, it's a frustrating place to live. So
Yes, Helio,
anyway,
but when you live in a medium with people like who they every day they swear at you, they argue with you, they
don't
bump
pay
into
attention.
you,
These are
you
people
know.
online, bro.
Yeah, I know, but this is how it is even in real life,
Well, if anybody online gets to you that
Yeah.
bad, then then you that's your fault, bro. It's like I mean, but nobody in my real life would actually. Well, I would never say because the only time I ever thought of suicide is when I was married. It's supposed to be, but shut up. Anyway. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's really important what you're to us. A lot of times, it's important what our family thinks of us, but for the most part, if you get out in the world, even just like you grow up, as a young man, or a young woman, and then you go do your thing, and then I'm not living up to my parents' expectations. It's like I'm an adult. I don't really give a shit what my mom thinks about me. I mean, I give a shit what she thinks about me, but I don't think she understands me. You know what I mean? I'll temper my attitude to what she says and her opinion, of course. But at the same time, I'm still going to do my thing.
Yeah, but you see, you do have a duty uh,
I
to
have a
be
duty
the
to
good son.
myself and the people that that are
Yeah.
involved with me when I'm not. Yeah. Anyway, I think I made my
Yeah,
point.
it's our own duty to be good people. Like, despite how your parents are, you have
Who
to
has
be
to
a
be
good
good?
person.
Nobody
Yeah,
has
yeah,
to be good.
yes, yeah.
I'm
That's how
sorry.
it is.
You don't have to, but you can choose to.
Yeah, but what is good? I mean, what are you trying to do? Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know.
What's
I
the
know.
intention?
What is good? Anyway, I'm just
Good is
messing with you guys. I'm
defined
really just
by
messing with
the law,
Master Chief.
keeping
Yeah.
the laws.
I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
I'm gonna listen
So
to you
you
guys.
had mentioned how you have Tourette's, and your doctor said that it was incurable. But have you ever?
Yeah.
Because my son doesn't have Tourette's, but he has autistic symptoms. And
Right.
whenever we avoid like processed foods and grains specifically for us, I don't know about you, but grains for us really exacerbate the problem. And I don't know, I just figured you
You're
might want to think that it may not be totally incurable, even if it can't be gotten rid of, you can at least lessen your symptoms. Because my son does so much better versus when he has eaten something that is like would make the problem worse.
You're absolutely right, bro. And like the thing is too, like what I found out what was hard to grasp is that having Tourette syndrome, we are also like autistic. Like, um,
Yeah,
I was
all those quote unquote disorders tie in together, like
yeah, like
autism, dyslexia, dysgraphia, Tourette's. It's all
yeah,
connected to leaky gut syndrome. And I experience minor dyslexia and different things too when I eat a lot of sugars and processed crap.
yeah. I try to eat a lot of I'm actually vegan. I
Right.
turned vegan. I like. I started paying it when my conditions were getting worse because I was going to school for massage therapy and I was learning about the human anatomy and about the human body. And as like as far as like everything goes hand in hand, you know, everything is connected. So as far as like as my eating diet and me exercising, like I'm trying to do things like I did as a child. You know, when you grew up in the beginning, you know, you wake up in the morning, you eat your breakfast, you exercise, you clean your room, it's the same repeated process, right? When as you were a child. And now that I'm an adult, it's like, okay, I have to change my diet again. I have to eat a lot healthier. I have to eat differently. My dad had diabetes, so I like try to make sure, okay, I have to avoid eating certain things or my intake. I have to watch my intake, my sugar intake. Like these are things I pay attention to. And I hear what everybody else is saying about their, you know, their suggestions. Uh-oh, sorry. Phone call. Sorry guys, I'm on the phone. This is gonna be a minute.
See what happens when you guys don't talk. You have people like me, Dead Air Dave, come in here. See anybody here?
the only one hearing that.
What is that?
It's Enoch.
He must have changed his name. I don't see Enoch on here.
Master Chief.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, he's quiet now. So the Earth is a ball. Everybody says. Anybody disagree? Your silence means you agree. So just when you shut the server down.
Absolutely not.
There you go. You're
Hey,
convinced you do not live on a spinning oblate paroid, huh?
I thought that was Alvin.
No, I've been listening in with really great conversations. I think, especially as a father myself, and going through the same stuff, and I overall just thought it was some great stuff. But I had a quick question for you guys. Being flat earthers, or at least hopefully, I guess most of us are. There was this video that sort of surfaced, I guess, in June. It's called "The Lost History of Flat Earth," and I was wondering if anybody. It's like 5 hours long, but I was wondering if
That's a
anybody's
good
seen it.
video. That's
Yeah.
a good video.
About the moon projection and sulfate, silver nitrate, all that stuff. Well, I'm an architect and have been practicing for about
By
12 years
Eric
now.
Dubé.
No, is it Eric? I don't
No,
think
it's not Eric
Yep,
Dubé.
I'm pretty sure that
No,
it's
it's
not.
No, he has another. He has a video called "The History of Flat Earth," but
Right.
there's one that came out a couple months ago called "The Lost History of Flat Earth," and
I
that's
think the channel name Helio is EWAR, EWAR.
Let me see if I can find
Anyway,
it.
go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, he breaks it into like 5 episodes, and being an architect and studying, I'm a professor at San Antonio College in Texas, and I put some of this stuff into my actual courses, and it was big news to me. I've always heard about the mudslides, and this sort of theory that we've been sort of obviously hiding history and things like this, and but I just thought it was incredibly interesting, or at least towards the end, if anybody's gotten to it. There's a part where he talks about, the black sun basically projecting an image as if it was film onto the moon, basically the true map, right? And, it's sort of a new map. It's kind of flat earthy. And he kind of proves it, not really proves, or at least he suggests a proof, right? That the magnetic poles shifting. We've all sort of heard about that since the 50s. And he sort of traces the trajectory, towards this new map. And I don't know, I just had tons of questions on it and was wondering if anybody's seen it, or, if you haven't, it's definitely a great one for an experienced flat earther,
I'm about to post it. But yeah, Dave or anyone else that's a flat earther.
I'll give my 2
I heard
cents
about
on
it.
it. I watched that.
Yeah, I got it
Go ahead.
from Riggs because I'd heard about it and I was asking questions, and Riggs sent me the post. Yeah, that's it right there. It's really good. Yeah, it's a long video, but it's good. I haven't watched the whole thing yet. I haven't finished it, but I
it's taken me like a week. I have to stop and look stuff,
That's a really good one.
Well, the same person has 2 different things. One's called Lost History of Flat Earth. The other one's What on Earth Happened. And there's like 13 parts, and that one's like 7 hours. But I've watched both of them. They're very interesting. It's speculation. I don't know if we should be talking about it in here, but it's very interesting. He does have some puzzle pieces to put together, I'll admit. But, what can we prove, What can we prove,
Well, to be honest, without the support of general science, whatever that means, how can we prove anything about the past when all of the anthropologists and archaeologists are basing their pseudoscience on the Big Bang theory and shit, What are we supposed to do about that? We don't necessarily have any support from public services or any part of universities and all that kind of shit. You said you're a professor at a university?
Correct. Yeah, I teach
And-
architecture.
Okay.
Mostly design and things like this, but I've dabbled in teaching architectural history.
So what do you think? I mean, you're about to tell us, but what was brought up in this documentary or whatever you want to call it?
The part that I absolutely agree with was, the hidden architecture, and then of course the fact that these geometries and sacred geometries that are mimicked, and whether they were carved or not. I mean, the academic story is, of course, that they were Freemasons who knew different techniques and in making these masterpieces, which I guess is, I don't do a lot of believing these days, but it's believable.
Well, what about the part where, like with the mud flood part, where it's like these buildings existed and they've kind of fabricated, a local history. I don't know if there's any other word for it, like a recent history of. For the most part, the general public now believes that all of these buildings were built, within the past
right
1,000 years. I totally think that's not true.
Exactly. But see, their academic story is no. There were the basically the street level has always been rising. They even kind of show it off in Rome. They go, here, look, there's 2,000 years ago, and some of the old structures aren't covered in mud. Does that make sense? Like the Pantheon has been raised, if you will, not the actual structure, but the street level, right, of all these buildings have been, regardless of their story. Like I've seen where they excavate in Chicago, and you see another door, and you see another window, and you see another level, right, filled with mud, and you're just like, okay, that's a little, that's not spoken for academically. They say academically, at least from what I'm familiar with, that it's kind of a natural occurrence. We just keep building and building on ourselves, and I don't buy that. Why would you replace something that's already working? No, but that's what I found terribly interesting about it was now I have this architectural history that actually makes a bunch more sense, right? We're just lied to. Not saying that he even proved what it was that happened, but it was more like, okay, that's a little bit more plausible than at least the academic story. But what's even more interesting is, I love electricity. I would say a little bit of an amateur when it comes to electricity, but when he starts talking about the vibrational qualities of these buildings, even those hummingbirds that you guys were talking about earlier, those vibrations that somehow make it fly through vibration, such as the bumblebee and, all these miraculous vibrations of nature.
It is pretty amazing the way the hummingbirds moves, because most birds that we know of, they're moving forward and they flap. I mean, they can dive, dip down or whatever, but they move their wings a certain way. Hummingbirds they only have two wings, whereas bumblebees have four, right?
Right.
And so they move a different, but the hummingbirds move similar to the way that the bumblebees do. They can hover and freaking, and then they're not like hummingbirds only land on like branches or something. They're not hoppers. They can't land on the ground and then hop. Mm-hmm. So they only land, and so, but they can hover in place. It's just kind of insane.
Yeah. But anyway, back to the architecture and the shapes of the rose windows. That's what really gets me is, this place is, the academic story is that these are churches, right? What better thing to take over than power plants if you're this new church generation, right? There's the story that Rome fell and blah, blah, blah. But, I've always thought that, they just turned themselves into the Vatican and, obviously just changed Roman law to common law and shit like that. But
you don't teach this
No, I definitely allude to it, you know, because I
Okay.
teach the introduction of architecture, and what better way to understand the Earth than to tell you that you're not on a spinning ball. And you know, I even have started to have more students that, you know, because they have rate my professor. I'm a community college professor, so they go and read about me and things like this. We put our own bios, and you know, I wouldn't say it's as dense and as open as this community on Discord. Of course not. But
Well, what about the timeline of
and
these
that's what gets me too.
superstructures, right? I mean, this is where
Right.
it's kind of where the rubber meets the road, right? The timeline of when these structures came about, and I think that's what's alluded to in the that video that you brought up, and I shared it
Right.
here. So, when were these structures built?
You
It
see,
definitely wasn't.
I
It
don't
wasn't in
know.
the 1500s.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's kind of the beauty of it is like, yeah, and it clicked in me, like, because I've been to these structures, I've touched these structures, I've been mesmerized by them and wanted to study them and feel like I was a part of them at one point, you know. And you know, I could tell stories of studying abroad and, you know, being to my knees, not as a religious guy, but as a, wow, this structure is marvelous. You can feel it, you know.
There's
And
another part of the story that they're hiding from us.
right, a knowledge, right? Yeah. Because I've
Their
always wondered it
feelings.
too, you know. The sacred geometry and the power that geometry has when not in say like alchemy, and there's obviously a power there of, you know, even molecularly structuring things, which he kind of alludes to as well, that maybe this activated this physical technology, but I just don't know, you know. And that it was kind of the next question for me, you know,
Well, the next
as
question is, why have they stolen
oh, because it'd
the
be absolutely
the
powerful.
real history of Earth from us?
Because they
Now,
want
now the
control.
reason why is not necessarily the question, because, you know, same thing with flat Earth. You know, the reason doesn't necessarily deny the knowledge. You know, it's like people are like, oh, why would they lie, right?
Right.
We always just, you know, we get frustrated with that stupid question. Why would they lie? No, let's take a look at the evidence.
Right.
Look at these superstructures. Nobody in modern times can build these things. You know, it's like this happened in a different period, a different time when Earth was, there were still humans here, but it was
Are
a
we talking
different
about Ancient
time.
Alien?
No, of course not. I
No,
don't,
no.
I don't
How they
believe
built the
Ancient.
buildings? Oh, okay.
But
No, no, well,
they like
no,
to say
but
that though, too,
it
right?
was still humans, but they had access to a different type of technology to build these superstructures.
Right. Well, the only one
Like
that I can think of
pyramids.
that was built in this time was Coral Castle in Florida, right, with Ed. And one man built this entire. I mean, I don't know
Yeah,
if you guys
well,
are familiar with Coral Castle,
yeah,
but
but that's kind of, yeah, Coral Castle. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of like, but he probably understands something like that. But you know,
right.
some of the shit that was brought out in that history of flat Earth thing, some of these superstructures, the Taj Mahal. I mean,
Oh,
holy shit!
yeah. The Hagia Sophia with the 4 towers, and I'm just like, of course it's electricity. Like, it clicked in my head. You know, it was just one of those aha moments of, you know, literally drawing these, studying these over time, telling people what they are, uh, feeling like an idiot 10 years ago kind of thing. And, you know, that's the greatest part about knowledge and stuff, is being wrong sometimes. And
Yeah, I think that's what people have a problem with. It's like, well, I believed my predecessors, and I, you know, they're above me. No, they're not.
right.
They actually showed you a path to knowledge that you can think for yourself and watch what happens when you actually dig into it. You know.
Right. But yeah, I mean, he goes over a few examples in the video. I think he talks about almost like hydroelectric healing, where I guess they practice with obviously water and electricity to heal patients. And I mean, obviously the money thing there with big pharma and just couldn't exist if, you know, everybody had this knowledge that, not everybody, but, you know, even if it was divided the way we have now, you know, doctors deal with doctor things, architects deal with architect things.
Yeah, that's magnetic resonance instead
Right.
of pharmacology and all that kind of
Oil
shit.
based
Yes.
crap. Yeah. But I don't know. I just I want to know more. What's hard is like the hardest part is we can't be there, you know. And it is
We are here, and we actually have some information about the past.
Right.
If you buy everything that they're saying in modern times about what they say about the past, then you might as well just take the blue pill. I want to go back. I want to go back. I want to taste steak again. You know.
Absolutely
You
not.
know. Like,
Yeah.
That's never going to happen to me. You know?
Same.
So so we're going to go back to the. See, a lot of people. How many people? Here's a question: how many people that would actually take the time to watch the video? See, cut the shit. Just put it. Ignorance is bliss. Like I just want to be. I just want everything to be the way it is. Even if I'm suffering and being manipulated and exploited by the government, I'm good to go. It's okay. But if you scroll up a little bit and you watch the lost history of flat Earth, and you see what this guy was saying about what the Earth used to be before, I don't know what the timeline is, and the person that made the film doesn't know what the timeline is and doesn't claim it at all.
Yeah.
You know? So the difference is they claim a timeline and they claim science, everything. So everything that we're involved, you know, that people believe in and they give us shit about, they claim a timeline. It's like, oh, the Earth is 14 and a half, or the universe is 14 and a half billion years old, and the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and this is how it all came about. All of that to me is complete bullshit. Always has been all my life. I've never believed in that fucking nonsense. Pardon my French. So I've always been open to these ideas. So where does the history of I would say, where does the history of modern man start? Because man has always been man. There's no such thing as evolution. So modern man, where does it start in your opinion?
In my opinion, now I wonder, at least, did it start after this catastrophe? You know, if there suggests evidence, and there seems to be evidence, especially when he starts pulling up the photos of just desolate cities, I was like, yeah, anybody with a cell in their brain knows that they've never seen that before, except maybe, you know, the first couple of days of COVID, if I can say that word. But you saw the cities; they were absolutely empty, which started to click and, you know, at least trigger this familiarity, right? Of like, oh yeah, you know, that is really hard to come by unless you go through this weird.
Chris, you're brand new to some of these topics, or anything about like conspiracies in the past, or anything that you brand new to any of these ideas?
No, not at all. So I mean, I came across flat Earth in 2012, but what really did it for me first was 9/11. You know, and you know, just being an architect. I mean, I've always wanted to be an architect since I was what I can remember 5 years old, and well, I wanted to be an inventor, but I realized architect was kind of at least this stupid world's way of going, oh, there's an inventor, right, or an engineer, and you learn out later that everything actually comes from this architecture and was derived engineering and civil engineering, and of course to separate us. And anyway,
well, architecture, civil engineering, and architecture are two totally different things. So
they are now, but you know, at least according to the scale of history, I suppose, which you can't really go by either, you know.
yeah, well, but to be honest, you know, as humans, we can't disconnect from our source of creator, right?
Yeah,
we're trying to figure out this world as it
absolutely.
was created, right? And we all the knowledge is devolved as shit. I said devolved. That was the wrong word. Is you know, creator is source.
I get what you're
Basically,
saying. Yeah,
yeah.
it
Go ahead.
comes from already these already wrong prepositions, right? You know, like so it makes it a little hard to talk about, I guess. But you know, if I kind of just go with it, oh God, I lost my train of thought.
Let it flow. Let yourself glow. Slow
I
and
mean,
low. It is the tempo.
I do apologize. I'm a little high and excited just to talk to you guys. I mostly just
No,
listen in.
this is great. I really, it's freaking awesome
Dude,
to
I
talk to
am
an
high
architect, man,
every
an architect
day.
professor, man. It's freaking awesome. Freaking, speak your mind, man. You're a flat earther, right, Chris?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So it's cool to have a flat earther architect in here to talk to, man. You
Appreciate
take your
that.
time, bro.
Yeah. But like I was saying, 9/11 did it for me. And it was these pictures, of course, that was shown in the video of these desolate cities, even San Francisco. And there's a lot of bull crap about these modern cities, especially once they started. And you look at it even then, because even in San Antonio, where I am, there are some pretty interesting buildings. You know, we got the Alamo, things that were actually moved themselves. If you know that I can prove and you know, are kind of factoids, right? We did move some of this architecture, but some of the cathedrals here, or these cathodes, right?
I
You know,
may make a
they're
visit over
still
at
there.
San Antonio, bro.
What is that?
I said I might even make a visit over to San Antonio.
Hell yeah, man! It's a great little big city. I mean, I was born and raised here. Studied
I
up
have a
in Lubbock,
couple friends
Texas.
out
but-
there.
Nice. I hear there's actually a big flat Earth community in San Antonio, but I've yet to really come across it besides Discord. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if they're there, man, they should show themselves, you know.
It's kind of weird. We all know each other here. It's kind of this weird, big, small town feeling. You know, everybody knows HEB, and everybody meets and talks at the supermarket. What's really nice, at least right now, is, you know, I've never worn the mask or anything, and I've always gotten a lot of respect for that. I think because I'm sort of this to people in authority, and I do my best not to take advantage of those things. But you know, I let it slip out about the truth, and I let them sort of figure out what I said, especially when it comes to classes and courses. But the people here are very responsive. You know, truth's in, I would say, high demand. But it's also a huge responsibility.
So you teach courses. All right. So you teach courses on.
We get to teach whatever we want. Like it's
Well, you work at a college.
Yes.
I'm curious about this. How do you
It was my way of, like, I had to give back. I was so tired of working in an office, which I did for 5 years ago, and realized I could do it myself. Started my own LLC, and did all that stuff. But then I go, man, I really want to teach at the college, and was lucky enough to work.
How do you relate to the other professors that
or
other teachers that that teach the freaking Big Bang Theory and
astronomy and
no, not astronomy. I'm talking about
I laughed
archaeology
really hard
and stuff like that. You know, where they dig down into the earth and they go back in time. You know, all that kind of stuff. You know, it's like you
Yeah,
dig down in the
no,
earth,
it's
the layers of the earth. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how you could teach at a university and how you deal with other
And
people
teach them
that
imaginary shit.
yeah, imaginary stuff, you know, contradictions in terms of, you know, you dig down in the earth, you find a fossil, and you know, it tells you how what when it existed, and then
Oh, I've straight up told my students dinosaurs never existed. You know?
How can you
did
have a
you?
degree in
Holy
Yeah.
shit!
And
How
you'd be
can you have
amazed
a
at the
degree in
authority
teaching
that
pseudoscience,
it
bro?
has. What is that? Sorry.
I said, how can they have a degree in teaching pseudoscience, bro?
Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, when you do look at it, it is a piece of paper, but in my mind, you know, it's an experience. I've accumulated this knowledge over time, and who cares what people think that piece of paper means or whatever. Obviously, it's part of the structured system, right? But and to answer the question of how do you deal with these other professors, you kind of do and don't. And some of them are on the fence themselves, maybe not so much flat earth and things like that. But, you know, I say, what do you say about the existence of giants? And they go, what giants? And I go, here, look at this. And I show them that information just like we would here. And they come back months later and they go, wow, Chris, I'm not going to F with you, you know. You obviously
They
know
just
a lot
pretty
more
much
than you're not
ignore
talking
you.
about. Yeah, they do. You know, but some of them over time have become, because I've worked there for about 5 years now, and have definitely had this reputation. So everybody still wears masks, right, at our college, or at least some of the teachers. The students,
So you have a whole
students don't have
classroom
to.
full of people wearing masks?
No, I don't, right? Because my students, I give them a choice, and we're allowed to give them a choice, right? They don't have to. They don't have to if they don't want to. Some, if they want to, and none
No,
in
that's
my class do, of course, because I talk
of
about.
course it's a choice. So
But
okay, yeah, I mean,
right,
so you're solid to be like,
there is
you don't
still
have to
freedom,
wear your
but the
mask.
other teachers,
You
right?
don't
For
have to
instance,
breathe
will
your
come to
own
me,
freaking CO2. It's okay.
right? But like some of the other teachers, like all these other teachers, they still wear their masks, or at least recently because of the Delta variant, right?
So they'll stand in front of
But,
a whole classroom
oh
wearing a
yeah,
mask
like a effing
and try to
moron.
teach with the fucking mask on, even though they're 6 feet away from them.
Right, and I smile and I
What the
wave. And they
hell?
try and jab at me. They go, well, it looks like somebody's following the CDC guidelines. And I interject back with, well, you know, they also once told people that smoking was okay too. And asbestos in your home was all right. And iron in your paint was okay.
You know, the CDC's not even a government organization, it's a private
Exactly.
organization. Anyway.
Yes, but be careful, okay? Sorry, talking to my 7-year-old.
No, it's just strange
It,
how people behave these days. It's just like
it,
they act like we're
comical.
dumb when we're the ones that know what happened. We don't know exactly what happened, but as
Right.
far as what's happened in the past 10 to 20 years, how they've manipulated the population of the world, not just the United States, into a total financial freaking weird ass system, and just it's just so weird, man.
Yeah.
Talking to normies, it's just like it's like burning my skin off. You know, I can't. It's like I won't even. I
It takes
want
a
to
credible
help you.
amount of
I mean,
faith,
I'm
for
trying to
sure.
help you, but I can't. You know, because my skin will fall off. I promise.
You're having
Because
such a hard time
every
trying to
time I
explain
address
it,
you, you're going to say something dumber and dumber, and they're going to think the same thing about me. So what are we going to do at this point?
Yeah.
Prove to me the Loch Ness Monster is real.
Can I ask Chris one question? My mic working.
Yeah, Dave,
Show me
ask Chris.
Sasquatch.
Chris has some good stuff to offer. Go ahead and ask him, Dave.
Appreciate it.
Do you know the astronomy or the astrophysics professor, and do you talk to him?
Funny story, actually. So he used to be my professor. So I used to go to San Antonio College back in '08, right? And I got a D in his course because even in 2008, I was really skeptical about space. I used to be a NASA fanboy when I was little, watch the Science Channel, watch, all that stuff, get all fanboy about it, and started waking up around, in senior year of high school and going into college. And I mean, this guy, he's actually up there a little bit. No, I mean, nobody's really up there in NASA. They're all kind of separated. But he's, in terms of San Antonio, he's kind of the astrological guy, right? Or the astronomy guy. Sorry, I spoke. And he's all astronomy. He has these hilarious little stories, and he's a funny guy. You feel bad for him at some point, and you kind of wonder to yourself, he's got to know about this argument at least.
Yeah, kind of like I feel bad for Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Right. Like you got yourself there, you idiot, but there's no way, because you're a smart, nice guy, and the way you even talk about this is like a story, not a lesson, right? And what's funny is I knew this guy. He gave me a D just because he gave out little multiple choice, and I would write an E, like none of the above, and make fun of him. What is that, baby? Yeah. Sorry about that. But he would tell his stories, whatnot.
Wait a second. You just say you were trolling him by answering wrong on the test?
Right. And don't get me wrong, I was 19. I was being a little shithead too, instead of truly asking him some questions, because I didn't know at that time.
Where you would, what do they call it? A professor's friggin', like you were grading tests for a professor or something?
Oh, no, not like a TA thing. No, I took his class back in '08, but eventually I knew him again as a professor. So we're on the same board. I'm an architecture advisor for the architecture program, and he's basically an advisor for astronomy, right? And we have these dumb, stupid meetings every month where we all come together and go, hey, what are you doing great? And what are you doing great? And it's really stupid, but that's the way I play along to these games of what I've now called them, because they're games.
Let me ask you this. Are you active in any architectural program, or are you just teaching architecture? Not that really, it really has anything to do with it.
Both. I also have my own practice. So I design and build custom homes here in San Antonio. Mostly remodels these days. But
right, so you build houses, or
correct.
You design houses?
Correct.
Awesome.
And, it's a lot of fun for me. I'm the kind of guy who likes to do a lot of things as long as I don't have to sit down for too long.
But you also teach at a college,
right?
How to build
architecture. Right.
Yeah, well, not just houses, but structural engineering, right?
Correct. Or at least the basics. Definitely not advanced, because we're a 2-year college, right? So we're kind of your introductory. We basically,
so you don't get involved in bridges, right? Like
in bridges?
Bridges, like
no, not necessarily. Although we do have construction classes that start to talk about those topics, like shear and point diagrams and deflection, and really how everything's flat. Which is also really funny.
It's all flat. We all know that.
Even our construction book, like it will say assume a flat Earth for this to work, and it's like, yeah, no shit, because nobody's accounting for the curve.
Nobody's accounting for curved fucking water. That's insane.
And it's funny if you talk to the students like a truther. If you're just truly, genuinely being honest, because don't get me wrong, most professors, when they talk about lessons and stuff, they come off a little arrogant. We've all felt this from our teachers, like, I know more than you guys, so listen up, and I never take that approach. It's more, I make fun of it. I go, if you really think that, okay, but it still works this way, go outside, let's go look.
Oh yeah, that's balls to the wall right there. it's just like, hey, I learned the same shit you did. Boom, 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 boom. Where's the curvature of the earth?
Right. And what's nice is architecture is what actually woke me up. So I took a studio in one of my first studios, and I don't know if this professor was necessarily a flat earther or not. She was definitely always high, and I could never really connect with her. Anyway, she was a character altogether, but
Doesn't matter if you're high or not. This
exactly
is a truth.
Right.
So what
But
was the funny part of the story with the astronomy professor? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I get so sidetracked. But yeah, what's funny about him is we met up again, right? And now I was a professor, and he recognized me. You know, I don't know how, because honestly, my hair is much longer now. I don't cut my hair anymore, and you know, I've changed a lot of health aspects. Just becoming better, and I look different, right? Especially in 10 years' time. But he recognized me, and he was like, "How's it going, Mr. Varad?" And, things going well. What are you doing here? And I was like, I teach architecture now. And he's like, oh, that's great. I love architecture. I love walking in there and seeing all the hand-built models and stuff like that. And I go, yeah, you know, it's really great. And I miss astronomy. He's like, yeah, it's been great. There's this, he kind of said it. He goes, there's this, and it was before the virus too. He actually goes, there's this bug going around that the students think it's the earth is flat. I just can't. He's getting like a little frustrated and whatnot.
You're fucking around with us,
I'm
right?
not even,
You're
not
giving
even
us
fucking with you.
bullshit.
Not
Come on,
even.
bro. You're fucking with me now.
Because it was
So
just me
really,
and him.
he
And it was
brought it
just
up
me
to
and him in the
you. Is that
hallway.
what you're saying?
I'm just fucking with it. I'm fucking with you because it's like, oh, your friend
That's
from
hilarious.
you know, all of a
Quit
sudden,
fucking with him and let him finish his damn story, man. I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Yeah,
I do
me
too, and I'm just saying, I just think that's
yeah.
I get
It's
what you're
good.
saying.
Yeah.
But, and, you know, I am paraphrasing a bit and, you know, giving it the little up of the story. But eventually we did start talking about flat earth and his annoyance with his students because, you know, I would imagine it was because I kind of gave him that trouble, and it would, you know, I would be outspoken in the class, not only just in my papers, but be like, how do you know that? Like, you know, just be a dick and, you know, not give an answer myself because I didn't know either at the time. And I'll be completely honest, you know, I was a dick, and that's probably why he kind of remembers me too. So it was kind of a surprise to him that I was there too. And so we started talking, and it was just me and him after the meeting. So, you know, we were in this hallway, and he starts talking about this annoyance and whatnot. And I it's funny because I responded to him again, like, well, how do you know that? And I guess he was talking about the moon or something. I don't know. I don't want to make any mistakes in the story, but it's just funny because he always has this smile to him. He's never this unhappy guy. So when you see him start to like have these nervous tics, and it becomes apparent why, right? And it's because you're talking about this subject, and it's that program, and we all see it in everybody, you know, sort of thing.
Hey, which
Whether they
subject?
subconsciously know that or not. Flat Earth.
Or you talk? Oh, well, I thought you were talking about the virus coming up, or
right.
Oh,
Because he was
the virus of flat Earth or the COVID. I mean, which one
COVID
are we
thing.
talking about?
But it was before that. And he had mentioned that, yeah, it's spreading like a virus, right? I remember him saying those words.
Oh, he's saying
and
flat Earth
coming
is
back to it and
spreading like a
thinking,
virus.
right. Which I would, you know, be kind of proud of to agree. But I remember him saying, yeah, you know, it's spreading like a virus when he was talking about the annoyance he was having. But, you know, to me, it just seems like he knows, you know, through his smile, through just knowing me. Like, I'm the kind of guy who doesn't believe in coincidences, right, or accidents. Sorry. Like, everything kind of is supposed to happen exactly for what it is, or what it is to teach you, or, you know what I mean? Even when you get stuff wrong, you know, that's even
Just
better
like
than getting
when
it right, you know?
just like when you make the project for a building, you start with the foundation,
right?
How much you dig in the ground, how much concrete is gonna go in. Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely.
you hear a lot of this rhetoric flat Earth or just this anti-science that the left likes to spew. You know how the far right it's dangerous to society and everything else if we don't just believe the experts and all that. Like that's the rhetoric of somebody who is threatened and insecure because if it was true science, like and they were right, they would have nothing to fear with criticism. They would find a function in flat Earth and say this is great. It's going to make our arguments even stronger. It's going to make us, analyze. You need people to poke holes in your story so that you can fix it, or like there should be no fear of flat earthers or anything like that. Like if anything, they should be thanking us for keeping them on their toes.
But try to explain that to somebody who thinks they're right. And I tell people this. I go, hey, don't get me wrong. Everybody thinks they're right. That's how we survive. If you thought you were wrong all the time, you'd fucking go nuts.
Believe.
But
it's a difference
right now,
between.
listen,
Yeah, it's a huge difference between belief and what you believe and what you know.
Yeah. And I even tell people, I go, before I knew, I believed, and I was right there with you.
And that's what actually makes the difference in life,
There's no negative. I mean, other than the social stigma, like there's really no negative to looking into flat Earth, whether it's right or wrong. Like everybody who's come into flat Earth is maybe unwittingly, maybe not even realizing it, getting into it, but they're self-educating. They're going to learn about so many like in-depth stuff about so many topics that they would have never before had interest in. You're going to learn about I mean, what just the size they claim the Earth is, all that stuff, but like refraction and
everything.
Photography, lenses, like you're looking at lasers, and there's just so many really interesting things that you can sharpen your mind and become just more educated and smarter because of the flat Earth, right? And why is they don't like you using your brain though? They don't like you questioning.
Right, and they don't. Unfortunately, they don't teach you to use your brain. They teach you to repeat after them, and that doesn't work for architecture. And in fact, maybe that's just why I gravitated. There, I use that word, right? I use it in its true sense, at least. This heaviness, if you will, right?
Yeah, you used it just fine.
Right, but for some reason, architecture to me kind of encapsulated all those aspects, right? Whether it be the architecture of electricity or the architecture of building or the architecture of the way society works. Because one of my classes, what I really love about it is I get to talk about architecture, but I get to introduce sort of the theories and concepts of architecture, because that's really what they are. There's this sort of academic theory of architecture that we just sort of latched onto rivers as obviously water sources, and that's why all of our cities are attached with water sources. I'm like, no, man, like it's sure, water's important, but what if it was because it was also electricity? Why would they even make these canals? Like, why even so much work and leveling and all these things that of course even wouldn't work on a globe, but you see how that's kind of like tied together. You start to go, okay, then how did we get here, right? And of course, nobody can answer that question, but it's almost as if there's tidbits, not necessarily fossils. And if you really want to get into fossils, it's like, okay, now really what are we, man? Like there used to be big ones, and there's even bigger architecture for them and stuff like that. Like, why even build it that big, huh? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Like,
yeah. Architecture is cool. I think you're right on there about you're supposed to think outside the box with architecture.
Exactly.
Otherwise, everybody's gonna be a knockoff Frank Lloyd Wright, or whatever. We got too many of those already.
Right. Yeah. Which which I appreciate about my college at least, or at least the group of architects that I work with as professors. They're
Real
kind of
quick,
that way
Chris, I
too.
think you just made a good point there about like the 12-foot doorways. Why even build it that big?
Exactly.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
Go
no.
ahead.
But a lot
But
of
yeah.
that stuff I can believe, like, why make it that big? Just because it looks impressive. Like, that's a big part of architecture too, is just like you don't necessarily build it just because of function. It's a artistic also. It's
Absolutely. The perfect harmony between art and science is kind of the way we express it or teach it. And it really is, this, don't get me wrong, a magnificent piece, but when you look at the doors of the Pantheon and you realize they're not just 12 feet tall, they're 50 feet tall, and you're like, what the? Like, you're telling me nobody can even move this door because it's so heavy, like that they have to add motorized stuff later in the centuries. It's just like, no, man, something's not adding up here. Like, even the patina of the wood doesn't patina like any other wood found on the earth. Like, come on, man. Like, there's too many. But those are the kind of questions that a lot of program people they push off because it doesn't go with it goes against their cognitive dissonance. You know what I mean? And they experience it all the time, but they experience it, I would say, at least more frequently when diving in to the questioning of that architecture, right, and why it's shaped that way. And if it is that perfect blend of art and science, it's almost like you look at every cathedral, where's the science? Is it just in the structure, in the fact that it's big, or is it the fact that some of these structures actually resonate with certain harmonic frequencies, which is definitely true? Or you look at the steps found in India that go all the way almost like into a well, right? A ridiculous amount of stairs that are actually shaped in sort of these diamonds, right? But nobody would build that many stairs if it was actually just solely to be the function of a stair. Or is it this actual beauty that it's a machine and a stair? Anyway,
there's another issue too.
I think a lot of times these things are just built to inspire the mind. It's they build things extra grand, or just because it's, like I said, like, it's just nice to look at, and it makes kind of makes your brain go off into some of these ideas, like of giants. See big doors, you start thinking of giants. You see
Here's another
gargoyles
thing too, Lou.
around the roof, and you start thinking of angels and demons, and it's
There's another aspect people don't think about, right? So they look at all this architecture and they're thinking with a modern mindset. When you walk away, we're distracted 24 hours a day. We have 50 different hobbies. The people who built the stuff, even just 100 years ago, were building these beautiful, grand things. That was their life.
Yeah.
Their craft, their artisanship, that was who they were. That was their identity. If you were a brick mason, you were a master. Because what were you going to do? Play PlayStation all day? In 1880, in Victorian England, and they're building all these beautiful things, what were they going to do? Get on their iPhone all day? Surf Tinder? OnlyFans? What were they going to do? They weren't
had
going to
other
do
problems
anything.
like
all
food
they
and
had
things, but
all they had was the work that they had. That's what they did. That's what they thought about. And they were also forward thinkers. So they wanted to build things, they built things that lasted because they thought forward, because they didn't have then. So we're in a completely different mindset. So it's hard to analyze how people of the past thought from like this. Like, we're like, oh, why would they do that? I mean, like, I posted a picture of the muscle car, which is subjectively better, subjectively more awesome, and more aesthetically pleasing than anything we have today. And that was just in the 1970s. I mean, it's a social and cultural thing. I'm going to put architecture more down to culture and society than practicality or science or anything. I think the people who build beautiful giant like Vedic temples and cathedrals, I think they wanted to create something glorious.
Well, I've been beginning to
monumental.
wonder if those cathedrals were never even meant to be religious structures. That's what I'm
Well,
starting to question because of that video. But which has always
in
made
my
a lot of sense to me too. Like if I was going to take over the world and there was some architecture left behind, I'd pick the most powerful one and go, look, it was God given to me, you know. But again, I know that's a lot of speculation.
have you ever seen the video of that one man who's built a cathedral?
No, I mean I've seen Coral Castle.
Hold on, let me look this up. One man. Okay, I'm gonna post a picture of it. One guy has been working on this for 60 years. Let's see. I'm gonna post a picture right here. It's just one guy. One guy. Sometimes he employs a laborer to help him. It's one guy building a cathedral. I mean, think about 1,000 guys with that kind of like just obsessive religious autism of what they could accomplish.
No, absolutely. But I mean, this is the size of like a 4-story building. And if you look at Notre Dame, I mean, God, like
Think about it.
how do you get
This
stoned
is
to
just
do
one
that?
guy. This is
Oh,
just
yeah, I
one
know.
guy. So, like, what if there's 1,000? Notre Dame is kind of not even like, I mean, 1,000 guys like this putting their heads together for Notre Dame. I could see it happening, and you know. And how long did they say it took to build Notre Dame? Almost 100 years. Is that the one?
There's a few, but Notre Dame has been restored and, you know, blown up and all this crap and
Yeah.
recently on fire. But
Yeah. See,
but yeah,
my
you know,
problem.
it took years.
Yeah, it's like the Roman Colosseum. Like I've grown up and people are like, oh, I wonder how they built it. I'm like, they built it in 5 years. Just made of concrete. They just poured it in place. You know,
For the most part. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not just the architecture. It's once you get down to like basic building principles, a lot of this stuff becomes really simple. Like even the pyramids.
No, absolutely. And I would even say that the pyramids were not built by thousands of slaves, and in fact, probably just 6 people, you know, around, you know, at least the 10-digit area. Because that sort of knowledge probably would have been more sacred. I don't know. But that's the weird thing. It's like
like think about the pyramids. So do you know what geopolymer is?
What is that?
Geopolymer, it's concrete. It's ancient concrete.
Right. Yeah.
So what they did is 200 miles away, they quarried all the stone, beat it up into aggregate. It's all limestone. Then they loaded it onto ships bucket by bucket, not in giant stones. And then they created a giant concrete dump right where they were going to build the pyramid. And so they would just haul it from there, let it down, add the binder, and bam, you've got naturally what's indistinguishable from natural limestone. Ancient limestone concrete is indistinguishable from natural limestone. But that's also why all of the stones in the pyramids, they all have the same magnetic direction.
Right.
Because they were poured at the same time and cured around the same time.
Right. And then, you know, even the stories of how it was actually completely covered in gold and used as a resonator struck a lot of notes with me with that video talking about maybe these buildings being electrical units rather than cathedrals. Right,
now, with the pyramids, I'm actually on board with that being a power plant. I am actually on board with that. But that's also
that's
because
what I mean.
It's built
That's
on
like
top it's built on top of something special too, and that is a giant limestone block, just massive limestone block. Like the whole region is just a giant piece of limestone. And you know what happens to water when it passes through limestone? At the point where it passes through, like fluctuates between the limestone and the air, it creates an electrical discharge.
That too.
And there used to be an ancient river that ran higher in elevation. So essentially the pyramid stopped working. The power went out.
What was that about gold? You were saying the pyramids were covered in gold?
Correct. Or at least the tops. You know, there's stories that say the whole thing was just the top.
I mean, I haven't really looked much into.
You know, there's actually no
while,
evidence.
but hold on.
Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, no, the main, at least what I thought a few years back, the main story was more like what Meme just said, that they were, you know, right now today we see them in that jagged like step form, but filled in on like those angles was perfectly smooth sheets of limestone, like that. You know, smooth limestone. It's a brilliant white, and in the desert there with the sun beating off of it, it would shine like gold. Like it would. So I think that's where that story comes from about the gold. Maybe the very top, like the cap, might have been gold.
Right,
You
because
know,
there's stories of Napoleon taking the gold, actually.
there's actually not really any empirical evidence that there ever was a capstone. That the design may be intentional with a flat top.
And that's what I mean. It's like that history thing. It's like, who knows? I wasn't there. But
Yeah.
and then who do you
Yeah.
trust? Like,
Ultimately, who I trust the builders that I know, because a lot of people who like are into like construction, do infrastructure projects.
Right.
We're into this stuff in secret,
Exactly.
like in our little groups, and we talk about it. Because that's my business. I own a concrete company, and like I've done military, industrial, commercial, all this stuff. But like the people I trust are the people who actually do work and understand like principles of like moving big things, and what's the simplest way of moving big stones, and that's just to turn them into liquid, put them in a container, and then pour them exactly where you want them to go, which is concrete.
Right.
And you do have the stories of them doing what? Softening rock and placing it.
right. Or at least in the other
That's
places where
concrete.
you see these like molded rocks together.
Yeah, they're molded together because they would pour one and then pour another one next to it, and it would just take the form of the block.
Right.
No mortar needed.
And I mean, some of them aren't limestone per se, but who knows? You know,
Well,
I
some
mean,
of them are
you can make
basalt.
concrete out of almost anything, really.
Yeah, you can. Some of them they'll say it's like a basalt. It's like, well, basalt is one of the ones that you can actually make like concretious. So a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I appreciate the thought because, you know, just I never really thought of it that way either, that they were possibly just sort of formed in place. I mean, that makes more practical sense to me. But it's like, I don't know, there's just something about these cathedrals when you look at all the shapes on them, and who knows if they were built, those shapes were carved at different times to even maybe even help religious stories and things like that. Because obviously they were painted and, you know, things like that. And
I actually have a theory on cathedrals. You know what's on the inside? You know how with cathedrals on the outside, they all have like the big giant, like traditional roofs, right?
You mean like a domed or sort of ribbed structure in some way?
Well, gable, just like a
gable,
like
yeah.
a regular, gabled roof. So inside though, most of them have domes that are built into them.
Absolutely.
And I don't know. I actually think that they're not. I don't know how religious the cathedrals are, but I'm almost certain all of them represent the cosmos.
Exactly.
That's actually what I think they do. And I don't know that they serve any other practical purpose, but then to glorify the cosmos itself, because the dome.
You know, the dome we're under.
Yeah, the dome we're under. It almost has this elevatory stance to it, like Nimrod. Like I should say, what's the name?
Well, even the cross, right? That, you know, it's sort of long at the beginning in the nave.
Yeah.
It you know, breaks as two aisles, and then you have the top part, and the altar is right in the center, and it's above,
and the cross is
right below
symbol
the
of what?
dome, right?
It's
And it
symbol of
even
the
goes
sun.
through this video, or at least that we were talking about earlier. He kind of talks about that there's a cross section of, you know, this new map, right? And it happens to show, you know, the very symbolic cross of long line versus short line. And it's just weird. I mean, I think you're exactly right. I think it is this homage to the cosmology, and obviously even the Bible or Quran. It is almost a cosmological psychology, if you will, almost like Bill Donahue.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate truth. What you do is you build your building. That's where everyone has their faith. But the building holds the secret of the universe itself. Kind of like the
Right.
so
Well,
they're kind of like temples of initiation, sort of. What's the plan?
Can I have food?
Sure. Hold on.
My little girl's asking the same. Yeah. They're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, always.
No, but I mean, I think you're absolutely right. Or at least what better thing to cover than where you are? You know, not just why you are, you know, but where. By just changing whatever was left behind, you know, and taking over and being powerful at it. I mean, it's maniacal. Don't get me wrong; it's absolutely evil, but it seems almost slightly genius. You know, if you were trying to regain control after a cosmological thing, you would just make up whatever and be like, okay, why is there crosses everywhere? Well, it's not to explain where you are. It's Jesus. You know?
Yeah. Well, it's their demiurgic religion. So most of Christendom, I'd say like 98% of Christendom is like that wide road demiurge philosophy. It's not even quote unquote Christian.
Right. Exactly.
No. So there's one thing I don't buy into is all these melted buildings and mountains where pyramids things. Don't buy into it at all. Not even in the like smallest bit.
The melting?
Some people are intuitive and they'll nail something, and then they're so intuitive that they extrapolate out. You know how the globe head will say, well, if the pressure is going down as we go up, it must go down to zero at the top, right? It's an extrapolation.
Right. Yeah.
That has no basis for that extrapolation. Kind of what really intuitive people tend to do when it comes to their pareidolia. They see something, they might be right about one thing, and then they extrapolate that out to everything else.
Right.
That's what you got to be careful for when it comes to like just kind of searching for truth. Make sure you're not relying on just your own understanding of things.
No, absolutely. And I mean, that's why I like talking to you guys, and brings me back down. I get excited.
I saw something pretty interesting too. I mean, I'd like to look more into it, but maybe it was Paul Cook or UAP. It was one of those, you know, kind of mud flood type
I like
channels.
UAP. Even though I don't agree with a lot of it, I still like the channel.
Yeah. I like to check out what he's saying, you know, and it's calm.
And the good question is better than an answer.
So it's like it's not not stressful or irritating, you know.
Yeah.
But no, there was a what cycle was it? Like limestone cycle. It's talking about how it or maybe it's calcium, whatever. It basically all limestone at one time was chalk, and all chalk at one time was limestone. It just goes. It has like a cycle. He was saying, and like he was showing some stuff about it being well known. I've never heard of it.
Well, that's the problem. Is chalk is made of something called diatoms.
Yeah. No. Anyway, I mean, he had a graphic that looked like it came out of a textbook about it being, you know, one of the cycles, like the water cycle. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, the problem is they both contain a lot of calcium, and so you can do some of the same things with them. Like you can use diatomaceous things to make like concretion. It's one of the ingredients for like building. So and they kind of have the same effects. You can create, you know, acids and stuff like that. But no, diatoms die, and their hardened bodies become chalk. That's where we get. That's why you have. That's just what they are under the microscope anyway. Because diatoms are still alive today, and you can see their little hardened bodies in the chalk. Apparently.
Well, like see some of these pictures, like right here, where you know John is laughing about. Yeah, I'm sure it was just carved into the stone. Like, what if it was? What if the stone wasn't so hard? What if it was more chalky? You know, like easy to carve.
Well, here's the problem: is if you ever, I know you've been on plenty of job sites. You ever seen like a truck have to like empty out a bunch of concrete that it's going to lose? Like
Sure,
it just blows out a ton of concrete, and maybe there's a rain. What happens in the rain with that concrete? It washes it away, creates all these weird shapes, and then it hardens.
Yeah.
And so you have this weird landscape of just absolute rock hard ankle breakers. But it didn't look like that before it hardened. It was the water that did it.
Right.
You know. Or when you have soft dirt and it's filled with all these rocks inside, or like these harder areas, and like all these different levels of what is it, alluviousness? I know there's alluvial soil, but I don't know what the like action word for that is. Anyway, there's harder dirt, there's softer dirt, and there's rocks. So let's say you get a flood, what's going to happen? It's going to create features, isn't it? It's not all just going to be the same. It's going to create erosion features. That's mostly what we got. I mean, when Toutle River overflowed, right? I know I've talked about this before, but you had Toutle Creek below Mount St. Helens, and Spirit Lake got clogged up after Mount St. Helens erupted. And eventually the spring in Spirit Lake pumped the water up. It broke over the top of the dam, or the mountain that had fallen down the hill, and created something that's like 1/20th the scale of the Grand Canyon. And it created it in about 8 hours. So water is really powerful.
I think maybe it was in that same video where I was talking about where he was saying the chalk and limestone cycle thing. They showed, what was it? It was shoot, it was something that's clearly man-made, something that's, might be 50 years old or 80 years old. But it was completely found like set in stone, like, and either this thing is millions of years old and time travel is possible, or time travel is possible, or like, or this stuff happens much faster than we think, in certain situations.
Well, if you had, well, I mean, what happened? Did anyone see the tsunami in Japan? Jesus, that in minutes, it literally just wiped out entire neighborhoods, foundations and all.
Yeah.
Floating houses down the river, just absolutely. And that was just a few meters increase of water.
I mean, with the mud flood videos, I'm sure most people here have seen what do they call it? Liquefaction. I forget exactly what
liquefaction.
Yeah, just like the entire landscape, just all of a sudden it's flowing like a river, buildings, trees, and all. Like, what the hell is that?
That tends to happen in small areas. See, that's the problem. Like, they talk about the mud floods in Savannah, but there's no secret that we have an underground city because all the buildings are on top of them, and I like tear up the foundations under there and put in new ones for them. And it's like, and you have the names of the people who like carved down there who built the stuff. They like left their mark and everything. So it's like, I know the Tartarians did not build anything under there. I know they didn't, and that's the architecture. And the dates are like stamped.
Unless the Tartarians had names like Bill, Joe, and Bob, right? Like,
yeah. It was what's some old fashioned name like I don't know. It was some dude in a tricorn hat. That's who it was. Who spelled his S's with F's. That's who it was. It's like the Corvette can outperform a Ferrari, and it was built by Bob in Kentucky, right? Actually, brick doesn't turn to lava. It turns further into ceramic. Because brick is already ceramic. It's already been melted. John. Brick is not a naturally occurring stone. And it doesn't melt in place and then stratify in place. Those are all stratifications. That's carved right out of look, that is built. It's made of brick. I mean, like, what am I looking at? It's a building. utilizing geography. I don't get what it's supposed to show me. I really don't. And I recognize that place. Where is that? So, I mean, this is one of the reasons that architecture for me, it wraps up with culture and like history and stuff. So it's one of my pet topics too. Because I also don't like when artisans of the past have their work stolen from them because of lunatic ideas from our time. Because I wouldn't want my name pulled through the mud. No pun intended. It's like the guy with the net. You know, the famous, it wasn't Bruni who carved it. Who was it? I mean, Vendini. Who carved the net? Carved the net.
I know exactly the sculpture you're talking about, but I'm not sure who it was.
Okay, I got it right here. That's why I always forget his name. I'm just gonna say his first name, Francisco. Okay, he spent 7 years on that net. It's the only one he ever made, and no one else has been able to do it. Now, if he had a secret technology, why didn't he make more? Why did it take him 7 years?
Well, you would also think that couldn't have been his first try, right?
Oh, I guarantee you. Look, I'm an artist, and I have boxes full of stuff I'll never show anybody. And I have about 30 that I show people. That's how it works. '18th century sculpture has a delicate net carved out of a single block of marble. And yes, that is exactly what it is. It's marble. The particles are so small, you can make it like almost glassy smooth. So nice. But people think he like did something tricky. Look, if he did something tricky, more people would have done it. More people would have done it. You'd see more examples of it. He would have made more money off of it. Did he develop this technology and just make a sculpture? That's it. Like you had to follow these ideas through to like their logical end. Does this make sense? Or maybe the guy was just skilled.
Well, yeah, and I think even like through the image there, it's obviously like, pure skill of that net. And, if you look at that age and the artisans, and then even like supposedly the documented history of how they would have studios too, right? They would have these people that just learn from the best. And I don't know. I don't think there's like this ancient technology involved that was maybe came from somewhere else. I think maybe we just had a different understanding. It's kind of like somebody was saying, like, what if you just had more time during the day? Well, yeah, you'd actually learn all this stuff.
You think an artist worked 8 hours a day back then? These guys didn't work for a paycheck.
No, not at all.
All I'm saying here is like, if you've ever done any sanding or grinding or anything like that, you just look at something like this. Even if you had it like rough cut, like pretty much complete, just try polishing the freaking arm or the underneath that net, like in every one of those little squares perfectly. You got 7 years worth of polishing on just an arm.
What's funny is if you go and you get like really good high resolution pictures of this, which I have on my PC, you can see where he wasn't able to make it as good looking as it was in some spots.
Yeah,
it would have to be places where you just couldn't get there. Like
there's variations in the quality.
I mean, don't get me wrong, we can't do this stuff now, but it is really good. There's mistakes.
Actually, there's this Japanese artist. It's like there's always only one guy in the world who's able to pull this off because it's really only the best artist who can do this. And every generation, there's almost always only one that's living, right? It's really how it is. So there's this Japanese artist, Tetsuro. Let me look him up. Let me find him.
But I mean, maybe I just have a little bit of difference of opinion that architecture, yeah, I mean, we've always been taught that art and architecture go together and things like that. And, you know, even that some of the same people were involved in each of them. But there seems to be something fundamentally different in terms of that maybe it's not just this grandeur thing, just because it does relate to the harmonics of sound and then, of course, light. And then there seems to be this power aspect as if it, you know, matching to the electrical grid, unless, you know, they were trying to maybe add that too. I don't know. It's just, it excites me as a question at least. But
Yeah,
I mean, I
I put his
completely
name in
agree.
there. It's
Completely agree in
Tetsuro.
the statues.
Yeah, it's Tetsuro Sotu. That's Japanese, so I'm butchering it. So let me get some of his.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Actually.
Let me get some of his stuff here, because he got a job at that cathedral that's been being built for like 140 years. They hired him as their master sculptor. The things that he sculpts are, I am telling you, otherworldly. At Suro.
He just looks like a badass too.
Yeah. Because he does like grass blades. Like this guy. Here, I'll just get I'll get the grand entrance, or where's a good picture of it? Here it is.
Oh yeah, I found that article you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it's very appropriate that the name of this cathedral is Gaudi, because it is gaudy.
Right, which of course actually
yeah.
stems from that architect. Yeah.
Yeah, this is his work. So let me find some. Oops, no, the Sagrada Familia. That's the name of it. I'm only a 10th Italian, so I mispronounce all the names. Okay, here. Some of his. Let me get these. Where are they?
Yeah, but even looking at the forms of these,
I got to show you the doors. These are the doors of the nativity scene. See those green doors? Look at them.
oh my god, is that carved?
That is carved.
That's nuts. I mean, I believe it. I mean, look at that seam.
And by the way, he has a workshop that you can go in and watch the stuff happening. And he'll do it. Some days he'll set up out there for the public, and he will do this in public. There's no secrets to this. It's just mastery. I don't know what the obsession is with some people to like take away from the masters and say this stuff is impossible. This stuff is not. It's just that it's reserved to like just the golden souls, right? There's very, 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 very few. It's just part of the natural order. Just accept it. You know, hey, I'm an artist. I do calligraphy. I do portraits. I do sculpting. I do all that stuff. But I'm not.
Right.
I'm nowhere.
But none of what I draw suddenly makes electricity and harmonics.
That's true. Yeah. Nothing I draw is world changing. Like if you saw my stuff, you'd say, "Oh man, that's really good." But I don't think it wouldn't change your life. There are some
Even look at the forms of that first facade you gave. Like, I mean, it's obviously a piece of art. I mean, it is marvelous, but it's not in the same kind of marvelous. Not in a subjective way, but in like a geometric form way. Like
it's because real good aesthetics are objectively true. Like art, real true art is objective. It's not like subjective.
Right,
Like,
and
art,
of
art
course
is in the eye of the beholder.
And I mean, they shove that in our throats academically pretty hard. So I apologize, but
no.
I know what you mean.
But yeah, like
But yeah,
sometimes I go to art museums, and but I like go to ones from like where they're displaying things like antique art, and that stuff I look at, and it fills me with like feelings because I don't have them usually. Uh, but it makes me appreciate, gives me a sense of wonder. It changes my mind about things because it's so beautiful, and like I recognize somebody put so much work into it. That's what that's what art's supposed to do for you.
Yeah, it's really the beauty of it.
Yeah. So he carved that 250 years ago, that net, and people today are saying he didn't do it. He couldn't do it. God, if I were him, I would zombie and I would go slap him.
And of course, there's a globe in that one too. They're always putting globes everywhere.
But you should go read the description of what the art piece is actually about. It's about deception.
Yeah, I want to know what it says on that book.
It's about leaving behind deception.
Wonderful. I mean, it makes sense. Like, they were always trying to tell you something. I mean, that's what, and maybe that degraded as well. We think of art as this thing, but who knows what they thought of it as? They could have been like, no, dude, I'm writing a book. This is all true. Like, I'm not trying to be whimsical. I'm just trying to be perfect. But because there was obviously this realism they were trying to go for,
John MK, you don't think it was carved? I mean, you can go look at the high definition pictures of it. You can tell it was carved. Molds have certain aspects, so I mean, this doesn't. And plus, what technology did he have to mold it with? And why didn't he reuse that technology to keep making these, or like make copies of it, or like sell his technology to somebody else and like make a ton of money?
He's a good guy. No,
Why is this just once? Because this is the only time I've ever seen this. I don't know of any other nets. Like somebody did it, and everyone else is like, okay, whatever. You won. We're going back over here. We're gonna do horses tonight. Here, I gotta find. Let's see. I like some new sculptures, but they're a little too surreal for me. But I still like them. Here, I'll show There's a Chinese artist, modern. Modern right here, modern sculpture, all traditional techniques. Here, this one's from the same artist. Right here. Now, Lou, it's definitely not 3D printed.
Yeah. No, again, I was just about to finish typing.
I know some people say that, yeah.
I agree with you. I think you're right. I think a lot of people today don't give enough credit to what a master of his craft can actually do. Like and as a tradesman, it's almost a little bit offensive. It's like
It is. To me, it's actually very offensive. Because you know who's saying that? It's the most mediocre. It's the mediocre people who are like, they didn't really do that.
Well, even academia kind of says that too. Like, oh, we just lost that technology, right?
Yeah, they do that. They're who are responsible for giving a lot of people this idea, or I should say, for perpetuating the idea, because no idea can be forced on them.
Right.
These are people, the most mediocre, were given educations that they didn't need, and started thinking too highly of themselves. That's where we get this mindset from. So it's sad, really. In a sense, it's good because it does create a social block to keep the mediocre out, in a sense, to keep them out of like the industries that they don't belong in, because they think those are controlled. Okay, well, just stay out. Okay, fine. Oh no, what's the sculpture of the guy grabbing the girl's booty? What is that? What's that one called? Famous sculpture. Victorian. Oh well, the Veiled Maid. That's one of them too. If you look up the Veiled Maid.
Sorry, yeah. What was the name again?
The Veiled Maid, or the Veiled Virgin. Here you go. Yes, it's a classic sculpture.
Wow.
And then you can go on YouTube, and you can watch people do this stuff with classic, with just normal tools, no special tools. Like, as the newest tool you'll see him using maybe is a Dremel, right? And that's just to turn a 7-year project into a 1-year project, right? Here's a video. Now this is all using modern tools, but all these are time savers, modern tools. These sculptures take, a month. They're no big deal. I say they're no big deal, but
It does look very expensive.
There's this one guy, Wood Art Vietnam. He carves anime out of wood. He gets like these big wood chunks and carves anime characters out of them. I mean, this.
What do you reckon would be the most expensive material?
The most expensive material to work with?
Yeah.
You mean startup cost, or do you mean? I mean, 3D printer material is pretty, like pound for pound, is going to be more expensive than marble, probably.
Wow.
Like if you're making something is like the size of a Michelangelo,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think pound for pound, that would be more expensive. But I think it would be hollow, so it wouldn't have the density. So I don't know what the most expensive material would be. Gold, obviously.
I know what the most expensive material per ounce is.
It's an alloy. It's an alloy, isn't it? It's not gold.
No, it's actually synthetic. It's the ink that they use for inkjet printers.
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah, you're right.
definitely
That is expensive. I forgot about that.
Doesn't it cost more than printers usually?
But they've been working with. I have a 3D printer as well, and it's just a resin 3D printer. But been working with concrete and robotics.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, what kind of makes me wonder about that too is if we're kind of just repositioning old technology. But I mean, yeah, it coincides with the conversation, but I don't think it's 3D printing in any way.
You know what's interesting is all of the tools we use, like grinding and Dremels and stuff. All these are ancient tools that have electric motors. They're ancient tools with electric motors. That's it.
But that's
So
what it was
even-
with the video too. I mean, now that I think about it, he does claim a lot like, oh yeah, these are just too impossible to make, which I completely agree with you now. Like, no, not impossible, but very highly skilled. But that was the other thing, is that he talks about these structures were high enough to reach, sort of the etheric level, right, of energy. Now, I haven't been up there, and nor have I taken any measurement of electricity up there, or what it is, or what ether really is. But it made a lot of sense in a sort of toroidal field of a flat Earth, right? If there is this electricity sort of moving the sun and the Earth, sun and the moon, not the Earth, then is there possibly a way to harness that? And were these art structures, even if you want to call them, instead of even calling them architecture, were both used for artistic reason, but also in those shapes and those ribs and those incredible geometries, that it was kind of doing both, And,
There's a lot of
halfway through the video, I was like, "Is this guy a shill? Who is this guy?" Like, I've never even heard this guy's voice, but
I like this stuff because, on the one hand, I don't like the conclusions, but I do love good questions, right? So I even like Von Daniken. I think he's nuts. I think he's a nutcase. But I do love his book because he raises lots of good questions. His conclusions are absolutely retarded. I believe they came from the sky. All right, Von Daniken, shut up. But yeah, it's like, well, why you jump into the most insane conclusion when you have things that you can observe now? Like, let's look at what we practically use. Like these same things, like find those things in machines and figure out what we use them for now. Like they found this one article. They found this. It looked like a star. It looked like a piece of. It actually looked like, the 3D models of like a bacterium, where they have like all the spikes all over them.
Oh right.
So they found this in like some Roman city or something, and they were like, "Oh, this must have been some religious relic." These are academics, obviously. And you know what? Some knitter said, "Oh, that's for knitting." She puts the balls, she used it, and it like perfectly does your knitting for you. You just wrap it one side, wrap it the other, and it helps you do the threading.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like this is the state of academia. It's let's think about things along these stupid kind of social Darwinian. People were dumb in the past. People weren't practical in the past. It's like the time when people had to live and survive and be the most practical. They think they built all these completely impractical things.
Exactly.
Everything had a dual use.
Exactly.
So a cathedral, probably had more than one use. And actually, it did. It was sometimes it was the courthouse, sometimes it was the community center, sometimes it was the bread hall, sometimes it was the congregation meeting place, sometimes it was the pulpit, sometimes it was the governmental center where like the town council would have to go. Like they served as the community building. And so if there were other purposes for them, it would make sense. My only problem is if the structures are still there, where's all the infrastructure around them?
Right.
They had to be powering something. Was it just to power them? But if they were if they were there to transmit electricity.
I wonder at the extent of that power as well. Was it just lights? You know, were there machinery involved? I don't think necessarily there was machinery involved. Yeah. But, you know, luminous or, you know, they say we actually have a lot of dead water, right? It's non-electrical. But water can be sort of electrolyzed, right? And not to be confused with electrolytes and things like that. But
you just had to add a salt molecule to it, right?
Right. Such as salt water or the ocean, for instance, has a little bit higher degree of voltage in it.
Yeah.
Even if you take it out, put it in a bucket, it still, for some reason, is charged, right? Whereas the water that we have on land, now, don't get me wrong, there are some spring waters and aquifers and acequias and, you know, who knows where they're getting that energy, but it makes me wonder if it was actually just giving people good water. You know, were we just putting electricity in, you know, and were these communities like, can you imagine like a community of no lies? Like everybody just kind of like, yeah. Everybody's just kind of like, we all know the same stuff.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely some mysteries and riddles all wrapped up together.
And I love it. You know, I mean, that's the fun with life, that hide and seek. But
I only dismiss things that are asserted that have no reason to ever be asserted. Which is why I never dismiss the cathedrals may have been powered. I never dismiss that because some of the stuff does look like that. And there's at least like a structural, there's like some rationale behind it.
Right.
But like the melted buildings and all this other stuff, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, people, you don't even have to go that far back. 150 years ago, people had to be, they had to know a lot more about a lot more things. Like, they were masters of their craft. They were specialists at something. But like your farmer also had to be a soldier, also would be a poet, also would be a blacksmith. Like you knew a lot more about a lot of things. And when you're talking about these, like in academia, you got these people who are just gone to school their whole life, who have no real life hands-on experience doing anything. And they jump to these conclusions like their primitive minds could have never figured this out.
Lou, they can define what a lever is, but they don't understand the principle of a lever because they've never had to employ one. Like getting a 2x4 to move something heavy. Once you do that, you suddenly understand the principle on a like physical level, not just definitionally, but you understand it physically. Like you know what the forces are once you do them. And then you start looking at things around you. The more kind of work you do and more generalizations rather than specializations you have, the more, pliable you can be. Like, because you understand more. It's like they say in the Coast Guard, the more time you're on the water, or any time on the water is good. Or it's like if you want to read a lot.
It's applied knowledge. Like, so that the next time when you do learn something new, you can apply it to other things that you've already learned and know and experienced. Like, and you don't come to stupid fucking conclusions out of ignorance.
Yeah. I've never built anything. I don't understand how bricks work, but this YouTube video has convinced me how the world was made, or how ancient civilizations did everything.
Right.
Oh, that irks me. See, I'm almost convinced that the whole that there's a lot of intentional disinformation. Obviously, you know.
Right. What gave you that idea?
Yeah, what gave me that idea. But I think even in the especially in the truth community, I'll get it, buddy. I'll get it. Go. Stop freaking out. But especially in the like, I want to say the searcher community, because a lot of them aren't even looking for truth. They're just looking for pet theories. They're looking for better lies. That's what they're looking for. So that's one of my big issues.
Hey, Meme, what is your favorite deception?
My favorite deception? Women.
To expose. Yeah, women. You would.
I would, wouldn't I? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not a misogynist. I'm a chauvinist. There's nothing wrong with chauvinism. I'm a classic man.
Yeah, I mean, and real women can recognize that, right? And
Yeah,
so
they
it's-
can.
Yeah.
That's why I'm married to a beauty queen for 12 years. So. Anyway, it doesn't matter. My favorite deception as far as like external like threat deception, my favorite one, probably aliens.
Aliens.
The entire alien mythos is probably my favorite deception to look into.
Well, I mean, well, how far have you looked into it? Because you know, a lot of people dedicate, you know, many YouTube channels and Facebook pages and everything to this alien type of
To parroting government documents that they've got a hold of, which is the actual source of the mythos itself.
Yeah, well, it's part of
So
the deception.
It immediately invalidates like 95% of all the YouTubers.
Yeah, exactly.
I got this.
They still make
straight from the CIA. Oh, well, that makes it trustworthy.
yeah, the CIA there. We can
Alex
trust
Jones
them.
saying half my family is special forces. Okay, thanks for letting me know.
Exactly.
I don't have much room to talk. My dad was special forces, and my grandpa was Air Force Special Forces. So.
No, sure. I mean, as far as anyone with family in the military, there's a lot of things they can't talk about that they've done or been involved with. Of course.
There is one documentary I do like. I don't typically recommend them. It's called Mirage Men. It's about how the government actually gaslit key figures of the UFO community into the modern alien mythos, and now everyone believes it.
Well, not everyone, but it's popular.
What
It's
I mean
popular.
is everyone. It's like half the population.
Yeah.
It's like 50% of people think life might be out there. That's
whereas
that's a lot of
people before this came out mostly didn't have any idea about aliens or anything. You know, we have we have novels in the early 20s or whatever. For the most part, the alien idea wasn't as popular prior to the 20th century leading up to now.
Well, in the beginning, the aliens were all humans, right?
They might as well have been, because they, for the most part, they came from another area of Earth.
Yeah. In this island Earth, they were human. Oh, they were advanced humans. But yeah, this island Earth, they were human, and they had these genetic monstrosities. They were not aliens. They had genetic monstrosities that they made to be their soldiers and stuff.
What do you mean by genetic monstrosities? You're gonna have to explain that.
It's like the big creatures with like the brain thing on the outside of them and the goggles.
What the?
Just look up This Island Earth. Do a Google image search of This Island Earth.
Is this a novel, like a
movie?
fictional novel? Oh, movie.
This
Okay.
Island Earth
Okay.
monster. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, there he is. He's one of the most
They have
iconic.
bigger heads and bigger eyes. I mean, I guess that would be
One of the most iconic movie monsters there is. Here, I'm going to post him.
All right, do it. So I think we're talking about something else, but I want you to post what you're talking about. Yeah, it's just like the brain on the outside.
Brain on the outside and goggles. See, is exactly what I said.
I end up feeling like something's iconic.
And then when They Live came out, you have to put the glasses on to see these brain monsters. Right.
I end
It's
up
like-
bringing up something I think is iconic, and then I get blank stares, and I realize I'm just kind of getting old.
No, you're actually just getting everything that you've seen over the years is becoming clearer. Doesn't mean you're getting old. It means you're becoming you're seeing shit for what it is. Basically.
It is what it is, and there ain't no shiz.
It do what it do, don't it?
With a coo-coo-ca-choo?
See, that's shit from Arkansas South, man. I mean, it do what it do, don't it? Right? Yeah, that's Arkansas shit right there. But anyway, these aliens with the big brain fucking glasses. That's insane.
I had a big brain one time.
I don't know how to respond to that.
I'm still waiting for the alien, though.
Well, I thought Meme was going to elaborate on his post here, but maybe he won't. Come on, Meme. Tell us about your post.
Oh, he did. He posted it. I see it. It's
Yeah, he
ugly.
posted the big brain alien.
I just saw it.
I was curious about what he was going to say about it. But I think he
Sorry,
already said.
Helio. I had to help get groceries inside.
No, I figured you were probably busy. It's all good.
No, I was in this island Earth, and the humans in this island Earth. Hold on, let me find a picture of them.
Oh, Miguel. Miguel's always there with the proper memes. Well, I don't say they're proper all the time, Miguel. But when you post your memes, fortunately for you, Miguel, you always are following the conversation. It's really good stuff. So, yeah. Miguel Souza actually posts appropriate memes. I don't know where his archive is. He has a lot more than I have. Tell you what, we get a lot of shit in the YouTube chat. Like, well, why don't you say this, say this? Bro, why don't you join the voice channel? Come in here and suck it up and get in here and talk to us.
And it's like, if you want it to be said, come say it yourself.
Yeah. Why don't you say this?
Helio,
What
did you
about
ever see
this?
that?
What about this? Get your ass.
Do you remember the Forbidden Planet?
Is that a movie?
Yeah, it's you never saw the Forbidden Planet? Hold on.
I don't think
It's
so.
got-
I
it's
should
got
watch
Leslie
it.
Nielsen is from the 1959.
Oh, Leslie Nielsen?
Yeah, but early Leslie Nielsen before he went into comedy.
I'm gonna have to watch it. No, I probably haven't seen it. I'm gonna check
Great
it out.
movie. You should check it out. No aliens in that either. It's just humans, and they fly around in the flying saucer.
I'm gonna check it out because I love
And they,
Leslie Nielsen. He's so freaking hilarious.
He's not in that movie.
Well, I mean, but at the same time, I think he's a great actor. That's all.
Yeah, he is a good actor.
Yeah, he's the best. Man. I love those. I'm looking it up right now. Forbidden Planet. Ooh. Released 1956. Holy smokes. MGM. Got a 7.7 on IMDb. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to check that one out.
Yeah, that's probably. If you watch that, that's probably the inspiration for like Star Trek.
Here's the description. When Adams and his crew are sent to investigate the silence from a planet inhabited by scientists, he finds all but two have died, Dr. Morbius and his daughter, Altera, have somehow survived a hideous monster which roams the planet. Yeah, anyway, that's the beginning of the description. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check it out. But no,
Great movie. It's actually a beautiful movie.
It has planets. It's like flat earthers watch movies with planets. Hell yeah, because we love science fiction. We're fans of science fiction, but we don't buy this bullshit about.
Because we know what it's about.
Yeah, we know what it's about. Yeah, it's entertainment, not reality. No,
Well, if you're watching real science fiction for the sciencey and the spaceships, then you're watching it for the wrong reason. If you're watching it for the techno stuff, you're watching it for the wrong reason. It's about the human.
It's the story.
No,
It's the story. It's the relationships between the actors, and that goes for every book you read, every story you watch, every fictional story. There's some amazing writers out there. So yeah, just get involved in the story. None of what you get involved with in a fictional series or a movie, none of that has anything to do with physical science. It's just a fictional story. Now, they just like when what was that reporter? I can't remember the name of the reporter, but he asked Captain Kirk, what's his name? Asked him, "What's the difference between science and science fiction?" He's like,
"There's no difference.
There is no difference."
Actually, the reporter didn't even ask him. What he said was, it was a documentary, and Shatner said, "When I've interviewed all these astrophysicists, I realized that there's no difference between science and science fiction. Because they tell me all these things are true, but they only exist in their head." And I'm like, well.
Well, he didn't say that specifically, but yeah, that's basically what he meant.
Almost verbatim, that's what he said, I think, is that these people have all of this information. It's in their head, and that's how they know it. And he's like, maybe there's some people who know this.
When we say this and try to compare natural science to this pseudoscience fiction, I guess that's a whatever that is. Then, and when people come in here and they try to defend their pseudoscience, we say, "Well, no, you can't actually prove that. I mean, we all live on Earth. How can you know what is over there or out there? Above Earth." and they don't really have good answers for it. And for the most part, we know more about what the claim is about the third rock from the sun than they do. So how can they even defend themselves? It's like,
You know what the problem with good answers are, right? If you have good answers, you have to have good explanations.
well, explanations are worth as much as freaking Santa Claus, in my opinion.
No, what I mean is, if your answer is too good, then it becomes, people can test and see if it can be validated, and then you have a huge problem. So they can only give vague half answers. Otherwise, what happens? Then people can look into it.
Yeah, what they want to convince people that they're smart, and they believe the pseudoscientists. It's like, I finished college and I studied a certain amount of physics, and I took a very few people ever go into astrophysics because who would? Yeah, who would? Anyway, because you can't practically use it on Earth. So anyway, so it's like people just believe these idiots, man. I don't know. It's just, well, they're not idiots. They're smart, but they're telling fairy tales.
They're savants.
And adults believe it, and it's insane. There's no science involved. They're just making up stories about balls spinning around the universe and stories about how Earth's creation. They say, well, they deem us creationists because we believe that there was a creator, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're claiming they're not creationists when they claim the Big Bang. Isn't that a form of creation?
Probably the most radical.
Yeah, it's pretty radical because they have no evidence for it. When we have all the evidence for a perfect creation.
First explosion to create anything.
There is no explosion. It was, it's just like, let there be. Boom. Here it is. They're claiming that every freaking 20 or 30 billion years, the universe collapses in on itself and explodes again. That's creation. Okay. What's your fucking evidence for that shit?
Well, it's already a presupposition. There would be no evidence. They've already made their conclusion.
Well, and they argue again, just like I was saying earlier, Elijah, when we first started talking, that is they make all of those presuppositions based on just maybe 100 years of study, since we've developed their radio telescopes and everything. They and with the argument you were talking about, the microwave background radiation, this is how they've came up with the timeline of 14.5 billion years, and this is how old the universe is this time, right? So it's just expanding, and then it retracts in on itself and then explodes again. This is their claim. It's not my claim. This is what they told us. They have no evidence for it, but that's what they told us.
Well, in summary, there's no evidence. In summary, there's no that's no. In summary, that is all pseudoscience.
But that's what they want to believe because they don't want to believe that it's a creation. That's what I was saying also earlier. It's like we're on two different sides of this argument. Whether or not we both understand either side, which I completely understand their side, and I just explained it. Creation has nothing to do with their pseudoscience. Creation is evident right in front of your face. You don't have to create a timeline necessarily. I mean, it's actually you can actually take a look at Earth, look at
All of
history.
that is defined as pseudoscience. It's very simple. Like, because I'm having this interaction with this guy, and even though it's still going on all day long, like it would have ended up being, just this disjointed conversation about multiple things that led here and here and here and here. But I have a piece of literature now that basically shows whoever I want to show it to that for over 2 hours I've asked pretty much the same question and or asserted the same point, that there is no valid hypothesis in astrophysics. He said, no, here is a hypothesis. Then he's given me an invalid hypothesis that just some statements that included presuppositions where a hypothesis is just a statement. If this, then that. And the null is if this, not that. Or if not this. You get what I'm saying. So
I do, but at the same time, if you
so the fact that it's a simple statement and we're trying to prove, okay, this causes that, if that's all it is, then everything else that you're talking about is irrelevant. When you say, well, the cosmic microwave background isn't to prove the cause of this, it's showing the observation is showing you, well, then it's a presupposition. You're telling me what I'm looking at. No, it's not a presupposition. It literally is. That, like, you literally just told me what I'm looking at. And your proof is what I'm looking at. So you haven't given a valid hypothesis. And then when I ask, when I say let's define what a hypothesis is, he went to telling me the criteria for a valid hypothesis, which isn't a defining of the Oh shit! Yes, it's Saturday. Go on ahead.
I'm sorry. I would have told you sooner, like last week, but I overslept a little bit.
Dude, I overslept last week and I wasn't able to record it. So continue. Precious
Darn, last
metals time.
Last week was a vibe. It was a good time last week.
Well, it's recorded on that stream, but I didn't record it and then upload it.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I woke up after it was over. I was sleeping last week, but anyway. So yeah, what you got? See, bring it on.
Yeah, welcome to Precious Metals Takeover. It is August 7th. We run this program every Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 Central, aka Socialist Time. I'm kidding, Redford. I'm sorry.
And never apologize when you make a joke. God damn it. Nobody apologizes.
True.
So, just a reminder, Precious Metals, for those who are a little newer or don't know what the program is, was a program designed for a 2-hour block for silvers or flat earthers who don't speak too often to maybe come out of their shell a bit and get some nice live stream practice. However, we're not going to force you to speak, but we strongly encourage it. If you don't speak too often on live stream, please participate. We like hearing you.
Hi.
Hello. We're doing an event called Precious Metals. We're just now starting. If you'd like to listen.
I would love to. Please explain it to me.
Yeah, so Precious Metals Takeover is an event that lasts 2 hours, and basically, the people who don't speak as often on live stream, this is designed to try and get them out of their shell a bit. So usually we start with a question. We ask a few people, and then we get the ball rolling.
Are we gonna go cam? Can we go? Why can we go? Can we all go on cam?
No.
Why not?
Camera access is limited in live stream.
But why not? Don't you think it would bring us closer?
I'm gonna.
Just to moderate, as a moderator, 2 seconds.
Wait, I'm
This
being
is
serious.
Hey.
Wait.
I'm
Don't
answering
be,
your question, and
I'm
so
being
that I don't
serious.
wait. I'm answering your question, your very serious question. So the
Okay.
answer to that is this is a very large Discord. Every other room has video access. We're not chained to this live stream. This live stream has specific parameters. One of them excludes video access. That's just how it is. If you want to get closer with other people, you can go into the many of the other rooms, which we all do often. Thank you.
Can I please state my case now? Thank you.
Can I finish my intro, please?
Okay, yeah. Okay, yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, so the question for this week, Redford, and I'll start by asking you. If you could only, so I know this is kind of a cheesy question. I would love to see mods answer in like the live stream voice text as well to hear their take. If you could only have wisdom or physical strength, which one would you pick and why? And when I say only, I mean only. So like you're very weak and frail and fragile if you pick wisdom. And if you pick physical strength, you have an IQ of like 70.
Oh no. I know, because I haven't had a ton of time to think about this, the answer to this question, but I think just I mean, hypothetically, right? Balance of both would be obviously the best, but I think I'd pick wisdom over physical strength. Just because like I understand like physical strength is obviously important, but just the realm that we live in and just I guess the metaphysical aspect of everything and just the way that I think and well being in the server in general. I guess I would pick wisdom.
Yeah, I would pick wisdom as well because I'm already frail. If someone punched me, I would have like 5 bones broken. I'm like so weak.
Yeah. Well, it's a good question. It is a thought-provoking question for sure. I like Elijah F's answer. I'm gonna read it. Hopefully that's okay.
Yeah, that's
Wisdom
fine.
because he stated wisdom because strength uh with oh, I wonder if that's a typo. Okay, so wisdom because strength with be meant oh would not be mentally unfulfilling.
No,
Holy, am I having a hard time here?
he chooses wisdom because strength would be mentally unfilling. He doesn't know what to do with strength. So what would he do with strength?
Will
He
be
can
mentally
do it.
unfulfilling. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh now it's gone. What would I do with strength if I don't know what to do with it? Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point.
I would go as far to say that true strength is found in wisdom because, well, once again, what are you going to do with anything if you don't know what to do or how to do it?
Also, I should mention real quick, these hypotheticals are fun because they're an introduction to the false dichotomy fallacy, but still fun nonetheless.
I was just reading the voice text. Yeah, there are some good answers. So, is there I mean, we can. If anybody else wants to answer right now, I'm just gonna check and see if there's any VC verifieds. We'll see maybe if Layla wants to have a conversation about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, we can do that after we call them like maybe one or two silvers that maybe don't speak too often that we would like to hear their voice of.
Yes.
Like maybe B. Carl's or Michael Sosa, Miguel Sosa. I'm so sorry. My vision's like fuzzy. Like, you know when you first wake up and you see like floaties in your yeah. I'm
Yeah,
so
no,
sorry.
I mean, I had a struggle just reading Elijah's comment, so I think I'm in the same predicament as you today, CI, and I've been up for a few hours, so it will be a fun show. Okay, so B. Carl's or Miguel Sosa, would you guys like to answer the question if you guys can unmute your mics?
I don't mind answering it. The wisdom. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so if you could have only wisdom or physical strength, which one would you pick and why?
So I've actually been thinking about this for like 2 weeks. It's odd enough that you brought it up when people said like knowledge is power. But this kind of ties in with what you're saying because you can know a lot, but if you don't apply it to anything, then it just sits in your head all day. And what good is it? So I think I'd pick strength. Although
Interesting.
you might not be able to do as much, you can do a lot more than just having a head full of knowledge and not being able to do anything with it. If that makes sense. I think applied knowledge is the best, but obviously you wouldn't get that if you have no strength. That's my take.
Yes. No, that's awesome. Thank you for answering. Miguel, are you there? You're lighting up, but no sound is coming out of your mic. Okay. What about Tap? Are you there, Tap?
I was here.
Or
Yeah.
might be Tap, allegedly Tap, however you want to be called today. so, so what
Yeah.
would you pick? Wisdom or physical strength?
Well, I mean, there are two ways of looking at this. You know, you could say, you know, how would you know what to do with physical strength? You know, what would you do with physical strength if you didn't know how to use it, right? That is a good, I guess, statement. But I mean, really and truly, in the society we live in today, if I have physical strength and a lot of physical strength, you know, and anyone tries to say, "Oh, you're so stupid," right? I can just punch him in the face, right? That's fine.
Is it fine? Physical
It
violence?
is.
I don't know.
It is. If anyone tries to ridicule me for being stupid, right? I'll just, you know.
But if you had the wisdom, you could just destroy them with your words, Tap.
I don't know. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Actually, I hate to interject. I said wisdom, not charisma.
Right.
But maybe charisma is wisdom. Ooh, new debate topic.
Nah, I don't think so.
Well, debate it out. Should we go into the arena? No, I'm just joking.
No. Who else can we talk to? What about like maybe people who aren't silver but like still have the flat earth tag? Because we don't get to hear them too often.
Yeah, like I don't think I've spoken to Chris V. Peace. Are you there, Chris?
Nice picture.
Can you well, you've unmuted. Okay. Well, Chris, if you can get your mic to work at some point, let us know. Who else do we have? Ryan Dunn. Are you there, Ryan? Or Flat Tarn? Can you unmute your mic?
Hello.
Hey, Ryan, how are you?
Good.
Good. Would you like to answer a question for today?
It's a tough one.
I know, it's quite thought-provoking. Gets you thinking.
Like, should I be Stephen Hawking, all the knowledge, and just be a blob, or like The Rock? I don't know.
Sorry, I thought I heard somebody say crispy peas, but I had to sign off real quick.
Really?
Yes, yes. I was actually calling on you to see if you wanted to answer a question. But it was
Wisdom
Ryan.
or
I'll just.
strength?
Yes. I
I
just
don't
want to
know.
see if. Okay. Well, Ryan, did you have anything else to add to your answer?
Uh, I don't know. It's a tough one.
I know. It's just hypotheticals,
Yeah, I guess I'd
though.
just
I know.
pick strength because I don't know. I feel like that'd be more fun.
Interesting. So just more fun. That sounds good. What about you then, Chris?
I don't know. It begs the question is, if you can gain strength, can you gain wisdom? I don't know. I think I'd pick wisdom just because you could gain strength in some form. You okay, baby? What's wrong?
But you
Sorry
can
for the
only
7-year-old.
have. Oh, awesome. But you can only pick one or the other, right? Just one or the other. That's where it gets tough, right?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me now? Well,
Oh, hey, Miguel. Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. I just
Awesome.
restarted my PC.
It seems like everybody's having some issues today. So, if you could have only wisdom or physical strength, which one would you choose and why?
Wisdom, because that makes me awake for the reality we living in, like flat Earth.
Ooh, yeah.
Is-
That's kind of why I picked wisdom too. That's a good answer.
Hey,
would go
I got a
as well.
question.
Yeah, who was that?
Is a person.
With
Oh, hey, person.
hi, with the strength, does that mean that your whole body gets bigger, or just like your muscles?
CI, please specify for your question.
Sorry, I was typing in Livestream voice text. What was that? Sorry.
A person wanted to know, right, if you got physically larger due to the strength. Is that what was part of your question?
Well, that is a side effect with exercising and having muscles. You typically do tend
No.
to
I
gain
mean,
weight.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Is it just your muscles, or does your whole body get bigger?
Well, it's pretty much just your muscles, but you are physically stronger. It doesn't necessarily correlate with increase in size. It's just having a lot of strength, but having the IQ of like 60 or 70, or having the IQ of like 150 or 200, like being extremely wise, intelligent, but you're like as frail as Stephen Hawking, or like someone touches you, you're like shattered like glass. Okay, not that fragile, but
Gotcha. So you're saying if you were like average on the scale, average, it wouldn't help out with that?
that's not what I said.
Oh, okay.
You would be like muscular, like strong, big. Well, by big I mean the muscles, though. But muscles typically correlate with um larger size, but not always. It depends on the person. But typically, when you exercise, you do get bigger. So this is like having like a bunch of exercise like applied at once.
Without actually doing the exercise, it would just like happen, right?
Yes.
Is that what the hypothetical is? Okay. So if I picked wisdom, I'd just be this fragile being.
But you would be like Blaise
NIV.
Pascal of intelligence and wisdom.
Basically, like Stephen Hawking versus Dwayne Johnson.
Well,
Yeah. I don't really want to get into Stephen Hawking because that's a whole other issue.
Yeah,
But
Is it really him controlling the words? That's all I'm asking.
yeah. But yeah, you
right?
get what I'm
Could it
saying, though.
be? Allegedly, maybe. Probably not. Okay. We have a few people that popped in.
I think maybe we can talk.
Kangaroo.
Maybe we can talk to Layla. I don't know.
Oh yeah, she's unmuted. Hi, Layla. Right there.
Hi.
Hi. So, what brings you to the server?
For healthy debates.
About the shape of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so what shape do you think the Earth is?
Flat. I think so. I had not an argument, but as we would say, a healthy debate the other day. I think it's like a laptop shape. Like it's flat, but I'm Australian, so I think it's still. I think we're still on the bottom of it, if that makes sense. Like I think.
no. I'm sending her the cog dis. I'm sorry.
All right.
That was quick. Wow.
Yeah, but live stream voice text. I like. I'm sorry, but
No, you don't have to apologize. That's you are able to do what you like. Okay, so we have Juju 007. I believe he was here last week. He just messaged me to be unmuted. I'm not sure why. What happened to his roles? See, I don't know if you want to unmute.
wait, who?
Juju 007.
Oh.
Do you
yeah.
remember he was like into like the
Yeah.
philosophy? We had a good chat with him last week.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what happened to the roles of anybody. I mean,
So sorry, who were we talking about?
Juju, he was on Precious Metals before.
yeah.
Not
What was
familiar.
that? Precious metals.
No,
I
you
don't know.
missed last week. I think he was on
Okay.
last week.
I know people usually active here because sometimes I come here and just quiet, so I don't really know.
It depends on the time. Sometimes it's a little slower, but right now it's pretty active. So welcome back. Glad you made your way back to the server today.
Yeah, I got a little I just wanted to see like your perspective. I'm not saying it's you, whatever. I'm just throwing this out there, okay? Yeah, you know how we can use what's it called, like radar or like using what's it called, using like a laser and like it bounce back and it gives you like the size and the shape of whatever it is. What's that thing called? Radar, right?
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. A laser.
Yeah,
like what does that have to do with the shape? Are you like where is this going?
Oh, I don't know what it's called. I literally just watched it earlier, but I forgot what it's called. But it's like if you shoot something out with like a laser, it comes back, and then you get the reading of the size of it, the shape of it, and so forth. I forgot I don't know what it's called. It left my mind. I don't know what that thing is called. But supposedly, I'm gonna look into it myself because I care about following it. But like, supposedly, a person can do this and shoot it at the moon and shoots back on Earth. And I've heard, again, I'm not claiming it's true or whatever. I'm just putting this on the table. Supposedly, that information tells you the size of the Earth and the shape of it and so forth. And I'm just curious if anyone has like a perspective on that. Again, like I don't have like $10,000 to buy it and do it myself, but it is a thing that supposedly can be done. I heard that as like one argument for it being curved. I don't know if it's curved or not, but that's just one perspective.
Okay, so does anybody have any insight into that? I mean, I think I might have an idea of what you're talking about. I don't know what it's called. Like I've seen it. It's like maybe on a smaller scale, right? Where it's like a scope and you point it at something and it tells you how far it is away. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about something else?
I'm trying to find the name of it, but like it's like I feel so dumb because like I literally forgot the name of it. But, like it's like, for example, like dolphins, for example, it might be like swimming, it might be dark, and they make a sound, and then with the sound they're able to bounce it off and then bounce back, and they know exactly the size of it, the shape of it. They know all the information about it. I'm saying that we have this type of technology where we can shoot something out and bounce back. Like
Sonar.
yeah.
Oh,
Navy
sonar.
ships,
Okay, I was thinking of something else. Okay.
Navy ships, they use it and they know the exact size and etc. I heard, again, I haven't verified it myself, but I heard that people have done this with the moon. They shot at the moon, it bounced back, and they got all the information Earth or like something like that. I don't know exactly how it works, but yeah. And that you can shoot at the moon and it can bounce back on Earth and you get the information. You know anything about that?
Well, regardless if I know anything about that, what's the point? Like, you want to try this, you're trying to prove what are you hoping to get out of this?
Well, it was just one argument for why it's like curved or why people believe it's curved. But just here and there, I would just come back once I get more information about it. Also, there's what do you call it? The space shuttle is you can get like a telescope and you can see it. No, that I don't think that's a good argument. Never mind.
Okay. All right. So you're trying to find a way to prove that there's curvature, and now you think sonar is a way to do that? Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, I just forgot the exact. I don't know all the details of it, but yeah, sonar is one way that I've heard that people have been able to confirm it. I'm not saying it 100% has, but that's one possible route.
Right, because don't submarines use like sonar and things like that?
Yeah, they.
Okay, so if they're able to communicate under the water for extensive periods, right, like lengths, how does the sonar get through if there was a curve, the curvature of the Earth, right? How does that make sense?
How does what?
Well, sonar, right? If you're trying to prove it, how can basically submarines can send out sonar signals to each other underneath the water, right? For long distances.
Oh.
And even Roger just posted that whales can be heard by as far away as 4,000 miles. So how does that work with curvature? How does it go through the curve of the Earth to send those signals, right? Because the curvature of Earth is what, 8 inches per mile squared, right? That would be just the globe model. So how does that work then? Explain that to me.
I need to. Something I just thought about, which I didn't think about when I was watching like the videos. Like, if you shoot it at something, you get the reading of that thing. But the video is about how people shoot at the moon and it bounce back on Earth. So I got to look back into that, honestly. Now when I think about it, some things aren't really adding up. So yeah, I'll just come back on that.
What do you think about to look into horizon?
What about the horizon?
It's 10 times further than should to be extended.
Wait, what do you mean? Well, the horizon, I personally don't know anything about that.
You
Here's
know,
another. I'm sorry.
By the way,
sphere is geometrical thing. You shoot a curve, you know, and horizon on the spherical Earth should to be geometrical. But the point is, it is not.
By the way, who's the other person I was just talking to? Who is that?
Me?
No,
Or are you talking to Sasha? You're talking to Sasha now.
Okay, well, I don't know who it was, but I'm
you
not
think
sure.
I'm not allowed to speak or what?
What did you say?
Am I allowed to speak?
Yeah, of course. I was just wondering
Yeah.
who the other person I was talking to was.
Oh.
'Cause I like who I'm speaking to.
Ah,
I think
Sasha. Okay.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is crazy. I don't know if this is why I got muted. Probably because like if I leave the server and then come back, is everyone like automatically muted?
Well, you don't
Yeah.
have the VC verified tag, so I don't.
I
Oh
gave
no,
it
no,
to
you
him.
do. Oh, okay. So now you're good. So you shouldn't be server muted when you come back in. Now that you have the VC verified role.
Okay, because like the last time I was here, I don't know why it was people. My words weren't really sticking with like a lot of people, and like all I was saying, because like I'm like a philosopher and I'm also skeptical, and I was saying like, let's say that it's flat. We prove that it's flat. We prove that we're in like some kind of container. What I'm saying is like just like how flat earthers essentially don't
Do
use.
you want proof for container?
No. Like I'm making a case right now. I'm saying,
Okay.
let's say that we have evidence that this was created, that the container is like created, that we have that, we know that it's flat. What I'm saying is just how we can't use fallacies, etc. At that point, all I was saying at the time, and it seemed to get everyone irritated, and I was saying like we can't just automatically use fallacies and say, okay, the container was made by God. That's all I was saying.
The only way to move forward is to move forward. If something happened previously in this server, I don't think it's a good idea to really go back to that. For your sake and for everyone else's sake, I don't think it's a good idea to really bring that back up again. I don't know what happened, but I just don't think it'd be a good idea.
Yeah, let's just focus on the fact real quick that there's probably like 30,000 people on this server. So don't worry about it. I mean, you can't control all 30,000 people.
Because like all I was saying.
I know,
like,
but okay, but
it
Juju,
doesn't.
okay, yeah, Sia's right. It doesn't matter. It's best to just leave it. Now, I'm the third person to tell you that, so let's just leave it and continue with the conversation right now, right? Moving
So,
forward. So, has anybody?
want-
sorry, Sia, go.
I'm sorry. I wanted to address one point that he said. So, Roger posted a very good link about sonar. And I'm not really here to debate. I'm just here to, I guess, address your claim. 4,000 miles is how far these sonar can be heard from whales.
Okay.
Now, I want you to tell me what the radius of the Earth is.
Let me see. It's a lot more than 4,000 miles. I know that.
No, it's less.
Incorrect. It's 3,959 miles. It's less. So with a drop of 8 inches per mile squared, how does the sonar of the whale go through the curve of the Earth? This is a very similar. This is actually very similar to the Marconi radio observation in 1918. And
Gee,
this.
I know the answer.
What's the answer?
The whales are, let's say, 3 miles deep in the water. All of them. And because of that, they are hearing sound,
What?
Yeah, this is only assumption. Stupid assumption.
I just realized something. Something I don't really understand is that a lot of people that believe in the flat Earth, they either believe that the moon is fake or that space is fake and so forth.
Okay, well, hang on though. Who? Okay, I haven't made the claim that the moon is fake. I can see it, right? I can see it's a luminary in the sky. I'm not making claims that it's fake or that's. I mean, I can visibly see it. So be careful with what you're saying. Maybe this is why you had problems in the past. Okay.
No, absolutely not. My question is, my statement is essentially only towards.
But
I don't know who is talking, but they're kind of roboting.
My statement was only towards those who hold this position. It's like the thing I was saying, like according to like NASA, etc., the atmosphere it includes the moon.
I don't know anybody holds that position though.
Does anybody
That's the
say
point.
that moon doesn't exist?
Like
Hold
it's
on.
like
Did you say the atmosphere encases the moon?
yeah, like according to NASA, that the
Yes.
atmosphere. Yeah.
Did
it
you
includes-
realize that they only just recently came out with that position?
Right after Flat Earth came out and got big, then NASA
Right.
said the moon's in an atmosphere now.
So
that's crazy.
Yeah,
dink.
yeah, it is crazy. So just a few years ago, we were hammering on the point that gas pressure needs containment, right? And for about a year we were hammering it down, and then they came out with some sort of press release. Oh, the moon has an atmosphere, and then it's our atmosphere, and it's just extending around it.
Yeah, so it's just there's
Yeah.
no problem. It's inside the
Yeah.
container.
Yeah, it's inside the container. It's just a gradient. See, this is a new argument that they're going to sew in to
Well, they're
the
actually
history.
telling you the truth.
I get
Right.
understand-
They're going to sew it into history, though, and they're going to pretend like this was their position all along. The same way that they've changed the distance and size of the sun 10 plus times already. And they're going to pretend like, oh, well, this latest version has always been the same version. It's always been fine.
Yeah, like moon was in the space and now it is not anymore in the space.
Okay.
Yeah, but you know, the moon didn't have an atmosphere before. I guess now it does.
No, the moon was in the space vacuum before, and now it's not anymore.
Well, wait. So, my question was never answered. Back when we were talking about sonar, I was asking what the radius of the Earth is, which is 3959 miles. Roger's article shows that whales can hear sonar 4,000 miles away. So how can they hear sonar past the curvature? We're not moving the goalpost to the moon. I don't even know why that was stated. We weren't even talking about the moon. How does the moon correlate to sonar?
Okay, well, back with your thing. I mean, I'm not really seeing a direct issue, but because like
You're a little too far from your mic. I think it's cutting out because of that.
oh me?
Yeah.
This is crazy. It's my computer's Mac is bad. I'm not really seeing that as like really like an issue because it's just.
Sorry, what don't you see as an issue? What's the problem?
He's talking about how whales can hear things like 4,000 miles away, and saying how can he hear?
Right. So you know how sonar works, right? It has to bounce off something. You even said that, right? If you're hypothetically talking about pointing something at the moon, right? I'm not going to bring it back there, but that's just your example. So what we're saying is, how does the sonar go through the curve of the Earth, right? They can communicate for 4,000 miles. That doesn't prove curvature, right? It would
Wouldn't
have
the
to.
sonar bounce off the top of the water though? Also.
I don't think so. Me personally, I don't think it bounces at the top of the water.
Well, like when I look in I look like a fish tank. You can see like reflection off the sides and at the top. If you look up, you can see reflection off the top of the water. I just wondered if sound does the same thing.
I have to look into it. That's an interesting question.
Is anybody taking you through the 3 points, Juju?
No, I just wanted to bring that one thing up. But now when I think about it, I'm gonna do some more research on that particular
Curvature. Look more research on curvature. Because if it's something spherical, it should to drop. Must have curvature. Any spherical object should to have curvature.
Yeah, I agree. You should be spending all of your time searching for that physical measurement. When was it done? How was it
Space
done?
is fake.
Oh, I mean, saying space is fake doesn't really mean too much because it could be that there's no actual space, but there are planets. It's just like within the atmosphere. So that space thing
Space
isn't
is
really
a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, but I'm saying like in
Space
terms of that.
cannot exist. Therefore, it is in your imagination. What other words would you like?
Yeah, it's not space we're talking about. Actually, in actuality, we're talking about the vacuum of space. And all we're saying is it cannot exist because it would have to violate numerous natural laws. And the second law of thermodynamics, that's another thing you could research. Try to find out when, if, and how the second law of thermodynamics was ever violated by anyone under any circumstances.
See,
Have you
well,
tried to find that?
Look up entropy.
like I'm not too worried by that because from my perspective, it could all just be atmosphere, and these planets could be like floating within the atmosphere. So for me,
Atmos,
that's
gas, sphere has a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
So things are just floating?
the atmosphere. I'm saying like that could be possible. I
Did
don't
you
know.
did you hear what Sunny says?
There's no round. Yeah, there's no round gases. Gases don't obtain a round shape anywhere.
I'm trying to talk him out of his dream.
You have
Oh,
to
no,
contain
I'm
gases. Listen.
I'm
You
talking
wouldn't
about
even know
round
gases existed other than a whoosh going by you if you didn't have a container. We wouldn't even know gases existed. We would be just like, oh, the wind's blowing. Okay.
It's very simple. Is it air spherical?
Air.
Is it air spherical?
No.
Is
Yeah.
air spherical?
No, not
Yeah.
from our direct experience.
Why we then calling atmosphere? Why we call air
sphere.
sphere?
Air sphere.
Why we call air sphere then?
I don't know. Let me try to look into the origin.
It's because they're lying to you.
No, just think about it, bro. You don't have to look anything up. It's just really simple. Is gas a sphere? Does gas ever obtain a sphere or any kind of definite shape?
I mean, not from our direct experience, but under like a scientific
Direct
model, it
experience.
has to like gravity and so forth. But I don't really know in terms of that. But for me, space doesn't exist.
Gravity doesn't pull gases. Gases go in all directions.
Gases don't pull. They don't hold each other. They aren't a container. Air doesn't contain air. Gases need a definite size and shape of a container, or else they do not
solid
exist.
container.
They can't exist. Yeah, they can't exist.
No,
They just go off in every direction. So that's a good one. But if you look at those two, if you try to find a measurement, a curvature measurement, an actual one, like a physical direct measurement of curvature of Earth, in any times, like without presuppositions, so that Eratosthenes is out, presupposition, can't even be verified, no source data. It's stupid. Like, look for an actual measurement. See when they did that. Then, yeah, if you go to the gases, there's no way around the second law of thermodynamics, but you could try to find it. I challenge you to go try to find a violation of the second law of thermodynamics from anywhere, anytime, any source. But it has to be empirical, it can't be philosophical or theoretical.
What's your position that planets don't exist, or do you have a position?
No, they're lights in the sky. We all see them. We all, we look up. We all look up to the sky. We all see the same thing when we look up into the sky.
Pictures of the lights too.
We see them, and you know what? The other thing about that is they're moving around us in a cyclical pattern that resets every year. Click right at the very same place, and those stars have done that for all time memorial. Think about that. How could they be in the same place?
If they're ever expanding.
Or if they're spinning in that helical pattern, you have to have these, you have to have the sun spinning around this whatever.
It should be complete chaos in the sky at all times.
Well, yeah, as the moon or the sun's moving, we're chasing the sun going through the universe, and this moon's chasing us, right? And we're all and quote unquote planets, wandering stars are all going but yet, yes, the stars align in the exact same spot every single year. I mean, that's got to make you think. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Based on that model.
And based on that fact, you can use that to know what time of year it is, what day it is, and everything. Break it all the way down because everything is the same year after year. Nothing changes.
Okay. I mean, honestly, like I've heard like a bunch of good points from flat Earth perspective, and honestly, like to keep it real with you, I feel like the more I learn about these things and the more I see how logical the global motto is, the more I'm kind of pushed. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna say it. The more that I'm pushed towards simulation theory. I know this is not a group about that, but I'm just putting it on the table. Does anyone else feel the same or not?
Nope, I'm here.
You
I just
have to
built
go into
something today.
you're kind of going into a realm with quantum physics and thing that is highly theoretical and highly built upon many folds of presuppositions,
I
right?
say that about quantum mechanics.
Okay, well, it's kind of going along with simulation, but I understand what you're saying when you say simulation.
Yeah,
But
like I'm just honest with you. It just makes it more and more and more likely.
Because
But
you
the thing
don't
is,
want
I'm
flat
sorry, go
Earth
ahead,
to
Dan.
exist. You need your model to be still existing. So the only way it can now exist is in a simulation. That's what's happening in your head.
No, not that. Like I'm not saying it's true, but I'm saying like the more I'm pushed towards, there's a thing called zoo theory or zoo hypothesis, and there's a thing called simulation theory, and of course there's like the God theory as well. So you have these main things.
Well, there's no God theory or simulation here. This is measured flat. We only talk about facts and not theories.
See, if you don't like the idea of there being definite absolutes in this reality, because there are absolutes, and these are governed by very strict, like, regimen of natural laws working with each other in a system that we have here on Earth. It's a highly dynamic system. So, if you like, by going to simulation, what I kind of think is you're running away from the absolute definiteness of this place we're in, because there is a definite physical part of this, but there's a lot of other things going on that we don't really know anything about, right? But we can look at the surface of Earth and we can determine, is it measuring a curve like they told us? And what we found, and the reason we're still here, is that none of us have found this to be true.
Yeah, and then to
There's
add
no
on to your
curvature.
words,
Anywhere, we're not moving. Your endolymph in your ear presses against site-specific physical locations that push up against a hair that has a nerve on one side of the hair. That's physical locations that are activating nerves in your vestibular system. So you know whether you're tilting, if you have a 3-degree list to the port, you know it. I'm telling you. Your ears tell you you're born with this system. And so if you want to deny what we're all born with and that aligns with the reality we live in, that actually what our senses are telling us is actually how we measure the Earth to be as well. So you see how the burden of proof is on the globe now, because I'm not making any definite claims about anything. I don't have to. Reality itself is backing what I'm saying. I don't have to worry about anything else. I don't have to pretend. I don't have to pretend that my senses don't matter. So you can now go along with your own senses and go, shoot, I've been experiencing this flat stationary Earth my entire life. Now, so someone's saying it's curved. Well, they better provide the proof. Let's go look for a measurement. When did they test this theory? When did they measure it?
I mean, the easiest thing to do is, the moon landings were faked, right?
Well, I don't know if it's fake, but there's a lot of reason to believe it's fake. Like a lot of reason. So I'm not saying it's fake.
We can just show you the director and everybody in that movie.
From what I know and all that there's a lot of reason. A bunch of the pictures are fake. In terms of it actually being fake, I feel like there's a non-zero possibility. there's a huge possibility of it being fake. So that's my
Of what being fake?
The moon
the
landing.
Because like I
Oh.
lean towards it being fake, but I'm not saying it is fake. I just heavily
Yeah,
lean towards it being fake.
So
Yeah,
I'm
it's
trying to
definitely
get you to
lit.
forget about space, because if you think the moon landing was possibly faked, you don't need to worry about NASA right now. You need to worry about finding the curve, because once you realize there is no curve, NASA goes out the window and you won't even think about them anymore.
Because the thing is, like, you look at these pictures that NASA have, you can look at it and you see that all of these things are fake. I forgot, there's a guy named Wutang or whatever on YouTube. And
Yeah,
he's
but
like,
listen, do you realize though, Juju, that we don't even have to be the ones saying anything. They say it themselves. They admit right on the images. These are composites layered together.
Yeah, we don't have
They
to
tell
take them
us.
apart or put them in Photoshop to figure it out, except for that one moon one from the 60s or 70s, or the Earth one, Earthrise. But
Which
we don't
is
have to
cut and
do that. They
paste.
say it at their website and on their pictures in the little tiny print. These are composite images.
You know, like the other thing that makes me more skeptical is, I guess, like after it, NASA was saying that the evidence that we went there is you can bounce something off the moon. But in 1963, somebody already did that prior to anyone, quote unquote, going to the moon. The thing they said was evidence,
Yeah.
obviously it was not evidence. So it was like,
That's
why are you
true.
being disingenuous?
So when they lie, how many times do they have to lie in order for you to not believe them anymore?
No, they lied only about moon and not about Earth. And
I don't
they
understand the
Let
loyalty.
me
I
ask
don't
one
understand the
question.
loyalty
They lie.
to somebody that has been a known liar. Why do you have loyalty to known liars? That's
Let
the
me
question.
ask you a question about that. Does the government lie? So if they lie and we know they lie, there's no reason to believe a liar, especially when we're saying we found all the stuff and they tell you that it's flat at NASA in their aeronautical documents and the military documents. That's the only way they can make a plane fly.
Can I ask you a quick question? What are your thoughts on Space Force? I'm just curious. I'm very curious. What y'all think about it?
On what?
It's a
Space
net,
Wars?
it's a TV show.
No, it's not. I'm talking about, like, like the new branch of the military, like it's Army, Air Force, Navy. Space
Yeah,
Force.
listen, they have a place like that right down the street from me called Spa War. I wonder
Yeah,
what
but
they're
it's
doing
a
in
new
there.
branch of the military though, and I'm curious. Like, do y'all have any
Yeah.
thoughts?
Oh, when
about
they
that?
asked
Yeah,
what's her net, the new press secretary about it, she laughed because they didn't even know what they were talking about.
Wait. I just want to bring up a point. So, anytime, okay, I don't know how to word this, but basically, anytime we corner you, you change the subject. You
Because
did it
I'm
with
not cornered
sonar.
with it. Because
Listen, I'm not. I don't.
cornered or
I don't
anything.
want to. I don't want to argue. I really don't.
I'm not arguing either.
I don't dislike you. I just want to say, like, with the sonar thing, you dodged it twice, and now
'cause
when Radwin talked about the NASA documents, you changed the subject to Space Force. I mean,
Because we agree. We agree. We agree on that. We're saying they can't be trusted. Like, we literally agree.
So
I'm
here's the
happy
thing.
we agree.
I'm sorry.
I just want wait. I'm not here to argue. I'm not going to punish you. I just want to say that it's just we try and stick to one subject and you change it. So it's a little difficult, but I was just going to say if you want, I could provide some of those NASA documents that Radwin was talking about.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I definitely like to
Yeah,
check it. Like, I
they're
already
also
agree.
in the live. They're also in the
like-
live voice text too. The video that Sasha put in at 52 minutes. But see, you don't have to worry about what they're doing, actually, Juju, because can they violate the second law of thermodynamics or not? That's the only
Second
question
law-
you need to ask.
Give me a quick reminder of that one. I'm not
The
familiar.
second law of thermodynamics says that high pressure always goes to lower pressure. Hot always goes to cold. This is something that is just demonstrably, it's objective. It's what happens every single time you test that. It happens exactly the same way every time. You have to have a container to have gas pressure. Otherwise, it goes omnidirectional until equilibrium.
I have
So
seen
yeah,
I've seen a video where there was gas and it was in a container, but it wasn't closed off. It was that side, so like on the left, right, and on the
yeah,
bottom.
they're in 2 containers, and if the building is in a container like we all are, then there's 3 containers. So they're in a container, and they're pouring a gas that has a certain density because of its temperature. Did you think about that? What is the temperature of the gas and the temperature of the ambient surrounding air? I need to know that information. Because what that
yeah, it
gas
just
does, it's
dissipates.
not a natural gas anyway. It flows downward and sits in the bottom of the container until it starts heating up, and then it flows out just like all other gases. Poof. So they're pouring it in a container, big freaking deal. It's not even a natural substance, and it probably is cold. So cold gases go down, like propane in a boat goes down. It's very dangerous in boats because the propane goes down to the bottom of the boat, and if it ignites down there, it's sitting in the bilge. It burns boats to the waterline, literally. So the gas laws are something that you would have to show a violation of the gas laws. And so you don't have to worry about what they're doing. Are you familiar with the military-industrial complex at all?
I don't know what that is, to be honest.
Have you been in the military before?
Yes, so then for 4 years.
You did for 4 years, but okay, so I worked in civil service too after the military. And I built things for the Department of Defense for a naval undersea warfare engineering station. So if you don't understand how the military industrial complex works, then you need to go do more research on that because you don't understand the compartmentalization then. Because the packages that we got to manufacture something, you were only allowed to see certain parts of that document of the process that was used to build the specifications of this equipment. You were only privy to the piece of equipment that you were working on. And you had to sign off on it. Quality control had to, like, there's a strict process, but it's all regimented. It's all industrial. It's all compartmentalized, right?
My dad worked at NASA. He didn't know shit what the guy
Oh,
in
it
the
doesn't
next
matter
room
what.
was doing.
Yeah, right, Radwin. It doesn't matter what widget you're paid to perform. It doesn't mean you're going to know all the other steps, the engineering, the programming, whatever it is that's involved with the manufacturer of, let's just say, something like a shaft or something.
If it wasn't for my position at work, I wouldn't know what the next guy is doing. Like it used to be 5 years ago, you wouldn't know what the guy in the next room is doing in our building. Nobody does, unless you are, one of the top people that are like have groups. So now I know what people are doing because I need to know what's happening on the shop floor at all times. But that's different.
Yeah. So it's all like if you're in QC, you don't care what the other people are doing.
No, in QC, you know what they care about? That part that they're looking at.
Just to pass the part based on physical attributes.
It can only to that print and the specs that they have written down.
Mm-hmm. So Radwin and I know quite a bit about this process. So,
Did you have a problem with that system?
Pardon me?
You brought that up. Did you have like a problem with that system?
Did I have a problem with that system?
Yeah, because like that's what you expect. You would break it off into teams where they only focus on those things. That in itself is not
Would
really
you expect NASA?
No, man,
Why would you expect
look,
people at NASA are covering things up then?
Look, when I was in the shop floor, I did my own thing. They gave me projects to do to build something, and I built it. I would take the blueprint, and I would go get the material, and I would manufacture the part they wanted. That's it. So all I knew was that some of these parts that I was working on already had 1,000 to 2,000 man hours for one piece.
Ouch! Don't mess it up.
Yeah, they gave me the finishing work, which
don't mess it up during finishing.
It sucked.
I've done that before.
You break a tiny little. I know I'm getting off topic. A tiny little tap that my boring machine with an 11,500 pound column bumped into the piece I was working on breaks it off. You have to eat that out with acid, and then go back and do it again.
My question is, when they, for these companies and so forth, when they do that, do you share information, or is there a policy where you can't talk about it to a person who's not involved in that
It
project?
wasn't a company. No, I work for the Department of Defense.
Yeah, so when you're in the Department of Defense, when you work on whatever, and there's a person still working in the Department of Defense, but working on a different piece of whatever, are you like not like you can't talk about it?
No, you can't talk. You're not supposed to be talking about it. Like, you can talk to other people in the shop to find out processes that are happening for me, which I did do that, and I talked with the people on different machines.
I mean, it would make
Like,
sense. So
but
that
it
no
was only in technical matters. Like, how is the piece conforming with the temperature? Like, once it's machined, like, it'll relax and stuff, so it can change. So like, is it still parallel when it's supposed to be, or whatever? Is the radius the right dimensions? It's not it's not lopsided, right? So there's only technical information. That's it.
And I'm saying, like, I don't know why whoever brought that, because that's not really like an issue, because that's for like security, safety, and so forth, and that's exactly what you would expect.
Yeah. But so, like, even though I worked in these parts, I didn't know about the homing mechanisms and the fire control systems that they were operating in. I had no need to know that. So everything is a need to know basis.
And the guy who made that one board in the firing system, he only made the one board.
Yep. And on down the line, all the way down. Yep.
Because his board needed to maybe be the accelerometer back then.
You would only hear, okay, this board passed, this one passed,
Yeah,
this one passed.
and the
this
other
one
guy
passed.
made the motor controller boards.
Here's
and
what's
he only,
wrong with this one.
Yep.
This one, only a certain chip blew out.
Then
so
the other
it
guy
didn't
made the actual controller itself. Then the other guy made like the CPU.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the guy at the end puts them together.
Yeah, I just kind of want to bring it back to Flat Earth, and we do have somebody else that does have a question as well. So Juju, if you want to stick around for a bit, we're going to ask Corrine Nibbler if they want to unmute and ask their question. They said in the chat they had one.
Yeah, I'm not here to debate science or anything, but now I suppose I should say this beforehand. I'm not saying the government can't lie or they won't lie, but I'm just asking
Oh, was that Juju? Can you please mute your mic when you're not speaking?
Thank
We're
you.
getting feedback.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I was just wondering on like the strategic advantage of this lie specifically. And I know I've heard someone say, oh, well, if they can convince you you're just monkeys on a ball, everything's random and you're insignificant. But I know plenty of Christians, and I'm a Christian myself, who, believe in the globe and, believe in
you
the
Bible, right?
Does it really matter though, the lie? The fact is that the lie, right? I can't speak for them. I don't know why they're lying. I can make assumptions, right? But then I'm just like them, making assumptions and feeding you BS essentially, right? I mean, I don't know why they lie. There's a lot of incentives, like money and things like that. But what does that really have to do with the shape of the Earth, right? We can measurably see that it's flat. I can visibly see that it's flat. I can prove that it's flat. So the fact is, it's flat, and they lied, but it's still flat.
Yeah, I suppose so. I just, I try not to concern myself with like the science and stuff. So
Yeah, and I get that, but here we do talk about the facts, right?
Yeah.
That's what we can go off of. And yeah, we can talk about hypotheticals, but what's the point, right? We're here to talk about the facts. And that's things that we can actually prove.
Yeah, right.
But I get it. I know, like, it is something that you think about for sure. But again, it's just all just speculation, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well.
What shape do you think the Earth is? I have a pretty good idea.
Yeah. Hang on, is my mic making noise?
A little bit of feedback.
I'm sorry.
Sounds like
You
you're
know,
rubbing it on a pillow.
I think that's just my shoulder. I'm sorry. Let me try and move the wire. Okay. You know, I'm not really sure what to think, I suppose.
So, what makes you like not being able to
Christian.
decide? What's
Hmm.
what proof do you have that
Yeah,
the
I
of
don't
any
really
shape that they're this?
well, you know, the only thing I really had concerned myself with was the reason for the lie. Why, in the first place, there would be a flip from the common, you know, the common consensus of it being flat to a globe. I don't know.
Well,
That's good.
Control
can I
your mind.
posture? Can I bring forth the fact that if electricity used to be free when they harvested it from the air, how come today we get electricity from wires and we pay per house? So
Well,
would it
obviously, to
wouldn't
capitalize.
knowledge have value,
Oh, whoops.
and how you organize that knowledge have value? If people knew they could harvest electricity for free, do you think that they would pay, you know, £100 a month for electricity bill?
Well, if they could harvest it for free, no.
Right. But they
Yeah,
don't
like
have
they
the
used to
knowledge for
just
that
put
right now.
antennas up in the air and they had electricity at one time.
But that's just an example. Like if you know more, then you can avoid a lot of control that resides over you.
You can see in pictures from the 1800s on buildings, every building on the street had these points on them, little tiny
Oh
antenna.
yeah.
Well, those are all, that's
Sonic
all electricity.
or whatever. Isn't that something to do with it?
And lying about that too.
And potential reason why they might lie is like they do get like a lot of money to quote unquote study it, so they get like millions of dollars. So that might be a potential
To study nothing.
They get like millions of dollars, so that might be one potential incentive why they might lie if they're lying. You know, I'm just
Yeah, to make CGI for you, for your viewing pleasure.
Keeps you
It's amazing.
entertained. You
They make
want to go to
movies.
Mars now because they're
That's it.
next. We got soon we have hotels on the moon, and then from there you can take your stop to Mars.
Hmm. NASA is a branch of Hollywood, and what DC, the military arm, and Hollywood, the mind control arm. They're
Have
all
you
part of the
seen
same thing.
Disney is a partner with them in their studio.
yeah. And Space Force might be a TV show, I guess, right? But they're all actors.
There is no. Have you got? Go ahead and sign up. See what they say.
Yeah, what TV show? What TV show are you? What imagination are you using now? What Space Force TV show are we missing?
Netflix or Prime. It's one of those two. Can't remember.
Yeah, did they take a camera and show us space? When did that happen? Did they show us Earth going
You
from?
got to
planet
watch
to
it. It's the best show ever. They just make fun of Globe Earth, really.
Is that guy still in here? Because I was going to ask him if he's ever seen Spaceballs, because they actually answered this question in that movie.
That is the best movie. That's a flat Earth movie.
Well,
Most realistic space
I don't
movie
even know
in
what that
existence,
is.
yeah.
Okay, well, there's a movie called Spaceballs, and there's a scene with this king called Yogurt. Okay, and in this scene, he basically explains that the whole idea of space is marketing, so they can sell you toys, they can sell you movies and video games, and like it's all just a way to make a buck. If they can replace your reality with something that's something like more surreal, then they can make money off it. Because like you're not going to be as interested in like flowers, or like digging a hole in the backyard and playing with your dog. You're going to want to watch Space Wars. You want to play video games. You want to do all these things that are have nothing to do with your reality. They're going to get you mesmerized, like hypnotized, basically.
Suppose.
I wonder
I
why
mean, that's
007 lies. I can't ask him, but when I see him in the other servers, Ron's server, he trolls in a completely different manner and makes fun of Christians and
Oh my
flat
God,
Earth.
dude.
Then when you come in here, you behave because you know you'd get kicked out. But that's okay. You guys continue.
So stop being toxic. We're having an actual decent conversation and not
That's
even
fine. You
talk-
can keep pretending. You guys continue. That's
I mean,
fine.
I suppose all the marketing behind space, it's only really happened recently. Like, when was Star Wars released? The first one, like 70 something.
Anyway, he is helping expose the lies on the live stream that for the people that are listening, because everything he
agree.
says just
Right.
shot down.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm just saying that for some reason he acts a lot different in here than he acts in the other servers where, he's allowed to act like one of these crazy fanatics. Yeah.
Here, I put the clip from the movie right here.
All right, I'll take a look at it.
Where are you putting it?
Yeah. 2001 Space Odyssey, done the year before.
Yeah.
Moon landing. How about that one? How about Capricorn 1?
Sonny, how did they fake that? The 2001 Space Odyssey.
Yeah, how did they make it look so real in the movie? And gosh, that spaceship is sure more tidy.
Telling me? Wait a minute, Sonny. I thought it was actually easier to go there than to fake it. I'm confused.
Yeah, unbelievable, right? Yeah, people. There's so much more that people don't know. Like they just come to Flat Earth. If this is like your first little jaunt into the area of like the shape of your reality, if this is only your start, then just hold on, to your seats, because you've got there's a lot more that you don't know, because we had to dig through all of that stuff before you got here.
I see, yeah.
I think you guys have been doing it excellent on live stream. I was hoping maybe we could get like some of the quieter silvers to speak up a bit. If that's fine.
Yeah, of course. I hope that some of the other servers will join in, and yeah, I know that CI had posted in the voice text as well that if you are a little more shy, we can interject in the conversation so everybody can partake.
Because there's some flat earthers here who haven't heard from, like the Truth Acknowledged, haven't heard from them before. SV Black Swan, haven't heard from them before, but they're deafened.
Yeah.
I haven't heard from Resolve in a while. I haven't heard from Napalm. Like, there's a lot of people that maybe we could see if they want to open up and say hi.
Sonny, they're sick of us.
Never. But that's just the point of what Precious Metal Takeover was, right? To get the quieter silvers. And we appreciate everybody, obviously, the contributions of everybody. You guys are super important. But maybe you guys can help us, the ones that aren't as, good with the arguments, to help us better round our arguments. If we miss things, then you can kind of help us along. So please stick around.
I know, rad one, right?
Right.
Come on.
I was laughing.
Well, this isn't. Well, we're not saying to go away, but maybe
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
I know. But you guys can maybe help us maybe make other quieter silvers. Maybe.
Yeah. Come on, silvers. Come on, all you silvers. Come on.
But I mean, if they don't have anything to say, they don't have anything to say.
We want to hear from you.
Yeah, but we
really
still
do,
need to
so.
encourage it, right? That's
Iron
the whole
Napalm.
point of why this was created.
Hey, Napalm. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I appreciate you calling me out on being a quieter silver, but if you look at my roles, I ain't a silver, brother.
He's not a
That's
silver.
okay. Everyone knows the secret meaning of precious metals is actually mods have to mute.
Yeah, that's the secret meaning of it.
Well, I appreciate you calling me out.
So just the green tag is good enough.
Yep.
Right. I do appreciate you calling me out. I do try to participate when I can. I've just kind of been listening today in passing, so whatever you want me to do. You want me to ask questions? What's going on?
What'd you learn today? Anything?
What'd you learn?
Whew. Just from the time I've been listening, I learned that the more people come in here and ask questions, even if they have very firm beliefs in the globe, like who was it earlier, Juju and somebody else were asking questions. The more that their questions don't get asked, they are answered, they tend to shift, which I think at some point the cog disc does kick in, but there's seeds that are planted there that are hard to dig out of your brain once somebody is taking you as deep as you guys take people into the lies or into the lack of empirical evidence that the globe has. It's like you just can't run from those things. And even though people might not be willing to give up their ball, they're still taking their ball and going home. Those seeds that have been planted in the brain itch, and that's why they keep coming back and they can't get enough. So the more we continue to do that, the more you guys, continue, all of us, in the line of questioning that we have, and kind of the methodology within, I guess it's almost a Socratic type questioning system. The more people just can't get those ideas out of their brains, and eventually maybe that switch will flip, and then we'll have very intelligent people who are very well versed as allies as well to continue to spread the truth. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
I'm just curious, since this server has been active, has there been any like astrophysicist or anyone like that that's well versed in their field that's been in this? There has.
Yeah, in the arena. Quantum Eraser has debated people like that all the time, actually.
Yeah, we have special events for that. You have to have tickets for that event to sit in there.
Okay, does it take place where, like in this server, or like where? Because I like to.
We stream it live, but it happens right here. Yep. This is the pinnacle of the servers. Pinnacle of Flat Earth is right here.
I guess it's like debates on like a channel and it's streamed here.
Well, it just depends. What he was talking about was usually it's like a scheduled event with Quantum Eraser does it, and they go into the arena or just I think it's usually the arena, and they bring the live stream into there, so it is live streamed through YouTube, but you can come and join and listen live, but you can't participate because that's just the rules of the arena. It's a 1 versus 1 situation. But usually, like if now that you have the role, usually I think it's pinged to everybody, so you should be notified if it happens.
It's next time that's supposed to happen. Does anyone know?
No, it's just random. It's not like oh, okay, every Wednesday or this. It's not. It's just sporadic whenever he has somebody, I guess, to debate that's come up.
I just put a message in chat of quiet flat earthers we would like to hear from. If you guys are here, it's completely optional, but we would really like to say hi to you and get you talking.
It's optional today, but next week you'll have to talk. No, I'm just joking. We do want to hear from everybody, so please, everybody, speak up. Enlightened Illumination has been DMing me like crazy trying to speak, but I told him to go to the VC check-in, but he's still sitting here. So if you can get yourself up to the VC check-in, I'll ping somebody for you, and they can give you the role after they speak to you. But you have to go to the actual room. I know he's driving, so maybe he'll be able to hear that. Okay. We didn't talk to Kangaroo yet today, did we? I don't think so. They're the only one I think that we haven't spoken to that's VC verified. Are you there, Kangaroo? Oh, okay. They'll be right there.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, welcome to the server. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good. Do you have any questions about the shape of the Earth for us?
Like, why do things disappear bottom first? I guess that's my first question.
Okay, so you're talking about on the water? What are you referring to?
No, like it disappears bottom first, like everywhere. Why did that happen?
Okay, so and exactly how does that pertain to the shape of the Earth?
If the Earth was flat, things wouldn't disappear bottom first, and if it is round, there's like an actual the globe, the like curve of the Earth that's blocking it. So.
All right. So, okay, that's kind of a big thing. So you're making the claim that everything disappears from bottom up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And you're saying that that proves what exactly?
No, I'm not saying it like prove. I'm just asking how does it work on a flat Earth? Because on a globe Earth, the curvature is like obstructing it, but on a flat Earth, what is obstructing it?
Well, there's nothing necessarily obstructing it. Like if you do long distance observations over the water, you can zoom into the boat, right? So it's just how your eye perceives within the atmospheric conditions of that what you're looking at.
So
right?
Yeah,
Because
so
if I
perspective.
So yeah, kangaroo, exactly. You can do small scale experiments on this topic for yourself, and I would suggest looking into the angular resolution limits of the eye, how the eye works, how perspective works, and then you can do small scale experiments to show how as the angular size of an object gets smaller, which is typically always from the bottom side because that's the closest towards that's the smallest angle within your eye, that things will start to quote unquote disappear from the bottom up simply due to perspective, meaning the angle that your eye has to the bottom portion of that object becomes so small that it can no longer be resolved and it kind of blurs into the vanishing point. So that would be a good starting point, is into the angular resolution of the eye.
Okay, so wait just a second.
So Kangaroo, Roger has posted a video for you 20 minutes after the hour in the live stream voice text. So you can watch that and you can figure out what's going on there. And he also posted one for you and tagged you at 21 minutes after the hour as well.
So I guess my next question will be, can you predict how much things would disappear?
How can we can what did you say? Predict things will disappear?
No, like, can you predict how much they will disappear?
Yes, all of them. When they disappear, they're all gone.
No, like how much? Like if
Well,
I
that
go like
depends.
let's
Well, you
say
have
a
to give me a
kilometer.
parameter. Well, you got to
No,
add
like
something like at this distance or at this
no,
altitude or
yeah,
at this thing.
yeah.
You got to add some
Okay,
information. Go ahead.
let's say 1 feet observer height and or like 1 kilometer distance. So how much would it disappear?
What's going to disappear? What are we talking about? An orange or Godzilla? What are we talking
No,
about?
let's say a 10-foot high object. Okay.
So a
Uh,
statue.
yeah, anything, anything. Okay, does not matter. So a 10-foot high object, and the observer is at 1 feet observer height, and the object is, let's say, 1 kilometer away. So how much would it disappear?
So I think this would be a good experiment for you to do yourself, and you can do it, on a flat surface. Look into the angular resolution limits of the eye, measure the objects in which you are placing at various distances, and see what you observe.
No, but like we have a value for the globe that's like around 8 inches per mile squared. So what is it for the flat Earth? So like
Okay, but did you listen to me earlier when I told you that it depends on atmospheric conditions? And then Napalm, I believe, said, yeah, that's his name, sorry, said that it does have to do with your perspective, how far you can see, what your eye is actually able to see, right? So why are you asking the same question again?
No, but like perspective says that things will get smaller with distance, but like that's not what we observe. We see things disappearing bottom first. Perspective also says that
Okay, but
things
do
will
they
get
not get
smaller.
smaller as they go further? What claim are you
Yeah, like
making?
no, like the sun and stuff. Sun remains the same size, but like disappears from the bottom first, and stuff like that.
So, Kangaroo, this is why I'm saying this is a good opportunity for you to do your own hands-on science and do experiments. And what you will find is that the reason things quote unquote disappear or become unresolvable to your eye from bottom up is due to the angular resolution limit of your eye. And when you measure the angles to the bottom of an object, typically, always, that is the smallest angle that will reduce the quickest.
Okay, so I think Ranty did this experiment and around for like 100 meters, nothing disappeared.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, like this is the thing. Now, okay, so we've answered your question and you keep changing it and I don't know if you understand
No,
it.
he
So
just admitted he's a flat earther now.
well that now, yeah, that.
Yeah, period. You're a flat earther, dude. You said you measured it and it's flat. So you're right.
What? 100 meters, not kilometers, meters.
100 meters, 100 feet, 100 miles. It's all flat.
Oh, wait a minute. Were you expecting to see curvature at a few meters?
No, I was expecting to see the perspective change you were mentioning, and I think like you guys posted things.
Okay. Well, are
Yeah,
we
so,
looking at things a few meters away when when everybody here shows you an example? Aren't they showing you things at a much greater distance than a few meters when they get
no,
smaller?
wait. So you guys show
No.
an experiment, like an observation of a guy disappearing from the bottom first on a football field.
Okay,
Sure.
and
Right.
continue, yeah.
And for a football field, I think that's around 90 meters.
No, look, I have something. Do you see the video? You need to do this. You need to go to the video and you need to watch it. And you need to go to 8 minutes, 29 seconds, where they're zoomed all the way out, and watch about just a couple seconds of they zoom back into a ship that had completely disappeared. Just do that now. You see the video?
Which one? Can you just like
I pinged
reply to
you
it?
in the live stream voice text at 26
Oh, okay.
minutes. And the video's right there. Go to 8 minutes 29. That they're zoomed all the way out. Zoom all the way back in just a couple seconds, and you'll see the ship entirely. But the whole entire video is very good. How it analyzes the whole thing. It zooms in, it zooms back out. It shows these different lines and areas that are above the ocean, the more denser areas. So if you're not familiar with that, you need to look into this first.
Oh, okay. I'll look into it.
Mic check.
Yes.
Says
So
who?
Yes. So he mentioned earlier, or asked if there's any predictions that can be made, and he really needs to actually study and look into the Rayleigh criteria, which coincidentally has things being occulted or disappearing bottom up from about 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, coincidentally with the supposed Earth curve calculator that doesn't account for any kind of atmospheric or, let's just say, perspective effects. So you should really look into diffraction and the Rayleigh criteria and see the commonalities between that and the Earth curve calculator.
Oh, can you just like name? I'll write it somewhere.
Sorry, say again.
Yeah, you broke up. Nobody heard you. Kangaroo.
Oh, okay. Can you repeat the name? I'll just write it somewhere.
It's called the Rayleigh criteria, and I can't spell it for you. I'm driving right now, but Rayleigh criterion, and also look into diffraction. Those two things.
Okay.
So you can really understand what perspective actually is, because you live in a world where everything that you see is in your perspective, and perspective to big differences to how far you can see, the conditions, and the angular size of the objects as they appear in the distance.
Oh, okay. So thanks. And so I also found some inconsistencies with the FE core test, and I think I'll discuss it.
Did you watch the part of the video from 8 minutes 29 to about approximately 9 minutes 30? You only have to watch 1 minute. You see the whole entire thing. And the horizon is still out
8
further
minutes?
and higher up. The video I asked you to watch, I posted it.
Yeah.
8:29 to
I'm just watching.
9:30. It's only 1 minute you have to watch. It
Yeah.
shows the entire thing. Boat's completely gone,
Yeah.
then zoomed all the way back in. Nearly 20 minutes later after watching the ship go out to sea.
That's
well
perfect. So
after it vanished. Yep.
Yes. So Kangaroo, you watch that, and we'll ask Enlightened Illumination. You finally have the VC verified role. Welcome.
How y'all doing? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Real quick question.
Fantastic.
Is Discord Bluetooth enabled, or Bluetooth doesn't work? You got to have a headphone or speakers through the headphone jack.
What?
I don't know, but we can hear you fine. I'm not sure.
I think it's more so your device. I think your device is pretty much what determines whether or not you have Bluetooth capability, not so much Discord. But if your device has Bluetooth capability, you should be fine using it in Discord as well as anything else.
Oh yeah, it's just not working for me.
Hey.
Yeah, the Bluetooth wasn't working for me. But how y'all doing it though? How y'all doing today?
Very well. How are you?
Awesome. Do y'all do experiments as well?
Of course.
Have y'all because I had this one thing, I haven't gotten around to doing it yet, but it'd be nice if somebody else can also do it. I've been, on the Facebook type side, which basically I got trolled out, but what I have is the concept that weight goes both ways. The idea that weight is only a linear downward is incorrect. Weight is up and weight is down.
Relative density.
Right. So basically, the weight of a balloon is actually more in water than it is in air. And then, in fact, it possibly could even weigh more than, let's say, a 5-pound rock. They're going to say it's displacement. I tell everybody that displacement is the same thing as the air pressing on you against the weight on the scale to give you the weight on the scale. And the water is displacing the air inside of the balloon, which is causing whatever they say buoyant force, right? But it's still the weight of the balloon in the water. So if you get the hook scale, and submerge the balloon completely underwater, you'll see what the actual weight of the balloon in the water is. With helium versus oxygen versus, any other type of gas.
So you're talking about hooking up basically like a mechanical scale that would use a spring. So say you wanted to weigh a bushel of bananas, you would hang it on a scale that would pull down. You're talking about basically tying a balloon to a scale like that and taking it underwater and then seeing what the weight would be.
When it's completely submerged.
I have a pool. I might be able to help out on that.
Yeah, if you do that, that's going to give you the actual weight of the balloon in the water, which would be heavier, but in comparison to the direction of where they expect it to go, based upon what their understanding of weight is, they have they have a discrepancy of understanding that it's not just downward, but it's an upward as well, because displacement is basically what happens when you have different forms of density, when it doesn't become merged into a set, meaning like water is like water, but when you have saltier water or a different grade of water, it won't blend in with the other water. You'll see that in the oceans where it separates its own self based upon its density, right? So that's the same thing that happens with like balloons or things that seem to defy, or you can call it anti-gravity, right? People would get mad when you say that too. Like if everything that goes down is due to gravity, everything that go up is anti-gravity. They don't like that idea. But the whole thing is when you get underneath the water and you try to pull it underneath, they're gonna say, oh, that's just the weight of the water, this displacement, the weight of the displaced water. So the weight on the scale is the weight of the displaced air. If that's the case, you can't have it one way and not the other. If it's going up, that's still a weight in a different direction. The only way to measure it is to have it on a scale. People will say, well, you can't trust the scale that way. That's now you're just measuring buoyant force. No, if it's measured in pounds, then that's what the weight is. That's what the measurement is. That's what the scale reads. I mean, you can't say this, either the scale tells the truth or the scale is just telling a lie. Regardless if they want to call it buoyant force or not, it's giving a reading. The scale is designed to provide a reading. If it provides a reading, and that's what actually is what it weighs, regardless of direction. So I think that's one of the arguments that could be added. And plus, I'm a level earther. I don't really say flat earth. I'm a level earther because everything seeks its own level. That's what density basically is. The density separates itself and isolates itself individually. Everything pushes on each other. Nothing really pulls without a push. So those are little key informations that I always give out and try to always utilize. Because if you ever look at it, you can never really have a pull without an existing push. A push has to initiate a pull, and only for a pull to exist, it has to be tethered to a push.
I would agree with all of it. I mean, with the only caveat I would say is that the amount of force that you could measure, right, whether we use metric or standard or whatever it is, the amount of force that we measure would have to be in relation to the medium. So a balloon in water would provide more force that we could measure instead of, let's say, a balloon in a more dense gas, right? Like a helium balloon in what we experience right now at ground level, which is a lot of nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide, correct?
Yeah. But no, I wouldn't say that. See, the thing is because it's closer to its own density, meaning that, all right, so the way that it works is the further away you are from your density zone, right? This is what I call it density zone. The further away you are from your density zone, the more exertion you'll feel against you to go back to your place of where you belong, right? So the water is further away from the density zone than it is for a helium balloon in air. Okay, helium is closer to its own density zone when it's in the air than it is underneath the water. Does that make sense?
I'm cool with that. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because when the air is pushing still, like, so when you got the balloon in the air is pushing against the balloon, and the balloon is actually pushing against the air to go to its level. Once it reaches its level, the amount of force that's pushing down on the balloon is equal to the amount of force that's underneath the balloon pushing up on the balloon, and that's why it floats. That's why it stays where it's at, because it's equal, so it's leveled out. It has found its equilibrium based upon the pressure zone and the density zone, which makes it seem as it's floating, but it's just trying to blend in and merge. You only can see it because of the balloon is there and present, that is visible.
Yeah.
And in fact, without the balloon, it'll actually go higher up, but the balloon's weight plays into its density, which creates another zone for that balloon due to the inside and the outside of the balloon. You know what I'm saying? So I did a little question. I said, so what's going to have the most weight underneath the water? Is it going to be air? Is it going to be helium or is it going to be hydrogen in the balloon? And basically, they all agree that it's going to be the hydrogen, but they're going to say it's buoyant force. I'm like, no, how are you going to put it on a buoyant force when I put the same milliliters of hydrogen, oxygen, and what you call it into it, right? If it's the same milliliters of gas, but one has a stronger, it's to tell you something. It's actually exposing the fact that there's actual power inside the medium itself that's trying to get away, to escape. It has further to go. It has higher to reach, meaning that the oxygen is not going to push as hard against the water as the helium, and the helium ain't going to push as hard as the hydrogen because the placement of where they belong at and the way that it's being pushed to be in its equilibrium zone. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I would agree. The only thing I would make an argument for is we're getting into kind of like the first law of thermodynamics here, where you use the word power, I would use the word energy. Energy is necessary to put an object or gas or whatever into an relative or I'm struggling to find the word that I'm looking for. To put something into disequilibrium requires energy to begin with. So if you're going to take a balloon, you're using energy and force, right? Power, however you want to describe it, to drag that thing to the bottom of the pool.
Right. Yeah, it's gonna take effort. It's not gonna be easy to get it there, to get a reading because it's not supposed to be there in the first place.
Correct.
So yeah. I mean, I agree with the energy. It's gonna take the power of you to put it down there, but the energy is consistent with everything in its element, meaning that the water has its energy, it has its density, and it's gonna reject or it's gonna obtain just the same way as the gas is going to do what it's going to do. That's just one of the tests. I mean, right now it's kind of weird because I'm driving and I'm not formulating my statements or my sentences as I generally do. But I feel like this is a good test that we can say, because have y'all been over or discussed the topic of density zones?
Not so much, but before you go on to density zones, I just want to say I think you're absolutely right. And the whole determination of this thing, that a force has to be able to do work. And the buoyant force is actually an actual force because it can do work. You can lift like ships off the bottom of the ocean, with this force, right?
Like that stuff, Dave.
And like you said, you can change the whatever, like the different gases, and they'll go up at a different rate, right?
Right.
Yeah. So absolutely. So right. So this force can be shown to be able to do work. That's all I really care about. I mean, there's other intricacies, no doubt, but.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's so many different tests and variations, that we can do. Like everybody always would like to do the vacuum test, like in the vacuum. But I always say, well, the vacuum is in a containment, right? So there's no way that you can form a vacuum without a containment. So why you keep trying to do a vacuum experiment when you still basically utilizing a form of containment in order for your thing to be successful? So you have to have an agreement that containment is necessary for pretty much everything.
Hold on, says who? Hold on, says who? You're like dropped out or something. I'm sorry about that. We didn't realize we were stepping all over you, but we couldn't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, say it again. Yeah, that's better. It's still kind of dropping out. It's probably your settings, your mic sensitivity or something.
Well, I'm driving in the middle of Kansas, so if I drop out, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. You're in one of those wide open spaces with no connection. I get it.
It makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
But no, you're right. Actually, what we need, you're 100% right. 100% right about the what you would call pressure zones or density zones, that are what the globers would call, pressure gradients, and you can only have that in a contained pressurized system. So.
See, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I know we only have 15 minutes left, but I mean that's still time. But I was just gonna interject while the space was open and just say, I love the fact that we've been hearing a lot of new voices today. Enlightened Illumination, welcome to 24/7. We're very, very glad to have you here. You clearly know what you're talking about. I was glad to hear Says Who, and a couple of others. Right, Napalm. How could I forget? I was happy to hear Napalm again, and I'm just glad we were able to actually get a variety of voices this time. So for those who talk today that usually don't on precious metals, thank you so much. That's all I wanted to say. Just wanted to give my thanks and appreciation for the variety.
Thanks, CI. Yeah, and shout out everybody. It's good to see you. I know you spoke at the beginning as well. But yeah, enlightened illumination. That was really interesting. It's kind of funny. I was somewhat thinking similar about that the other day, and how, yeah, even like we are become so buoyant, right, in water and just different things. It's really interesting. So yes, it's good that you have found the server and joined us. So would you mind sharing how you came to the realization that the Earth is flat in your journey? We always like hearing that.
Well, it's hard to say. I've always been opposed to what they've been doing. So it's like before it was even on YouTube and everything, I had a different form of understanding of the nature of this world that we live in. Just like what we was talking about, buoyancy and density and containment and for everything. I mean, I pretty much was understanding. Yeah, his bump about to come off. Let me move faster so I can get past him. But it's just like the pressure system and everything. Like I was talking about before, you can have a container, put the density levels in the system all together, and then it floats. And then if you squeeze on it, add a little bit more pressure at the top, it's going to drop. It changes the pressure ratio, and then it alters what was seeming to be buoyant at first to be more dense based upon the pressurization. So once they start talking about space and in classrooms, I didn't believe none of it since the beginning because none of it made sense. It didn't make sense because you get on a roller coaster ride or the little, what is it, the spaceship, and then they spin you in a circle and you stuck to the wall. I mean, if the wall wasn't there, you'd be thrown off. So everything that they try to teach is like backwards, and it's asinine. So I mean, I've always been particular about the information I receive about what we actually live in, the process of what we understand, because it's more than just, it's just a flat earth. No, it's about the dynamics of socialism and conversations between people, what ideals are. And, the whole thing is the earth ain't the world. The world is the conversations and the contemplations and the observations of what people and animals and stuff do. That's what the world is. The world has nothing to do with Earth. Earth is just what it is. So when people understand that the world and the Earth is two different things, I think that's when a lot of things are going to change. When everybody considers, oh, look at if you think about it, whenever they tell you about, oh, this is the world, they show you a globe, and I'll tell you, they right, because what goes around comes around. So yeah, the world is a globe, but the Earth is flat, or the Earth is level, right? Because the world and the Earth are two different things. One has to do with environmental mindsets, like the connectivity of ideas and consciousness. That's the world. The Earth has nothing to do with that. The Earth is a physical feature that we can feel, touch. You can't touch the world. You can be manipulated and directed and influenced by the world, but the world is not really a physical thing. It's just a space where consciousness lives.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yes.
like we live in the world, but we live on the earth. Two different
Exactly.
things.
Two
Yeah,
different
no,
things.
I agree. Hey, man, I appreciate everybody allowing me to speak today. I do have to run here shortly, but I wanted to say, Enlightened Illumination, great points, man. You have really good ideas, you know, and I'm willing to help you if you want to do just some small scale experimentation when it comes to, you know, things underwater. Like I said, I have a pool where I could maybe figure out a way to do something at a small scale, and I'm willing to work with you on that and just see what we come up with, see what we measure. But yeah, man, you have really good points, and I don't know if you're familiar with who Ken Wheeler is. I know a lot of people on here know who he is. Some agree, some disagree with him. But a lot of what he says for the nature of our reality is that it can all be boiled down to pressure mediation, force and motion, inertia and acceleration. And these are the basic building blocks of everything that we experience. So if you haven't checked out Ken Wheeler, I would strongly suggest looking into him, and even how the same rules apply to electricity, magnetism, dielectrics, all that. It's very interesting stuff, but I really appreciate your input, man. Very insightful. So I know you hit me up in DMs. Just hit me up again. We'll see if we can figure something out. Maybe go from there.
What's
But
the
yeah,
name on here?
Frank, it's napalm.
That is
Okay.
right.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So maybe we can hook up and do something. And yeah, I appreciate you guys having the show today. It's been great, but I gotta dip out.
Before you head out, we said acceleration. He ain't talking about like the disc that's accelerating through space in order to create, or we talking about acceleration. Oh, he gone.
Just acceleration, but the basic physics definition of acceleration.
Oh, okay.
I would
I
would suggest you just kind of dive into some of his videos. He's a little eccentric, to kind of say the least. He's not confirmed a flat earther or anything like that, but he makes very poignant arguments when it comes to kind of the nature of reality. So his name's Ken Wheeler. You can find him on YouTube. If you type in Ken Wheeler, it'll pull up his channel. It's actually Thoria, I can't remember. Thoria apophosis, something like that. You'll see it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
no worries.
thanks for joining us today, Napalm. It was great to hear from you, and hopefully we'll see you back soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
We really loved your input, Napalm. You were excellent today, and I would really love to see you again next week, because we host this program every single week from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern, and you did amazing. I think the change of pace from regular live stream is why I personally really love this program, and it's really good to also interact with our own community, and I think this Precious Metals allows us to do that. So anyway, I'm not going to hold you any longer. Have a wonderful day, Napalm and Enlightened. You two are amazing, and we would love to see you back again.
Yeah, thanks, y'all. Take care.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Okay, so we have Queen of Conspiracy. As we verified, they also have Coliseum seating. Are you there, Queen of Conspiracy?
Hi everyone, what's up?
Hi, welcome. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm well. So what brings you to the server today? I guess you've been here before?
Yeah, I was just listening to your conversation, but I'm actually looking for somebody because I'm a Twitch streamer and I interview people normally, and someone recommended a lady called Kai. I'm not sure who that is, right? So they were like, yeah, she has a podcast, so it would be good also for her, because then she can plug her podcast, you know, because my streams get around like 6,000 people a day. So it would be interesting for me to have her as a guest, and I'm sure it would be beneficial for her to plug her podcast and get like a new audience. You know what I mean?
Yes. She's, I don't think she's online right now. Ugh, my computer is lagging. But yeah, we can definitely connect you two. I don't
I mean,
mind
even
helping with
you would be great. The only reason I'm looking for more females is because obviously my audience is mainly guys, and they're more drawn to listen to women. It's quite like unfortunate, but they really are. Do you know what I mean? And so it's like it gets more traction when I have females come on rather than males. So I'm even you would be great to come on and share your story and how you got into flat earth and what was your like realization moment. And you know, if you're up for it, I'll add you here and we can discuss further.
We actually have a program every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern called Ladies Night. That's a very similar concept if you'd like to participate on it.
Yeah, I'm in Europe, so that's like
Oh, that's pretty
late, you
late.
know, yeah.
Yeah. So that's gonna be what? Because it's 4 my time, so that'd be about what, 10 your time, 10
Yeah.
p.m. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to send me a DM or add me, that's for sure. We can definitely have a chat. And get to know each other a little bit more
Yeah,
and
that
discuss
sounds great.
that. Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
So,
Go on,
how did
sorry.
you I guess you know that the earth is flat then, or where do you stand on that?
I'm uncertain of the shape of the earth at the moment, and that's why I kind of made friends with a few people in this server to kind of get more awareness and knowledge and also speak to different people, you know, and this is where I am right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know that I don't know if anybody's told you, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the server, there's additional information and there's tons of links, but I know sometimes it is better to have a conversation. So, do you have any specific questions for us right now? We have 4 minutes before this segment is done for the show, but I mean, we can still continue to talk after that.
What is this segment? Because I've come in here quite a few times and I see that there is a voice chat pretty much every day. What is different about today in comparison to any other day of the week?
Oh, okay. Oh, so, yeah, go see.
I'm sorry. Okay. Precious Metal Takeover is basically an event that lasts from 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern or 12 to 2 Central. And basically, it is a program where silvers and golds are encouraged to speak, and we try and allow people who don't usually speak on live stream to kind of hone in their debate skills. Sometimes when traffic is a bit lower, we also allow people who are regular flat earthers. We also allow VC verified, such as yourself. And basically, it's a program to, I guess, magnify the people who don't usually speak. And this program ends in about 3 minutes. And we host it every Saturday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get and I think that's great actually, because you know what, it is quite overwhelming when there are so many people sometimes and people get nervous. So this is actually a great concept that you guys have right now for this, because I know it is very overwhelming to speak on a platform with many people listening, especially if you're not used to it, you know?
Yes.
Well, me and Redford are hosts because, okay, I'm sorry to expose you a bit like this, but basically, we're both very anxious and apologetic. So basically, we're the host and co-host to try and make ourselves more assertive. And honestly, it's kind of working. So I'm very grateful that we're the host and co-host. It's a lot of fun.
Hey, if I may interject a little bit, because I'm enjoying it. I mean, if it's feeling fluid and you guys want to continue it past a couple hours, I'm totally cool with that, and I'm sure some of the moderators are cool with it as well. I mean, you don't. I mean, it's kind of like ladies' night is a little fluid, so we can actually make that happen too. So, I mean, it's like if new people jump in towards the end of the show, you're just like, oh, sorry, you're gonna miss. You just jumped in right at the end of the show. Just make it fluid, and just want to point that out.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good suggestion. Yeah, because ladies' night is kind of like that. So, yeah, thank you for that. Uh,
I don't think the mods. I mean, because I mean, it's really cool. I mean, it's like, even though we all want to jump in, I'm just like, oh yeah, we just want to hammer everybody, sometimes. But at the same time, it is. We hold back so that other people can, stretch their legs and get out there and have a thing. And I know it's the end of it's not the end of the show. I don't want to. It doesn't have to be the end of the show. That's what I'm saying. If you guys feel like new people are jumping in, it doesn't necessarily have to be a 2-hour show. You can stretch it along. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think the mods would have a problem with that. I mean,
I really appreciate that a lot, actually, because usually I just want to say, oh, it's 3:00, gotta go. But okay, so this is like slightly personal, but I'll make it quick. My real life friend group recently kind of abandoned me. I was turned into a social outcast because of certain political positions, and I'm not going to get into that, but basically what I realized, and this server is the only constant in my life, really, because this server always has my back, and I'm very grateful.
Well, it's just like you guys were trying to end the show, and it's like, oh, it's only 2 hours, and then this new person comes in and has some good questions. You're obligated to end the show at the top of the hour. Freaking just go ahead. That's all I was saying.
I'm very grateful because I've had a rough week, and usually when I'm in a bad mood, I'll shut myself away, but that's usually a bad idea. So I've tried the opposite approach, and it's really helped a lot because I'm reminded that there are people here who appreciate, I guess, me as an individual, because sometimes I feel like that.
None of the moderators or admins here are trying to say, "Oh, precious metals, we want you guys to freaking, get in the deep end." You know what I'm saying? Do it. Come on, man. So anyway, that's all I was saying. I'm gonna shut up now. So who was that you were talking to?
Queen of Conspiracy.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I just knew it was about to end, but it doesn't have to. That's all I'm saying.
Queen of Conspiracy, and thank you for the kind words.
Yeah, you guys are great. I love it.
Yeah, thank you, Helio. That was very kind. Does anybody else have any other suggestions or anything? I kind of want to open it up to the mods too and admin. Sorry, CI.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. That's my suggestion.
Thanks, Helio.
You two are off.
Neil's backing me up. It's like, don't try to end the show because you think you have a time thing. It's just like you guys are doing great, man. No, you guys were talking to someone else.
I will say though, I do want to say more is not always better. Though I'm not saying you should shut it off, but I'm just saying as long as the flow is organic. But sometimes more is not always better, because I remember there was a ladies' night. I don't know how long they went. What was it, 6 hours or something?
Well, yeah, I know that. Yeah.
That got
but you don't have to just be like, oh, if the talk is going good, and it's coming to the top of the hour, just go as long as you guys need to, and then end it when you need to. We'll do whatever is necessary. It was good. I mean, it's still good. I was just letting you know. You don't have to end it. End it 2 hours.
You had good continuity going to it. We interrupted it.
Yeah, it was me. I mean, it's my problem. But they actually started talking about, oh, we're going to end it. Now, that's why I want to say, hey, you don't have to stop talking to this person just because it's top of the hour.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it so much.
I do too. Yes, thank you.
I have a question / suggestion maybe, but I don't know how much you guys pay attention to the metrics or the analytics of this particular server, but it seems like at Ladies Night there's more action, and maybe it's just because it's Ladies Night, or does it have to do with the time of day that the show is? Because could we move precious metals to a later time? Are more people on Discord in those hours, or I don't really know. Just curious.
I mean, the time, that's like, there's no reason there's nothing to stop us from switching the time. I don't even know how this time got picked, quite honestly.
I could tell you a story if you want. So,
does it have a happy ending?
Yeah. The happy ending is precious metals, because that's how it's created. But so originally, do you remember, India, when I asked you if I could host silver meetings shortly after receiving gold?
Yeah.
Well, it evolved into 2 silver meetings a week. Now, looking back, that's kind of crazy, but we actually had a lot of ground to cover. Like, we had like the debate tips, VC check-in tutorials, what it means to be silver, all kinds of stuff. And we had one Wednesday, 1 p.m. and Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern. So obviously the Saturday meeting got turned into precious metals. And basically, this was a suggestion, I think it was from Dandelion and Crypto, who really wanted it, and I offered to host it. But how these time slots got chosen was because I had like a little Excel sheet, and I'd actually like look at how many silvers and Spartans were online. And this was actually like the time slot that was like most commonly available, believe it or not.
You know, as far as Ladies Night goes and the precious metals thing, I mean, it's like everybody shows up at the time. So why would you want to change? Someone was asking to change the time slots. So that's we've been doing this for months now. Why would somebody want to change the time slot?
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
See, I'm now in Ramsgate, UK. I came now, properly now, in this moment. And I'm on the beach and on the quay. And now I will post 2 pictures. I'm so excited. That's all. I will post the picture. You will see now.
Okay, thank you, Sasha, for your input on the times of Ladies' Night and and the precious metals. Hey, Sasha, have fun. Get some good pictures and send them to us. But anyway, yeah, I think the time slots here, and if anyone has some ideas for some new shows, any ideas for, I mean, we're kind of limited in some of the aspects of, I mean, Flat Earth is one thing, right? You know what's really cool about this server is that we have constant new members, right? So that we have a scheduled time where ladies only talk to the new members, and even today, new members were joining, and it's been pretty awesome, right? It's like new people came in and was like, oh, what is this? What is this? Sometimes they're not familiar with Discord. Sometimes they're very familiar with Discord. They're just like, hey, my friend invited me from another server. Tell me to shut up if I'm bloviating.
No.
So sorry, can I just say something? You sound like a singer, Helio. You sound like a singer, like a famous singer, and I can't figure out who it is.
Do you want me to sing?
No, you do. Is it like, I don't know.
He can sing. He can sing for you pretty well.
No problem. No problem. The band's already warmed up.
Well, I mean, it's just like when I just start talking. I mean, I'm curious about what people think about these. I've been trying to get this going on. Ladies' night originally, I think it was my idea. I don't think it was anybody else's idea but mine. But anyway, so we had that. We have that going on now, and then the press